Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the United States of America for the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye. Second round of the championship at the wonderful Indianapolis Motor Speedway road course. A brand new track in Assetto Corsa Competizione and a brand new challenge for our SRO eSport drivers. This is going to be spectacular, I guarantee it. And talking you through all the action for the first few hours of the day is myself, Paul Jeffrey, and alongside me, Mr. David Christie. David, good afternoon, welcome, and hello.
Good afternoon, Paul. Oh man, this feels special. We've obviously been together for a number of races in the past, but this feels unique, this feels special, this feels brand new. The track released just a couple of weeks ago here on Assetto Corsa Competizione, so the drivers are going to be finding their way around this track just as quickly as we are as well.
Yeah, and I think that's a really, really good point, David, that this is a step into the unknown almost for a lot of these drivers here. There's, by the very virtue of the fact this is a new track to the sim, there's little driving that has been undertaken. So all of these names that you're seeing on the screen now, from experienced drivers like Nils Naujux for the BMW Team BS competition, to some of our less experienced drivers. We've got, of course, Avila Bahar that we've seen some of this season, some of in SRO competition. Nicholas Hillebrand and Josh Staffin are taking up for the HPD Yaz Pro Honda. Interesting to see how that car gets on this circuit. And as always, pro and silver classification with talented drivers. And as I was saying, David, before we saw the entry list on screen, each and every one of these is going to be learning as they go, aren't they? They're going to be finding out what the right way and wrong way to race at Indianapolis is like in ACC.
Absolutely, and it's going to be one of their first long-term endurance events as well, Paul. So they've maybe done an hour sprint race here or there and gotten used to the track, but we're all going to learn how this track evolves, how the cars evolve over the course of the 8 hours. And certainly for the first 4 of them, I think you're going to get some real high chances of chaos for the first 10-15 minutes for sure, certainly knowing how hard and how fast these drivers are going to be pushing in that first stint of the race.
Yep, testing is one thing and racing is very much a different one. Let's have a quick look at the standings so far. Of course, we're silver and pro category here. So in silver, the McLaren 720S GT3 leads the way, courtesy of victory last time out. So that's a very, very quick car in all conditions. But again, brand new circuit, brand new experience. Will traditionally fast cars be at the front of the field, or will we see some surprise teams and some surprise drivers going for the big positions as this race unfolds? And a lot of it will be very much a case of seeing what happens and reacting to it in front of you. At the pro standings, Lamborghini Huracan GT3 for the Automobile Lamborghini Esports team are our championship leaders from the ever-present BMW G2 Esports, and the BMW Team BS competition in 3rd position. So BMW proving themselves to be a competitive proposition over the first couple of races. And David, with so many long straights but then a technical middle sector, you need some grunt at this track, don't you? And this is, conversely as well as that, there's overtaking opportunities for these drivers.
Yeah, it's a very different track from the ones that we see so far in Assetto Corsa Competizione, because obviously it's based on the infield of an oval circuit. There's a lot of runoff area, there's a lot of grass, there's a lot of spare tarmac to be used in case of emergencies. As you said there, the long straights, that start-finish straight being used, as well as that long back straight as well on the infield. You do need to have a lot of power, but again, you need to have good brakes and good weight transfer. That is going to be so key for these cars and for these drivers. I think this is going to be a very high rate of attrition today, but again, all we've got so far is to go into speculation, Paul.
Yep, absolutely. So let's have a look in more detail with the Mobileye track guide narrated by Ryan Gill, telling us all about the Indianapolis Motor Speedway road course.
Welcome to your Mobileye track overview here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Let's jump on board with Luca Lossio for a lap in the BMW M4 GT3. Over the line and down towards turn 1, you want to stay on the left-hand side of the circuit and brake at the 400 board. Shift down to first gear and turn the car in sharply, grazing the curb on the inside line but not cutting it. Then get the power down as fast as you can, modulate the throttle through turn 2 and then take turn 3 completely flat. Brake around the halfway point of the outside curb for turn 4. then go completely flat through turn 5. The braking zone for turn 6 is tricky to spot around the middle of the way towards the corner. Then you want to brake hard and fast through the double apex corner, get the throttle down as quick as you can, and then take as much curb as possible through turn 7. Go as wide as you can on the exit for this corner and point the car towards the right hand side of the circuit. As you head down towards turn 8, you'll spot your braking point at the 100 board, then just graze the curb on the inside, don't cut it again before you take as much curb as possible through turns 9 and 10. Then cut as much of turn 11 as you can before putting the throttle down as fast as possible. Don't carry the car wide onto the grass through turn 12 as you momentarily rejoin the oval section, and then brake just before the 300 board for turn 13. Graze the car again onto the curb without cutting, then switch back quickly to cut as much as you can of turn 14 before planting the throttle flat through turn 15 and back onto the start-finish straight for another lap at the Brickyard.
Thank you very much to the BMW Mobileye team for that great track guide. And David, again, as we've said, this is one of those weird tracks, isn't it, where it's incredibly fast through the final corner and down the back straight and also in the middle of the lap. But there's a lot of twisties, there's a lot of need to be good on acceleration, be good on brakes, to have a positive front end. It's a track of very much a tale of two halves, is this circuit, isn't it?
It certainly is, because when you rejoin that oval, Paul, one of the things that we haven't really talked about so far is the camber that's actually on that track, because we're essentially going round Indianapolis the wrong way around, so to speak, compared to the likes of the Indy car as well. The amount of camber on the actual oval part of the track is unbelievable, so that's going to be a little bit for the drivers to get used to as well, especially if they're going to be trying to make any overtaking opportunities, because if you try and get your foot on the accelerator on one of those banked parts of the track, you're going to find some real issues as the car is kind of squirming all over the place to get some traction down. You're going to see a lot of dive bombs, especially down into turn 1, that sharp right left complex. I think we're going to see the possibility for a little bit of chaos down there, but thankfully, like I said, a lot of run-off areas. And in fact, the one circuit I would compare this track to is a little bit like Paul Ricard in the sense of like how wide the runoff area is.
Yep, it's going to be fascinating. And in a few moments' time, we're going to answer quite a few of those questions by going racing. But before we do, let's take a quick moment to have a look at the Lamborghini Real Race Esports Series. Great looking series that, and of course you can sign up esports.lamborghini to get yourself involved in some top level esport racing yourself if you enjoy watching the type of thing we see on screen now. But let's have a quick look at our grid for this 8-hour endurance race, and on pole position it is the Ferrari Driver Academy esports team with Kamil Pawlowski behind the wheel. Second place is the Bentley Continental GT3 of Blyer and Charcot and Tiskovic. In third position, Tobias Gronwald for the Mercedes AMG GT3, and in fourth is James Baldwin, McLaren 720S. We said they lead the championship, do McLaren. They're only 4th on the grid with work to do. Nils Naujok's in 5th place for BMW. Tommy Razia in 6th position, another McLaren 720S. 2 of those McLarens in the top 6 on the grid. In 7th place is a Bentley Continental by Rodriguez. In 8th position, Osterman in the McLaren 720. In position 9th, we have Collett for in first of the Audi R8 LMS Evo 2. So Audi not necessarily showing the pace so far this season. Piffet for Ferrari is 10th position, rounding out our top 10 runners. And then we have got the Honda NSX GT3 Evo in 11th position, just ahead of Igor Arognikov in position 12 for the number 41. 13th place goes to Mikhail Stasienko in a McLaren, ahead of Isaac Price for BMW in the number 62 machine. Dan McCormack, disappointed, I dare say, in 15th position for the number 55 Mercedes. McCormack not having the best of qualifying, but there's plenty of racing still to do. In 16th place, Blanton in the number 99 machine, ahead of Samir Ibrahimi in 17th. Kisser is 18th on the grid. That is the number 4 AMG Mercedes car that you'll be seeing on your screen in a moment. In 19th place is Alif for the Ferrari in the number 21, ahead of Novikov in 20th place for the number 322 machine. Number 911 is 21st on the grid, and that is a Fisher on board that car, number 911 Porsche, ahead of Kevin Seclari in 22nd. 23rd on the grid, we're going all the way down to the BMW M4 GT3 with Bishkov in 24th, Luca Lozio 25th on the grid, Sherapin in 26, Arndt in position 27. As you can tell, there are 1 or 2 cars on this grid. In 28th is Barrier, 29th Matteo, 30th we've got the Mercedes of Holborn, Pereira, Gamble, Baslin, Simonini, Molana, Noble, William Van Omen and Lou in 38th. And David, I said that too slowly for how fast the camera was going, but hey ho, let's pretend that didn't happen. We're on the formation lap.
Yeah, look, there's so many big names already in this field. Just looking outside the top 20 there, Valentin Barrier going to be trying to make moves. Henrik Gamble down in 32nd position. You've got Bischoff, as you said, in 24th. Jan Willem van Ommen down in 37th position, though, Paul. That is some wild things that are going to be happening over this 8 hours. For me, I'm going to say right now, keep an eye on Darragh McCormack in that 55 Mercedes. I think huge potential in that 15th position.
And I think that's what's great about endurance race. It's 8 hours, David, so qualifying, of course, you want to be at the sharp end. You want to keep yourself out of trouble and give yourself the best start possible for the race. But it's not critical in a race of this length, especially on a brand spanking new circuit to these drivers. Staying out of trouble is what's critical, not going fast over a single lap in quali, isn't it?
It is, and it's always a difficult one for us commentators because we try and gauge on just how important the qualifying is, and you always get mixed answers. You get from the drivers, well, it doesn't matter that much, but then we watch the race, and from our experience, when you know the level of skill is so high and the difference between these drivers is so marginal, you know, every little bit helps. Put it this way, you definitely don't want to be outside the top 20 for the start of the race, given what can traditionally happen at the start of these endurance races.
Yeah, exactly. It's endurance racing, but realistically it is 8 1-hour sprints back to back. That's how the drivers will be approaching it. That's how the teams will be approaching it. And Kamil Pawlowski is the man on pole position, to say, for the Ferrari Driver Academy team. He's the man in the pound seats with the best opportunity possible. Set his time late in qualification. It was Dominic Blyer that was the man with the pace in the early part of the session. So can Pawlowski convert this pole position on the rolling start into an early race lead? He's slowing down now, backing the field up. Everybody's going to go into 2x2 formation for the run down to the very long run down, shall we say, to the start finish line as we come through the final oval banking corner. There we go. Now we are in position. Now the drivers will be preparing themselves. Kamil Pawlowski will be the man that puts his foot to the floor first and tries to get the advantage from the big old Bentley Continental GT3 behind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 marks in the top 5. Can Kamil Pawlowski convert the pole position into a race lead? Immediately, he's a little bit slow off the line. That is Thomas Perfett trying to get his way around in the Mercedes. Dominic Blyer sticks to the outside line. He's in premium position to take the race lead. Is Pavlovsky good enough on the brakes? Contact between our two race leaders. That just about gets away with that one. Further down the field, there's drama. Somebody's facing the wrong direction, and again another car off the racetrack as well. But that, David Christie, was relatively clean. Could have been a disaster, but bravo to the field for finding their way through.
I'll take that, and I'm pretty sure if my eyes don't deceive me there, Paul, I just saw 6 wide going down the start-finish straight there. I don't think we've ever seen that, so yeah, game on for that one. But what a start from Kamil Pavlovsky. We've got more chaos, and that's Isaac Price. So Isaac off to a pretty dire start in the BMW G2 eSports machine. Started well up in the top 10 there, but that looks like that's going to be down towards the back of the pack there, so outside the top 30, and you can go from hero to zero. But given that the lead pack here, Paul, are less than sort of 5 seconds away, you can easily undo all of that damage.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to be a little bit careful as well as aggressive. It's balancing those two very different ideas is the key to success. And Nils Naujok's now on a charge. 5th position on the track. A good start from Naujok. Dominic Blyer under pressure just ahead. Shows his nose to the inside. Tries to pressure the Bentley Continental into mistake at this stage in the race. Everything it is at its absolute coldest. The car's at its heaviest. There's a McLaren in a bit of strife further down the running order. Fabian Perfet for the race anyway. Simsport number 67 machine just recovering back onto the racetrack from 13th down into 24th position, so a big mistake there from the Ferrari. But again, Naujok's now gone from the attacker, David, to the defender as Tommy Rozier tries to find a way past.
Yeah, that's a beautiful move around the outside. A very unconventional line for Tommy Rozier for the STL eSports machine. But Niles Naujok's just too brave on the brakes. He knows exactly what to do with that big bad BMW. Gets the positioning just right, but you can guarantee Tommy is going to be absolutely trying this again. This is Tinko van der Velde for the Williams eSports Chilled Glass SRO team in the number 5 machine just out in that Bentley. I was commentating on a race that he was taking part in last night. Incredible pace that he had against some of the same drivers that he's out today. I wonder how he's enjoying this track here at Indianapolis. But for all intents and purposes, you know, the drivers looking like they were getting used to it, but that was a massive overcooking of the brakes there, and that's going to be a position lost, I think, there for Tinko.
Yeah, Van der Velde very lucky not to collect the rear of the car ahead there, so good reflexes from Tinko to keep the car out of the back of the one ahead. And that's so important in endurance racing. You don't want to pick up damage right at the beginning of your stint, because you've got to carry that all the way through your time behind the wheel before you hand over to one of your teammates. And of course, you're going to have a longer stop as well, repairing. So good driving from Tinko van der Velde. But he's having a good race so far. 9th position, embedded well inside the top 10. You could do some damage from there, and as you can see from this great long shot down the start finish straight, still very much in the conversation for a sharp result at the end of this race, staying very well connected to the cars ahead. And that Bentley Continental, belying its size, looks a very agile and quite a quick car at this time, so Williams eSports will be comfortable with that one. Let's have a look further down the running order. This is almost down into the 40s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars all trying to fight over the same piece of tarmac, and that is Koskovic just about in virtual reality as well. That's going to be warm in there, sunshine, if it's anything like it is here. But Kostovic doing good work to get out of trouble as one of the Hondas removes themselves in rather embarrassing style.
I was going to say that was a completely unassisted moment there for the Honda. Just decided to cause a bit of drama for itself there. But I cannot wait for our resident photographer Gary Paravani to bring us some of the shots from that opening lap there, because they will be absolutely resplendent here at Indianapolis. And again, we say this all the time, and it sounds like such a cliche, but it doesn't matter where you are on the grid here, Paul. There are intense battles all the way through. But we saw that moment for Tinko van der Velde, and of course you mentioned that you don't want to get damage in the first early stages of the race, and that's absolutely correct there. The thing is that we'll get to 4 hours into the race, we won't even remember that he locked up the brakes and went a little bit too deep, because he'll have almost immediately undone the damage that has caused. He maybe lost about 0.8 of a second to a second by doing that, but that will mean nothing given how close these cars are. And you can see while we had the first 5 minutes, we had a couple of overtaking attempts. Now it looks like it is just a proper drag train down that start-finish straight.
Yeah, it really is. Now we're seeing on our screen from race control, incident involving cars 191 and 889 in qualifying, a 5-second penalty to car number 889. An incident involving cars 127 and 72 in qualifying, no further action. So car number 889 is that one driven by Andika Ramamalana, and that is the Legion of Racers Motul 889. So Ramamalana will have to serve that one next time he comes and does a pit stop. For anybody who's new to SRO eSport competition, they don't have to come down pit lane and serve it now. They will have 5 seconds added on to their pit stop time when they make their next stop. So it's not the end of the world, David, but as you say, every fraction of a second counts, and that one will hurt the Legion of Racers team.
Well, a huge thank you to our eagle-eyed viewers down there in the YouTube chat there, spotting it on turn 1. Darren McCormack doing a 360 into turn 1 and still managing to hold on to that 10th position. That is some proper stunt driving this early into the race here.
Oh, fantastic. Great spot. Unfortunately, I don't have enough screens, believe it or not, to have YouTube up on screen. So take it from me, hello to everybody that's watching on the big wide world of the internet. It's great to have you with us, and good spot. And yeah, Dara will probably have quite an aggressive force feedback vibration now from no doubt flat spotted all 4 of the tyres on that car. But good little bit of skills there from McCormack. That'll have woke him up if he needed it.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be his first time that he's had to recover from that. But, I mean, when you remember that he started this race, Paul, in 15th position, still had that incident, and he's still in P10 and well within shouting distance of kind of pushing up even further. Now, what surprises me, and I'm sure what will surprise a lot of the viewers here, is how calm and how patient a lot of the drivers are being here. And I think a reason for that is how new this track is. I think this is a voyage of discovery for a lot of these drivers and a lot of these teams, and it's maybe not something that we're used to seeing from this gaggle of drivers, but it looks like restraint is the order of the day here, at least for the first 25 minutes of the race.
And I think that's sensible, because these drivers no doubt will have done race simulation testing, maybe even testing on a server with teammates, so you've got 2 or 3 cars going around the track, but they don't know how the track evolves, they don't realistically know how the car evolves, they don't know properly where the nuances of the Indianapolis Grand Prix track are, and it's very, very important just to get that learning in the bank during the early stages of this race. And I think I've just heard in my ear that we've got a replay coming of the start and some of the drama that we saw. So let's have a look. What are we looking at now? This is riding on board with pole position man Kamil Pawlowski, and we saw him get away from the line. Probably not quite as quickly as he would hope to do. So you've got to carry a minimum speed at the start. When the green flag waves, you're then free to accelerate. But that Ferrari not picking up as well as the Mercedes and the Bentley. Let's have a look further down for McCormack that we saw doing the 360. There we go, contact into the wall, 360. Wowzers. And then still manages to make his way past the other 2 cars. David, I will give you £100 if you see that again within the next 30 commentating jobs that you get.
That was amazing, was it? Just that he kept the foot in, just thought, right, yep, I'm just going to keep going here. And it's safe to say that car has been absolutely manhandled in the middle of the pack there. But look, amazing recovery there from Darren McCormack. I think equal parts luck, equal parts skill involved in that one there, but he's not going to care. Now, what we need to see is whether he's got the pace to catch on to the back of Tinko van der Velde in that number 5, because at the moment he has got a train of what looks like 5-6 cars right behind him at the moment.
Yeah, he was a lucky boy there, McCormack, but made the most of that opportunity and continues, as you say, in 10th position. Will have a bit of damage, but hopefully not enough to really make a significant impact into the ultimate pace that he's capable of achieving in that Mercedes. We're looking at Maxime Batafillier now, 15th position, currently on the charge. He's got another Mercedes behind him for company, so Maxime needs to be careful, needs to be very... There we go, a bit of trackside signage goes bouncy down the road. We'll see plenty more of that one as the race unfolds, but Batafillier currently under pressure in the 191 machine with the sister mark of the Mercedes AMG behind him. That is the number 900 car trying to find its way past it. Look, how many GT3 cars can you fit on a start-finish straight? Indianapolis has the answer. Look at that one, David. Is that not just spectacular to see this many talented drivers on the same track, in the same race, hungry to try and find a way past.
Yeah, but it also kind of, ties a knot for themselves as well, Paul, when you see some of the other starts that they've had, and now as commentators we're going to have to pull them up every single time and say, well guys, you went 6 wide at Indianapolis and you didn't all kill each other, so you're kind of going to have to be on better behaviour from now on. Incredible car control, incredible awareness from all of the drivers there, and the thing is that it is a glorious sight to see, to watch all of these cars, and they're all jostling for position. It might not look like they're diving about left, right and centre here, but this is it. They're still knocking 7 bells out of each other here. You're seeing Leitao there on the back of Dietrich, as Dietrich just manages to make the position, makes a mistake, and Tinko van der Velde says thank you very much, takes that position like candy from a baby, and the 2 Williams Esports almost nose to tail going to be trying to take advantage of this one here, Paul.
Fantastic driving from Van der Velde, very, very patient, recognised what was happening, waited for the opportunity to present itself to him, and that's now allowed McCormack to get in on the conversation as well. So this answers our question, does McCormack have damage? Can he get lap time out of that Mercedes? And judging by the body language of the car, the fact he's flashing the lights furiously at Leto ahead suggests that McCormack thinks he can continue his forward charge. So the 2 Williams Esport cars having a solid and very dramatic start to this race. Further down the running order, that's a Rocket Sim Sport Honda, run by Elvin Smith, and not having a great time is Elvin at this moment in time, 41st position, so not what he was hoping to achieve. And there you got a little sigh actually as you see the picture-in-picture from Elvin Smith. Bit of damage carried from an early start, dramas on the opening lap, so Smith got a long day ahead of him, methinks.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, and if I'm right in thinking, that 22 was the one that was absolutely murdered by about 15 cars going into turn 1 there, bounced about like a pinball, and there must be a lot of damage on that car. And for a driver at this level of performance here, Paul, you can only imagine how frustrating that is to have potentially an 8-hour race, torpedoed right at the start of it, and realistically, there's not much that you could have done to avoid all that.
Yeah, it's so frustrating to pick yourself back up from that scenario as well. You've got damage. The cars, let's be honest, it's probably suboptimal at this stage in the race. You're battling awful handling, you're giving away lap time on every corner, and as a driver it is so demoralising. He'll have his team in his ear encouraging him, saying come on, you've only got a little bit longer left in your stint and we can make a repair potentially. They'll be furiously recalculating the strategy to work out whether it is better to bring him in earlier compared to how much time he's losing. But very frustrating. And Dika Ramamilana will be another driver that's frustrated. Oh, contact at the front of the field, going down the start-finish straight. Somebody hit the rear of one of the McLarens, sent him hard into the outside barrier, and that was very spicy indeed, as Ramamilana, oblivious to all that drama, takes the position away from the Porsche. But that was a big hit further up the running order, David.
And that's exactly what you want to try and avoid in this early stages of the race. It's difficult to imagine that we're still only 15 minutes in, as one of the Williams cars, that is going to be Darren McCormack, just trying to get round the outside there, forcefully making his way through. And the problem is that it's a case of both overly aggressive attacking and overly aggressive defence as well. You can see that Mercedes getting pushed down to the inside here. This is a very spicy affair indeed.
Yeah, Maciej Malinowski very much in the middle of it all as well. A driver not averse to being involved in controversial and exciting moments in GT3 racing. Malinowski, though, hard pushing in the Yas Heat car and does a great job to find his way through the field. So Malinowski moves up the running order a couple of positions. That is aggressive driving from the Yas Heat car. But then further back, look, we've still got 2 or 3 wide. One of the Ferraris makes contact as well further down the running order. I think that was Alif in the number 21, but he just about survives. And that is one heck of a gaggle of cars all squabbling behind this number 41 machine. And I hope I'm wrong in saying this, David, but I fear there'll be some tears in the next few minutes if we're not careful.
Oh, come on, Paul. Yeah, that's just digging on your expertise and experience and knowledge. It's almost certain that we are going to have it with how aggressive this is starting to get outside of this top 20. But look, this is go time now. A lot of these drivers have realised, right, okay, I cannot afford to be stuck in this gaggle here. There's 12 cars all fighting for position here, and that fight is only going to get more and more intense because you're going to get drivers overdriving the car. The frustration's going to creep in. The car's going to start getting a little bit loose. And oh man, it's going to get really, really awkward very, very shortly. As you can see, a whole swathe of penalties and warnings coming in there.
Yeah, that's all courtesy of the first quarter incident. There is Isaac Price in the number 62 machine. It's getting a drive-through penalty, which is massively, massively disadvantaging here at Indianapolis. But let's go back to this fight now in the lower reaches and just outside of the top 20. That's Van Omen round the inside in the number 23 Aston Martin. Light contact with the Ferrari as well, does well to back himself out of the way, and Van Omen is very much trying to find his way through there. We see picture in picture, actually, hands on the wheel, trying to focus and get the job done. He's a big fella, Jan William Van Omen, so yep, you wouldn't want to cross him on the racetrack, let's put it that way. Otherwise you might find yourself with a knuckle sandwich, and that will hurt, because he's a strong guy, he's Jan William Van Omen, but a very fast one as well, and will be looking to lift his way up in that Aston Martin.
Oh, he's not going to struggle to lift anything with biceps like those. Good lord. But yeah, listen, that's obviously all that work on those strong direct drive wheels that gives you muscles like that, kid. So yeah, get yourself one of those, and you'll be able to get your arms like Popeye in no time whatsoever. Luca Lotto, I you know, just to slightly detract from the racing as well, I do love some of these webcams. I mean, our boy Luca is in either a closet or is in Narnia from the looks of it. That webcam tucked right under the desk there. But again, one of the things you pointed out, Paul, the concentration, the absolute focus that these drivers have, and we get to have a bit of a giggle, obviously, with it being an 8-hour race. But what we don't tend to talk about is just how mentally taxing and how mentally draining it is for these drivers. They have got a real proper job to do, and they don't have any time to enjoy it or to have a giggle. Maybe later on, once the race starts to stretch out a bit, but for these first 20-30 minutes, it's all hands on deck, and you better be there to earn your paycheck.
Oh, absolutely. It's physically and mentally exhausting racing at this kind of level. And when you're doing an 8-hour endurance race, if you're the driver that's been tasked with starting the car and doing the first stint or first couple of stints maybe, quite frankly, you can only lose it for your team at this stage of the race. Nobody can win an 8-hour endurance race in the first hour and a half of action. You can only do something that's detrimental to your race for you, the team, your sponsors, your teammates that are going to join the car. And that pressure, you cannot underestimate how heavy that will weigh, that burden on these drivers, because there's a lot of work goes in to put in a program together for a race like this. But let's have a quick look, just go back to the track action a moment. Again, everybody finding out 3 wide into T1. Good decision not to get involved on that one for the inside car. That's one of the Aston Martins there at the back of your shot. But it is so hard, David, to carry the weight and expectation of your team in a race at a higher level of this.
It really is, and that's why I'm not a professional esports driver, Paul. I crumple like a cheap suit under any sort of pressure whatsoever. But you really do. And while I don't take part in professional esports, I have done endurance events in sim racing, the likes of iRacing and that. And it is difficult. It's incredibly difficult. I've bent it into the wall and ruined the car, and there is no worse feeling. And I've done real life endurance racing as well. And I can tell you, if it's sim racing, it feels just as gut wrenching to know you've just ruined your team's chances for that weekend by yourself. It's all your fault. There is no worse feeling. However, a lot of these teams are very well versed in this, and they work really hard. So we see a great move from Michel Pereira up onto the inside of young Marcel Dietrich there for P25. They can't afford to get themselves too down in the dumps about it. They'll regroup, they debrief over the racing, but they can't afford it, because you know yourself, Paul, the guys and girls here are out doing 6 to 7 events a week.
Yeah. And they also, as well, we see that's a great drive from Alif there in the Ferrari to force his way past into T1, so good overtake. But as you say, there's more drama in fact. Now, who's this one? This is Luis Moreno looking to the inside, too far back on that occasion though, so slots back into line. But as well as, it's not just about making the mistake and losing the race at this stage, it's also about just loosening up your driving and not being too tense, not being too conservative, trying to carry the speed that you need at this stage. And that's sometimes the difference, isn't it, in any sport, real, virtual, motor racing or any other sport, is coping with that pressure and just not losing too much speed. As Luis Moreno, I kind of hoped that move would be over and done with so I could carry on this little story, but in fact Moreno's decided I fancy 3 or 4 corners are too wide, and there we go, just slots back in to 28th position. We'll have another go coming down into the hairpin, back into the slipstream, but the danger is he's got 2 more cars squabbling behind him. Moreno shows his nose to the inside. That actually scares the Ferrari off of the racing line, so now to the inside. Moreno, can he go all the way around the outside? Becomes the inside, will go to the outside again, but Moreno's taken a brave pill this morning and finally half of the way round the lap gets the job done that he started in fine style at T1. Some fabulous driving from Luis Moreno.
Oh, a little bit of contact there, and that looks off into the inside there. Was that Kostovic? No, that was Barrichello Borsaconi who gets going. There's chaos down in towards the final part of the circuit here. Got cars rejoining left, right and centre, and there's one of the McLarens that was up there. I think that's Tobias Schur bringing it back in here. So now, where we had a fairly quiet start to the race here, this is getting very, very hot and heavy. And yeah, I mean, this is the fight for the lead as well is going to be something to keep an eye on, because those 4 cars all within 1.1 seconds of each other right now, but they're not really forcing the issue. I think they've got a strategy sorted out where they're just like, right, let's just keep ourselves to ourselves. It's way too early to fight yet.
Yeah, that's a strategy that is not filtered down to the rest of the field. And I always come into these events thinking there's going to be a lot of time to fill speaking about just general things, and every single time it ends up being completely focused on the track action, because these drivers in SRO competition know how to put on a show, and that is all the way through the field. We have got side by side, door handle to door handle. They think it's a 25-minute touring car race the way some of these drivers are going, and the number 949 in 36th position trying to make something happen from the cars ahead as well. That's 2 Ferraris fighting for position as well. The 949 racing car driven by Joseph Kostovic at this moment in time needs to make his way forward, because if these 2 keep squabbling, they'll become detached from Nola just ahead. As James Baldwin, not talked much about James Baldwin, have we, in the McLaren Veloce GT car number 66, 3rd position, under pressure from Dominic Blyer, but that's a pretty solid start for Baldwin.
Yeah, he's very happy with that. 23 minutes into the race, and that number 66 car looking very cool, calm and collected, the McLaren Veloce GT machine in 3rd position. But he is, as you said, coming under quite a lot of pressure now from Triton Racing's Dominic Blyer. And again, it's that whole thing of, are these 2 holding each other up? It doesn't look like it. It looks like Blyer's putting the pressure on, but Baldwin not having to go too defensive just yet, and that would be curtains for the pair of them, because look in the background, it's Popovita himself, Niles Noyox in 5th position, and again that group there, 6 cars, although you've got the 27 just kind of holding off. That's your top silver car at the moment of Rozier. And they're then about 6 seconds ahead of that second group led by Tinko van der Velde. More penalties coming in there. The incidents between car 67, that's Fabien Piffet, and the 21 on lap 1, that's a racing incident, but it's a drive-through to car 889 for causing a collision with the 999 of Andrea Miato. And yeah, it's going to be a very, very tiring day. And if the drivers are going to be knackered by the end of this race, I think race control are going to be in need of tea and biscuits.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, race control. Trying to keep an eye on 40 plus cars on a busy racetrack for 8 hours is not a job for the faint-hearted. So big shout out to everybody behind the scenes, from race control to broadcast to the organisation body that put these championships on. Big shout out for some great work once again here in the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports, powered by Mobileye. Second round at Indianapolis. Now we're looking at Maciej Malinowski. We saw a great pass from Malinowski just a few short laps ago, and now he's back on the charge once again. 10th position, but fancies McCormack's 9th, and McCormack has already had a conversation with the barriers running into T1, so that car won't be quite as straight as Williams Esports would like it to be at this stage, and Malinowski will recognise that one and will very, very quickly try and find a way past the AMG Mercedes in order to catch up with the top 8 flight below. By the way, just going back to those penalties we saw on screen, Andika Ramanalana drive-through penalty for his involvement in lap 1, so Ramanalana has a 5-second penalty already from qualifying and now has got a drive-through, so the former Asia Series champion is having not a very good day at Indianapolis so far.
Yeah, I think Andika Ramanalana is trying to play bingo with all the penalties that he can possibly acquire. We maybe just need to get a stop-go penalty, maybe get a 30-second penalty in there as well. You'll have a full house of them. But back to this battle for the leaders then is Kamil Pawlowski away ahead of Tobias Pfeffer now. That gap 0.8 of a second, and that now means that Pfeffer coming under pressure here more than ever before by James Baldwin for that second, third and fourth position here, as we've got another gaggle of cars here. You've got Jan-Marcel Dietrich, you've got Giglioli, Lars Kisser up there as well, Andrea Miato, Tobias Schur. So again, a lot of these drivers just having to kind of settle down, make their way up one corner at a time, and that was a huge bump on the back there. I think that was Kostovic, and was that Noller that was involved in that, or was that just the two Ferraris there? So that was actually Gillen Hardenberg into the back of Kostovic there. So yeah, a little bit awkward to watch, but as Andika Ramanalana comes in for the drive-through penalty here. But again, I'm going to say this, touching desk and every other wooden object that I have in this office here, it's been a fairly reasonable start, and I think this is the sort of starts that we deserve to see here at the SRO.
Yep, absolutely. Everybody on, well, most people on relatively good behaviour in the early stages of this race. And again, endurance racing philosophy, isn't it? The first 2, 3, 4, 5, even 6 hours are all about setting the tone for the rest of your race. Just having a nice and steady time of it, staying in contact with where you need to be, bringing everything in nice and slowly, keeping the car in one piece. And then really, the golden time is the last couple of hours where you make your charge towards your final position, which you hope will be at the very front end of the field. Now, talking about drive-throughs a minute, we saw Andika Ramanalana jump down pit lane and serve his drive-through penalty, and I said it's a painful experience here at Indianapolis. So let's have a look how painful that is. 59 to 60 seconds to serve a drive-through penalty, and remember, while you're driving at the pit lane speed limit, these guys are flat chat down the start-finish straight, so you do not want a drive-through penalty here, because that is goodbye any chances of a good result, David.
It absolutely is, and it also opens up that opportunity of risk, and we've seen it time and time again, Paul, where drivers, they're so frustrated at having to get a drive-through, they go into the pits too hot, or they get out the pit lane too early, they lift off that pit limiter, and there you go, it's another penalty for speeding in the pit lane, and that is pretty much game over. If you get successive drive-through penalties, then yeah, your day is done, and certainly you're not going to be the most popular person in your team by a long shot here. But we go back on board then with the battle for 14th and for 12th position there. You can see Vyacheslav Abeladze. Now, Abeladze was on his own with that battle with Darren McCormack and Maciej Malinowski there, but now being joined here by Mohamed Zalif in that Sem 9 flash axle machine in the 21 Ferrari. A decent job of holding on. All he has to do is just wait very patiently here. Vyacheslav Abeladze, I would say, in the 41's probably one of the most patient out of that team right now, not really close enough to force the issue over onto Darren McCormack. And for me, it looks like the Mercedes, half an hour into this race, this is now where the pace is kind of falling away a little bit from those Mercs. You look at Tobias Pfeffer up there in second place, and that is going to be into pit lane then already for Darren McCormack. That is very, very early indeed.
Yeah, that has got to be courtesy of the damage inflicted from the lap 1 accident. McCormack decided enough's enough, my tyres are done, the car's losing too much pace, there's no point being involved in the track action, fighting with every car that comes up and losing even more time. So a change in strategy for Darren McCormack to jump down pit road. He'll put some fresh boots on that car, fresh tyres, and no doubt repair any damage that may or may not be affecting the AMG Williams Mercedes car. And McCormack, off strategy, David, is an interesting tactic. If you're going to do it now, and then you've got plenty of time for it to sort of filter out as the race continues.
Yeah, that's going to be a very dangerous wild card through the tail end of this race now, because he and the rest of that team is now going to be a complete unknown for the rest of the drivers on here just now. They're all going to be going towards the end of their hour, jumping in and doing what every team does for every single race. They go to the end of the stint, fill up the car, redo the tyres if they need to do, although they might double stint for this time round, and then head back out. But now, seeing that Williams eSports machine doing that something a little bit different, I think they're in a really prime position because they'll have a better car. A lot of these cars are dealing with damage, a lot of them taking damage on that first lap there. But yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see what they can throw into the mix, so we'll have to keep an eye on that Williams eSports machine.
Yep, a fresh car, completely straight, with brand new boots on. It will be a hot night through butter when he gets back out onto the racetrack, as we've seen again. A couple of cars sort of recognising what's happened there and decided to have a go themselves. Luca Lozio in the 127 being the next man to pull the trigger and jump down pit road. So interesting strategy, and no doubt every single team in this field, their people back at base that are looking at strategy, that are looking how the race unfolds, will be watching with an eagle eye that Williams car and Luca Lozio as well, to see where they filter back out and what pace they're capable of carrying into the second half of the opening hour of this race. And Dominic Blyer still in fourth position. Now, I want to talk about this a little bit, David. So we see these cars very closely running in proximity but not looking to overtake. A factor that's sometimes easy to forget in these kind of races: if you're Dominic Blyer at the back of that pack, you're picking up a double slipstream of the car in front, which in basic terms lets you go faster in a straight line, yippee-ki-yay. More importantly, allows Dominic to use less fuel, and every single bit of fuel that you can save over your rivals could potentially let you do an extra lap in your stint, which could potentially pay dividends over the course of a full race distance. Because if you can carry your fuel longer than your rivals, you can get away with making one less stop or being down pit lane ever so slightly less time than some of the others, and that's free lap time or free race time.
Absolutely spot on. I couldn't have said it any better myself there, Paul. The other thing as well is to put it into perspective, because we see this and it makes it look like, oh, Tobias Pfeffer is going really slow because he's got James Baldwin and Dominic Blyer right on his tail. And it couldn't be further from the truth, because Kamil Pawlowski is still just 2 seconds up the road at this early stage as we've got yellow flags out onto the track there. The simple fact is that Tobias Pfeffer not able to catch on to the back of that leading Ferrari. And yes, there will be a little bit of fuel saving being able to be done behind that car in second place and the car in third place as well. But again, we're blind basically going into this track, because we don't know how much that fuel saving does help. If it is able to save enough to do an extra lap, then absolutely fantastic. But 9 times out of 10, it's just the drivers keeping themselves within contention. They want to provide the pressure to the car that's chasing down, say, second place, chasing down Tobias Pfeffer, but they also want to keep themselves into the mix as well. And what they have to watch out is, if you've got 2 cars in front of you, that's double the opportunity to get caught up in somebody else's accident at this. And again, I say that because that's something that I tend to find myself getting caught up at an early stage of the race.
Yeah, and these are all the things that have got to go through a driver's mind in a race like this one. All the calculations they've got to make, the risk decisions they've got to take as the race unfolds. Michel Pereira doing good work in 22nd position as well. There we go, Dominic Blyer doing the exact opposite of what we've just been talking about. Instead of holding station in 4th position, fancies a go at James Baldwin ahead. Light contact between the 2 cars as well. Nothing really to worry about too much. Rubbing is racing, as they say. But Dominic Blyer now on his tippy toes has decided, I have had enough of looking at the rear of this McLaren, and now is my opportunity to start moving forward. But Baldwin has an answer and more to the advances, and there we go. Look, Nils Naujoks back of the shot, slowly but surely doing his own race, working his way through the field, just closing to the back of these squabbling cars. And we've seen this a million times, David. If you start squabbling, you hemorrhage black time, and that is a big advantage to those in front, because they've got a bit of free track that they can start to concentrate on the job in hand.
Yeah, and there's so many reasons for that as well, Paul, isn't there? Because not only are you fighting the car in front, so you're taking different lines than the fastest line through, and you're not concentrating on keeping each other in the slipstream, but you're also overheating your tyres. You're putting more work into the tyres, which in turn makes them slippier and they slide about. But look at how quickly James Baldwin was able to catch right back up to the tail end of Tobias Pfeffer here. Pfeffer losing around about 2.5 of a second every single lap here to Kamil Pawlowski. Now, the big thing here now for Baldwin and for Dominic Blyer, and potentially even Nils Naujoks here as well, they've got to make a decision. If they want to chase down that leader, they need to make a move, and we have got everything kicking off for P2 right now.
Yeah, exactly. James Baldwin has got lap time to spare, but look at that one. Look at the advantage he had over Dominic Blyer. Went for the move that wasn't on. Pfeffer did good work to cover off the McLaren 720S, and now, immediately in just one corner, the lap time they've given up has allowed Dominic Blyer to get right back into the competition. And there we go, by Blyer looking to the inside of Baldwin. Baldwin trying to find a bit of racetrack that's clear to get the advantage off of the corner, to give himself a run on Pfeffer ahead, and Dominic Blyer making life incredibly difficult for the Veloci McLaren GT driver in front. And this is a gift-wrapped present for Kamil Pawlowski at the front of the field, because while these 3, even 4 cars, when Naujoks starts to bang into this one, hold each other up, that gives Pawlowski more and more of a gap between them, more and more of a comfort blanket to second place, and that then gives him more options when it comes to the pit stop as well. So these cars are beginning to squabble, are beginning to allow that patient facade that we saw at the start of the race to start showing a few cracks, and something's got to give. One of these drivers needs to pull the pin, because this is not helping their overall race strategy.
Yeah, and obviously in the YouTube chat, completely agreement there from our GT World moderator Omaris Boumariadi there, saying exactly what you just said there, Paul, that Pawlowski pull it away because the 3 are fighting for position, and that looks very, very feisty indeed as round the outside down at turn 1 tries to go James Baldwin, a little bit of a clang onto the inside door of that Merc. That's never going to happen. Dominic Blyer loses out of that one because he's got to hammer onto the anchors, and for me, I'm going to make an educated guess here and say that Nils Naujoks wants absolutely nothing to do with this. He has had the chance and had the pace to be well onto the back of Dominic Blyer here, and you see that time and time again. He's just leaving a car and a half's width between him and this fight and 3-car battle. That could be a very, very clever move there from Nils Naujoks here, just thinking, yeah, you guys just knock 7 bells out of each other. I'm just going to be here to zip past all 3 of you when the chance occurs. Yeah,
fully agree with you on that one, David. And Baldwin now really needs to think a little bit outside of the box, I think. That's 2 laps in a row that he's had a go at T1. The great straight line speed from that McLaren in comparison to the AMG Mercedes ahead. But both occasions Pfeffer had Baldwin covered. So now I think James really needs to take a moment, take stock of where he's strong and where he's weak in comparison to the car ahead, and maybe try and surprise his rival at a different part of the racetrack, because as well as Pfeffer seeming to have that move covered, it's an incredibly dangerous place for James Baldwin to keep putting that McLaren. It is oh so easy for that one to get turned around and off onto the runoff area. Here we go again, Pfeffer to the inside, trying to break the slipstream of Baldwin. Baldwin recognises exactly what's happening, following in the wheel tracks of the Mercedes, again goes to the outside, again not quite strong enough on the brakes, this time cuts back to the inside of the corner. Now he's concentrated on getting a good run through this section. He'll hope to try and get the overspeed coming out of the right hand, and looks to the inside, forces his way through the inside. Great bit of driving, great precision driving from both of these drivers. Baldwin keeping the car as quite as far away from the AMG Mercedes, flashing the brakes there as well as he tries to keep the car online, does Pfeffer. Baldwin now to the outside, Now we see Dominic Blyer as well trying to get involved. Blyer recognises this is a good opportunity in the Bentley Continental to find a way past, but Baldwin did exactly what we said, tries to think outside of the box. Not quite enough on this occasion, but Tobias Pfeffer is very firmly the cork in the bottle of these 4 cars, and Baldwin will be absolutely desperate to find a way past. But so far, Tobias Pfeffer has all the answers he needs.
Unbelievable action here. This is what sim racing is all about, and I'm sorry, there is never going to be any excuse now to see 4 cars on the same bit of the track now and not able to make that work. That was supreme respect from all of the drivers there. Niels Noyaux wants to get a little moved on Dominic Blyer, knows that he's not going to be able to make that happen, tucks in just behind, but Blyer will absolutely be able to get a chance to get back onto the tail end of Tobias Pfeffer and James Baldwin. We go round to start again. Is Niels Noyaux going to be close enough to make a move up into that 4th position just now? He's on to the tail end right now. This looks very, very ominous, but yet again, Niels Noyaux happy to sit there and have a look at this now, because this is a different complexion. You've got Razier and Tinko van der Velde getting caught right up to the tail end of that group. If they keep fighting like this, we're going to have a 6-car battle for 2nd place.
This is why we go motor racing. And as you say, Jordan Grant Smith, by the way, jumps down pit lane to take his first stop of the afternoon. And as you say, Niels Noyaux is not interested in getting in this fight. He had the pace then to look to make a move on Dominic Blyer. Blyer made a small mistake, which is why he's in Noyaux' sphere, but he doesn't want to get involved. He's happy to stay where he is. Let these guys squabble amongst themselves and then get himself a cheap overtake when somebody inevitably makes a mistake or is compromised on an inoptimal racing line. So Noyaux does not want to pass somebody by going toe-to-toe and aggressive. He's happy to let the race come to him at this stage in proceedings. But one man that certainly is not happy for that is James Baldwin. He has got so much speed in that McLaren at this stage in the race. He just cannot make it small enough to squeeze past the AMG Mercedes ahead, and Baldwin now, it's almost got the air of inevitability about it that Baldwin is going to find a way past, but the big question is where, and can he do it cleanly enough? We've seen this so many times. So good a race, it ends in disaster at the end. And another thing, David, to filter into the equation, 7 hours 18 minutes left on the clock. We're not a million miles away from getting towards the pit stop window where it's realistic to expect a lot of these drivers to come in and serve their first planned pit stop of the afternoon.
And that is going to throw strategy into the question as well here. And I was literally race production here, reading my mind here, because I was just noticing this cracking little battle for 10th position right now. A leaf ahead of Malinowski's. You've got Smollett and Maxime Batefouet up there as well. This is 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th position as well. Even down to the likes of 16th and 17th position there, within a second of each other. Marco Bischoff and Michel Pereira for 20th and 21st position here. So this is go time now. This is now where if you want to try and get in the top 10 by the finish of this race, you need to be making moves. You need to be trying to get past people wherever you can. And James Baldwin, very, very patient right now. The thing is yes, I would agree that it looks like there's an air of inevitability from James Baldwin and Tobias Pfeffer, but to give Pfeffer his due, he's able to make this work. He's able to just put the car exactly where it needs to be. He can break the toe, make sure that Baldwin is, unsettled enough so that he can't get close. But I would say Baldwin now closer, I think, than he's ever been so far.
Yeah, Baldwin on the attack. Pfeffer, as you say, credit where credit's due, a masterclass of defending, not making any mistakes, not defending fresh air, but Baldwin has the speed in a straight line. Again, Pfeffer tries to break the toe, goes to the inside. Baldwin, once again, the favoured outside line, good on the brakes, keeps the car alongside, snatches it back to the inside again, wanting to get the run through this complex. He's compromised Tobias Pfeffer by making him defend. Now he's got the run through the next section of corners. Can Baldwin keep the optimal line? He has to check up a little bit there on the apex. Tobias Pfeffer just slowing the car down in the middle of the corner, compromising Baldwin's opportunity to get the run on that AMG machine, and that is another Great bit of driving from Tobias Pfeffer, just doing everything he needs to do to put that Mercedes in exactly the wrong positions for James Baldwin behind. And again, we see Niels Naujoks just watching what's happening, keeping a watching brief, but the rest of the field slowly but surely are starting to close on this pack, and with around, give or take, 15 minutes until the expected first round of pit stops for these front runners. If you're going to make a move, you need to make that move now, otherwise there's a danger you'll go and serve your stop and come back out in exactly the same scenario.
Or even worse, Paul, you come out in the middle of a pack of cars that you aren't even related to, who haven't stopped yet. So again, they're going to be waiting, they're going to be trying to see where they are coming out. And one thing that you mentioned about 10-15 minutes ago is the teams that these drivers have all got involved around them behind the scenes, doing strategies. We've got yellow flags on the start-finish straight there. The other thing as well is that it's not just a case of these drivers driving the car. It's a case of, you know, the strategy that goes in behind it, the hours that have gone into developing the setups on these cars, the work that goes in behind the scenes from the teams that are on voice chat with them, telling them about what deltas they should be running to in terms of for optimal fuel usage, in terms of where they're going to come out in pit stops, in terms of how their tyre pressures are doing. All that sort of information gets fed back to the strategists, and they work out the optimal, like computer brains, they work out the optimal way for the team to run the race. So yeah, fascinating to see. This is where we are with sim racing here, and it is a fully well-oiled machine that runs behind the scenes. So for those watching at home, please do not just think that it's a case of these guys and girls just sitting behind the wheel, because there are many more people involved in these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Team in every sense of the word, with a multitude of people, all with jobs and responsibilities that are aimed to get the car as high up the running order as possible. Gianfranco Giglioli, that we're looking at now for the Automobile Lamborghini Esports team, the number 63 car, very nice livery, I must say. The Real Race Esports Championship advertised on side of it, but Giglioli 26th position. So the Lamborghini not giving up the kind of lap time that their drivers are hoping for at this stage in the race, and Giglioli will be getting frustrated. There's a fair bit of damage on that car as well, courtesy of the shenanigans, shall we say, over the course of the opening lap, and he's under big pressure from Matteo behind. So 26th and 27th position, almost as one going through the mid part of the lap, and Giglioli doing everything he can to carry that damaged car through the field. As we're looking at Smolja now in 12th position. That is Maciej Malinowski. So Malinowski was on a charge at the early part of this race, but seems to be losing a bit of pace now, and we see the SMP Racing Esports Mercedes AMG behind, one way and then the other. Not enough room. Malinowski gives him a kiss for good measure, and they fight, but James Baldwin and Maxime Batafillier are down pit road.
Yeah, the first to blink, so that again answers a lot of the strategy questions. That's a really good move there from James Baldwin, as we see Tobias Schur for Prime E Racing into the pits as well. Great bit of strategy that. If you cannot get past Paul, you might as well just take it into the pits and try and do the undercut. I think that's going to work wonders, because that's going to leave Tobias Pfeffer now at the clutches of Dominic Blyer and Niels Naujoks as well. 7 hours 12 to go in this race. This first 45 minutes has been absolutely scintillating here at Indianapolis. It was a bit of a wild card. We didn't know what to expect, and if this is what we're going to have from this race, bring on another 7 hours of this, please, because yeah, this is absolutely awesome.
Yeah, could not agree more. And I think you're right there, David, that Baldwin pulled a masterstroke, taking himself out of the conversation, getting that pit stop done earlier than his rivals around him, clearly faster than Tobias Pfeffer. The team will no doubt have found an opportunity to put him out into fresh air, and all Baldwin needs, with the assumed advantage he's got in lap time, he needs one lap more than his rival in clean air. He can go quicker out on the racetrack, and then when Pfeffer, Blyer, Naujoks, etc. all jump down pit road, that time he'll have made up by having a clear track pushing to his maximum capability, should theoretically get him out in front of the Packers. Once again, this fight is getting intense, with Maciej Malinowski heavily on the defensive, keeps the car on the inside, runs his rival out of racetrack, as he is entitled to do, and Malinowski now will be very interested in what's happening in his rear view mirror, because they're getting more and more aggressive every time they have a go at each other.
just saying there where James Baldwin actually came out. It was behind the number 22 Honda of Kieran Prendergast. So I think Prendergast a number of laps down there, but that is going to that's going to affect him quite badly. Baldwin now is going to be in a little bit of fresh air, but he does have 3 or 4 cars in front of him. The question is, can he get through them by the time everyone else gets into the pit lane? So he should be able to fire in a couple of fast laps from where he is right now.
Yeah, this is not too bad actually for Baldwin. There's a reasonable amount of air. He's going to be picking up the slipstream as well from the Honda NSX in front of him. So this is not perfect for Baldwin, but I think it's just about something that'll work for him in terms of his overall race. The big question now is, how long are his rivals going to stay on the track before they come and take their own pit stop? And of course, Baldwin, by making this move, is off strategy to those that he's racing around him when everything washes out and the pit stops are all served in the next 10-15 minutes or so. So that's going to have an impact on James Baldwin's race further down the line, but that's a long way into the future, so let's not worry too much about that one. As again, we see a fight into T1. The Bentley at the inside misses his braking zone, goes and says hello to the grass as Fabien Pathé comes down pit lane in 15th position.
So Vyacheslav Abeladze so happy in his 8th position, he's obviously decided to just almost throw it away, going straight into turn 1. That was sent from light last week, and in all honesty, it didn't look like there was much of an opportunity there. Didn't get it stopped in time, and let's say almost lost that 8th position here as we're watching Sebastian Apostel. That's a slightly liberal line, I would like to say, around the outside of that final corner there. Makes it happen though, but he's going to have to watch out because now he's got that 949 just behind him in this battle for P27 just now, and Josef Kostovic is looking very, very hungry in that Ferrari to try and get past here. Just going back to James Baldwin, here's what you have to look out for. The leading group of Tobias Pfeffer and Dominic Blyer, they're doing 135.7s to 135.9s. Now, if Baldwin can get immediately out and start doing 135.5s or better, he is going to be in a huge position for this race.
Yeah, we'll keep our eye on that one as things progress now. 7 hours, 8 minutes left on the clock, while this nice little squabble for 26th position carries on. I have a question for you, Mr. David Triste. If you're in 26th place and you've got fight such as this in front of you, do you get involved and go door handle to door handle, or are you thinking more long term to try and get into the top 20, top 15, or when you're in these kind of outside of the points paying positions, is it just all about having good fun, all about the racing, all about the fight?
No, it's not about the fun or the fight at all. Unfortunately, at this level, what you've got to remember is these teams and drivers have paid to enter this competition. This is a very high stakes, high prestige competition. And quite frankly, nobody remembers who finished outside the top 10, outside the top 20. And your sponsors really aren't going to be all that interested if that's the sort of result that you're going to be getting. Personally, I'd be over the moon to finish under the top 40, but unfortunately this is the level that we are at with these two. What on earth is that Ferrari doing in the background there? That was some interesting little weaving, but to finish your point there, if you're down there in that P26 or P27, you have to go for it. You have to absolutely try and make the positions work. However, what you also have to remember is Sebastian Apostel has a 5-second penalty, so that already means that race control have been watching him. And if you've already had the eyes of race control on you, do you want to try and draw their attention to you once again, or do you want to try and fly under the radar for a couple of hours and maybe let other people take the attention and just slowly try and creep up the order?
Well, judging by that defensive manoeuvre, he's taken none of your advice and is quite happy to rub and trade paints with those around him. By the way, let's have a quick look, and I just see flash up on our screen McCormack in 33rd position. So McCormack's not having a great time of it thanks to that earlier pit stop. And by the way, Dominic Blyer now looks to make the move, and this is exactly what Dominic Blyer needed. Up the inside, stays to the inside, should I say, sorry, brings Nils Naujoks into the fight as well. So Naujoks has decided, I'm starting to have a bit of getting a bit bored of this little fight, and Pfeffer drops down not one, two positions, and now Yox trying to get involved as well. Pfeffer very late to the inside on the brakes, moving under braking. That's a little bit naughty behaviour. Now Yox will not like that one bit, but this is exactly what these cars wanted to see, and exactly what James Baldwin did not want to happen, is clearing the cork in the bottle that is Tobias Pfeffer. Now, have they done it soon enough before the pit stops to really start to reap away that advantage? And did they lose too much time making that manoeuvre? These are all things that we'll find out a little bit later on down the line. But that's great racing, David, from this lot. And Tobias Pfeffer will be a bit annoyed, I think, a bit disappointed at a great defensive drive, and is now running in 4th place on track.
I'm going to say it's way too late, and I'm going to explain why. So that last lap round, everyone doing 136s. So Blyer did a 136.6, Pfeffer did a 138.0, and Niles Noyaux did a 137.2. Now remember, they were doing the 135.7s and the 135.9s. I'd said if James Baldwin can get out and do a 135.5 off the bat, he is going to be in a very good position. Well, he's not done that. He's absolutely blitzed that. He's done a 135.1 on the second lap out of the pits there. So Baldwin already taken 0.7 of a second to well over a second and a half out of this group. And remember, they're all going to be tripping over each other continuously over the next 5 minutes until they come in pit lane. I think we cannot underestimate how huge that undercut is potentially going to be for James Baldwin right now.
Yeah, that's working absolutely fabulously for James Baldwin. Some blue flags waving as a few of the cars are trying to get out of the way in the lap. And this is James Baldwin, 27th so far. He's got some slower cars around him, but he's got fresh boots on that McLaren. He's got the natural pace as well. And all of the advantage that James Baldwin gained by doing that undercut could very easily be lost if he can't find his way past these cars cleanly and quickly. These cars will be coming down pit lane to do their own stop in a few moments' time as well, but Baldwin cannot afford to be mired in this traffic for much longer. So yes, the pound seats are James Baldwin's at this moment in time, but anything could change. We'll see another car just rejoining the racetrack ahead of him. So now it's 2 cars, now it's 3 that James Baldwin's got to find his way past. And oh, David, this could go absolutely any way whatsoever in the next 15 minutes, couldn't it?
The really weird thing is that Baldwin did a 136.4 that last lap round, and despite all of that traffic in front of him, he was still, get this, Paul, 0.2 of a second faster than second place right now. So despite all of this, it doesn't seem to be denting his chances too much. But the more important thing is these drivers need to realise where they stand in the overall scheme of things. Of course, this is 4th position, so they don't need to give up the position, but realistically they all still have to pit very, very shortly. So it's cost him, but not anywhere near as much as potentially it could have.
And I think you make a very good point there, actually, David. That's part of an endurance driver's arsenal of talent and tools to use in a race. When you recognise, yes, it's 4th position, but that's a car that is not in your race. That is a car that's there due to circumstances. Don't fight them. Don't lose time yourself. Let them go. Maybe even follow them a little bit, see if you can learn something from them. And some of those drivers are quicker to recognise that fact than others, as Charlie Crossland now goes tight on corner exit to try and find a way past his rival. Good overtaking manoeuvre there from Crossland. Baldwin is just in the back, hiding behind the back of that fellow McLaren. Shows his nose a little bit decided, doesn't fancy getting involved in this one, as Crossland is very much aggressively trying to find his way past some of his rivals there. And it's difficult as James Baldwin, isn't it now, because you're worried the cars have not recognised the fact you're there because they're too involved in their own little fight. But there we go, Baldwin clears that McLaren very quick and easily, so that worked out well for the number 66 machine. And next on the list is Charlie Crossland, just ahead.
Yeah, chat not agreeing that this is going to work for James Baldwin. They think that traffic is going to catch him out on this. So again, fascinating to see that we're barely even an hour into this race, Paul, and already we're having so many questions being thrown into the air. Is this going to work? Is Baldwin going to be sent back out of the top 5? What's going to happen to Tobias Pfeffer? Is Niles Noyaux just holding on and seeing what's happening out in front? And the thing is that as slow as, or as much as Pfeffer is falling off the back of the likes of Dominic Blyer, Niels Noyox looks to be quite happy to sit in that fourth position as well. But Tinko van der Velde for Williams up there into fifth position. And so many unanswered questions as we come to the top of the hour.
And one thing that really doesn't have much of a question mark around it is the performance from Kamil Pawlowski for the Ferrari Driver Academy esports team at the front of the field. Pawlowski, pole position, early race lead, allowed everybody to squabble around him, and has currently built a very nice advantage, thank you very much, of just under 6 seconds. Dominic Blyer is starting to eat into the advantage of the number 50 machine, but currently Kamil Pawlowski is in a comfortable position, has got himself a bit of a safety net to those behind, so he can really set the tone of what strategy he wants and his team want to deliver as the race progresses. And there is the Scuderia Ferrari Velas eSport team driver, number 51 in fact, I can't count, which is a surprise to no one actually that knows me. Maths is not a strong suit. Talking is where I do my things. So Pawlowski 5.8 to the good ahead of Dominic Blyer. At this moment in time, that's enough of a gap, I think, David, to really see him quite comfortably to the first round of stops.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. The gap is starting to come down very slightly though. Dominic Blyer starting to up the ante, but I think Pawlowski done everything he needs to do in this first stint to keep himself very, very safe at the front of the field. Amazing job, kept himself out of trouble, and yeah, hats off to him.
Contact further down the running order. Both cars just about survive. Novakoch in 32nd position in the 3-3-2. But just going back to Kamil Pawlowski, why it's important to have that bit of a buffer and a comfort blanket. 5 seconds is nothing in an 8-hour race, but what that means, and we spoke about this earlier, and David spoke about this earlier, he doesn't have to attack pit entry and pit exit quite as hard as if he was door handle to door handle racing somebody. So that gives him a bit of a safety net, because it's very, very easy to be a few fractions of a tenth of a second too late on the pit lane speed limiter and then get a drive-through penalty, and that's goodbye any chances of a good result. So he's got that comfort blanket where he can afford to be a bit more cautious in the stops, a little bit safer, a little bit more of a margin for error, and these little things, David, are absolutely critical for the overall picture of your race.
Aren't they just? And that's the thing that we're all going to see unfolding right in front of us, because it's now going to be this lap that a lot of the drivers are going to be jumping into the pits and getting themselves all sorted out. Listen, it's one of those great things, and this is why I love endurance racing so much, because it's not just like it's an hour sprint race. There's so many different variables that come into play during these endurance races, and you can have the best performance you've ever had in any race of the season, and if you still don't have Lady Luck on your side, it counts for absolutely nothing 9 times out of 10, Paul. And unfortunately, when you're talking about the pit stops and coming in and attacking pit lane line, some of the drivers do have a habit of being a little bit overly aggressive coming into the pit lane.
Yeah, and it's so easy to do. It is so easy to do when you've been going at these kind of speeds at such a fast circuit. You've been racing so hard to bring the car down to what feels like walking pace, and it's so frustrating to feel yourself chugging down pit road where everybody else is still flat chat. To make a little mistake is so simple in those scenarios, as Kevin Seclari now in the number 191 puts the car to the inside into the braking zone of the right-hander and gets the job done. So Seclari, 16th position, makes a move past the silver 144 machine ahead. Good job by Seclari. Now he's got to try and make hay at this moment in time before he comes down and serves his own stop. And one thing I will say, David, the cars have managed to eke out their stint a little bit longer than I expected them to do. 6 hours, 57 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock, and we're still waiting for our race leaders.
Yeah, the thing about what won't change though is going to be the driver stint limits. That is still going to be the same at 65 minutes. Obviously, as soon as they come through into pit lane, that completely resets. But again, that is what we're going to have to keep our eye on. Right, now this is a little bit of context for you. James Baldwin, that last lap there, 135.2. He's taken, from what I can see, about 3.5 seconds out of that gap towards your race leader as well right now over the past couple of laps here. So it is coming down. The gap between James Baldwin and Niels Noyox now, who is in second place, looks to be around about 72 seconds. So We'll have to wait and see how this is all going to go, because again, it depends on what's going to happen. Is it just fuel? Is it tyres at this early stage of the race as well? Is there damage to fix on these cars?
One thing is certain, that James Baldwin has achieved exactly what he wanted to achieve and cleared the pack of cars that he was racing with. Still, Nils Naujoks is yet to jump down pit road, but it is likely that Baldwin will clear Naujoks with plenty to spare as well. So James Baldwin has just, with that early stop, put himself right in contention for, at the very least, a podium finish. Again, caveat to that, he's slightly off strategy to some of his rivals around him, but he has got speed in that car, and now, critically, he's got track position, which is exactly what he was looking to do by throwing that dice and taking that gamble. It has paid off handsomely for James Baldwin. We're still waiting for the final few cars to jump down pit road, but that would have been a bit dicey, a little bit nerve-wracking at certain times in the race, but Baldwin, I think, has pulled a masterstroke.
Top three in the pits there, Paul, Blyer, Naujoks and Van der Velde all into pit lane, and I think not a moment too soon. So yeah, look, this is going to be fascinating to see how this all pans out here, because they've been in the pit lane now for about 10 to 15 seconds already. There is Dominic Blyer just going, I think he's actually finished his pit stop, has he? He's already on his way out, but I'm looking at James Baldwin here just coming through the final chicane and then going to be onto that big banked curve there. Well, this is going to be nail-bitingly close, I think, here, Paul.
Yeah, exciting stuff. So Baldwin, absolutely flat chat. Look how long the pit lane is here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway Road Course. Blyer stopped what feels like weeks ago, but still hasn't been able to get rid of the pit lane speed limit, and now he's on the throttle and starts to accelerate for the long run down to T1. But there is James Baldwin off in the distance. Thank you very much, wham bam, thank you ma'am. I have just bought myself a humongous lead over the rivals in which I was racing, and that one could not have worked out any better for James Baldwin. Cleared the cars convincingly and got himself many seconds in the back pocket as well. So James Baldwin will he owes a refreshing beverage to whoever it was in the team that decided to pull that stop nice and early, because that one's paid off spectacularly well in this early starts of this race.
But not just that, I mean, let's put this in context as well. That gap between the leading Ferrari, the 51, and second place was about 5 seconds that had been built up. Now, not only has that come down to what is 3 seconds, it also means that James Baldwin has been unleashed to try and catch that Ferrari down. So that very cool, calm and collected opening hour maybe just been thrown under the bus for the Ferrari, because here comes James Baldwin in that McLaren Veloce GT. We have now got a race on potentially for the lead that is going to be going in the next 20-30 minutes.
Yeah, fabulous stuff. And another advantage to James Baldwin at this stage is the 51 Ferrari have now swapped drivers. So Kamil Pawlowski, having done the job in qualifying and stint 1, jumps out of the number 51. Danilo Santoro joins the driving strength of that team for this race for the first time today. So Santoro, not only has he got to soak up the pressure from chasing James Baldwin, not only has he got to bring the car up to temperature and navigate his way through traffic, not only does he have to defend the lead so hard won by Kamil Pawlowski, but he's also got to get his eye into a race that everybody else has been a part of for the last 65 minutes. So Danilo Santoro, not an easy job ahead of him, and it'll be very interesting to see how one of the newest additions to the Scuderia Velas Ferrari eSport team acquits himself over the course of the next hour or so of running. So Santoro, pressure very high. James Baldwin will fancy his chances of making quite the race of that at the front of this field.
Won't he just? And what an amazing development for this race. As you said, the worst thing for us as commentators and that we dread is that, you know, the first hour goes by and then it's just an absolute procession. I think, and again, I'm going to touch the desk here, I think it's safe to during that race here at Indianapolis. SRO might want to consider making every single Intercontinental GT race here at Indianapolis, because my goodness me, what a season we would have here, as that is going to be stats Statsenko trying to look up the inside of the Ferrari there. It's not quite going to happen there. Letteo able to hold on. In fact, nope, there he goes. Statsenko up the inside, gets that done. And that was very, very straightforward there for the number 149 machine. But there is Danilo Santoro, just goes across the line, did a 135.3 that last time round there. Baldwin only doing a 135.8, so half a second faster then for Danilo Santoro. And you said that he'd have to get his eye in very quickly. I think he's settling in pretty okay at Scuderia Ferrari Velas Esports.
Yeah, great opening salvo from Danilo there. But let's have a quick look, courtesy of Michael Hamler, who's been giving us some stint average lap times. So for the first stint of the event today, the Indianapolis 8 hours, the car number 51 that we're looking at now, their average lap time is a 1 minute 35.663, and that is the fastest car of the runners that we are keeping our eye out. James Baldwin, the number 66 car, his average first lap time was a 1:35.669. Separated by nothing, if you will. The number 10 machine that was currently running Dominic Blyer in third place, a 35.761. So just under a tenth of a second away from the ultimate stint pace. Car number 1, a 35.846, so 1.8 tenths of a second away. And 2 tenths down is car number 14, a 35.873. Their average lap times over a stint, filtering into the equation, is passing traffic, is racing each other as well, and we are separated by 2 tenths of a second for the top 5 cars. We said this is a pretty competitive championship and everybody's pretty even. I don't think you can get any better evidence than that, David.
Yeah, but again, it brings into question the not the driving standards, Paul. But I mean, look, how many races have we seen where drivers have been bashing into each other, knocking 7 bells out of each other? But it feels different here today. It feels like, yes, it's rugged, but it's fair and it's respectful and it's relatively clean. It feels like all of these drivers have kind of upped themselves for whatever reason, and they're all able to just push within reason, and it just makes for a glorious spectacle to watch. And obviously we hope you guys and girls out there are all enjoying the stream here, but it honestly makes it a joy for us here in the virtual commentary box.
Yeah, it really does. And let's take this opportunity, actually. We've just passed the hour mark, so there's 6 hours, 49 seconds left on the clock, to have a talk about the silver category, which we've not spoken much of so far in this race. So we have pros and we have silvers, both racing in the same field, both racing together, and it's basically based on the different experience levels of the drivers. So the pros obviously have been brought in via their teams, and the silvers, there's a bit of a mix of qualifiers and drivers that have been brought into the championship as well. Tommy Rizia, 6th position overall in the number 27 McLaren, is the leader of our silver category. How, I hear you ask, can I identify who is silver and who is pro? Look where their numbers are on the timing screen. If it's white, that's pro. If it's in grey, or silver some might say, that is the silver class, and Tommy Rizia is the leader of that class, with the next fastest silver driver, or the next highest running silver driver, up the way down in 14th position. So for the number 27, they're in a great spot at this stage in the race to really cement their lead in that category. And of course, let's not forget the overall silver championship standings. It's Kieran Pendergrass' team, the Rocket Simsport Honda NSX, that is our championship leader. And last time we saw Elvin Smith behind the wheel, down in 40-something position. So this is a big opportunity for the silver field to make inroads in the overall championship, David.
Yeah, of course, and the difference being is that silver drivers are classified as anyone who scored maximum of 24 points or less for the European drivers, or 14 points or less for the Asia and America drivers. So again, it's not specifically about their ability or their performance, but it goes on past results, and it can be on penalties from qualifying as well. So again, we have to take like a little bit of a pinch of salt with that when we talk about the silver drivers as well, because it goes back to the days of the old the pros and the pro-ams and everything. You immediately think, oh well, they're not as fast, and realistically, I mean, there's almost like nothing separating now the silvers from the non-silvers now, and it's almost in title alone, isn't it, Paul?
Oh, 100%. just because they're silver, they're no less a driver than the pros. Historically, yes, you're right, technically speaking, it's about points scored over previous competitions, but the pro drivers tend to be people affiliated with a team and or manufacturer, so they're kind of like a done deal into the outfit. And the silver drivers, some are affiliated, some are very much just very quick drivers that do this off their own bat and maybe got brought into an esport team as well. But that classification, in terms of like judging, are you a quote-unquote good driver or fast driver, it's irrelevant whether you're silver or pro. These are all very, very good drivers. Circumstances have just not put the silvers into the same seats as some of the pro drivers, or not allowed them to score the points that they needed to get that arbitrary classification. So please, those at home that are new to SRO competition, don't be thinking silver is in any way, shape or form a secondary class to the pros, because that is absolutely as far from the truth as it could possibly be. Every driver that you see on this track is incredibly talented and works incredibly hard, and could very well be the next future star of the virtual racing world, as we've seen from some, quite frankly, sensational racing all the way through the field. And the fact that Tommy Razia, who's in silver, is 6th overall and very much in the conversation for a podium.
Just talking about all those different classes, it makes you think, pro, silver, gold, bronze, all that sort of stuff. And it makes me think, where would I be, Paul? I think I'd be aluminium or some
soil. You'd be
some
soil.
Recycled tin.
Yeah, you and I would be soil or grass, if there's a category for that.
And that's only because we spend most of our time on there rather than on the tarmac.
Exactly. That's why we talk about it, mate, rather than participate in it. We've got the knack for shouting loud for long periods of time rather than concentrating behind a wheel. And as well, when you say, like, I know the Ferrari esports team very well, courtesy of other projects I do, and these are like pro drivers that are professional sim racers, paid to be sim racers. They train with the Ferrari Driver Academy drivers, the real Ferrari Academy drivers that race in things like Formula 2, Formula 3, Formula Europe Open, etc. They use the same facilities, they use the same coaches, they train in the same area, they work and live at Maranello, where Ferrari are based. They've got all of the sort of like fitness regimes, lifestyle coaches, driver coaches, team of engineers behind them. It is real serious business when you become a pro driver. It's not, as you alluded to earlier, Dave, but it's not like I'm quite good at a racing sim, so I'll have dinner downstairs with the wife, run upstairs onto the rig, do a 2-hour stint and then go back and play with the kids. It's like, this is their job, this is what they do for a living, and that's why everybody's so damn fast and well practiced coming into these races.
Absolutely, and it's a very, very interesting world to be involved in. As you see up the inside there, that was Mikhail Statsenko, making it look very, very easy indeed. If you want to have an idea of where sim racing esports is going, all you have to do is have a look at some of the more established forms of esports, the likes of Counter-Strike, Valorant, and FPS games and your strategy games and things like that, where you look at them and you've got multi-million-dollar organisations, teams that their job is to recruit the best people. And I think that's eventually what's going to happen with sim racing. You're going to have these houses that the team all train together in, they live together in, they eat together in, they bring in nutritionists, they bring in physios. Every form of that person's life, that athlete's life, is assisted by the team and made better by the team as well. And what you'll see to that is that the level of throughput for the drivers as well. So like when you look at the FPS esports scene, it's quite often that the rosters, the teams change all the time. And that is a little bit worrying because, every single person that's there is dispensable. It's all about you're only as good as your last performance. So that will come into esports in terms of sim racing, in terms of driving. You're going to see it. We see it already with the likes of other simulators, the likes of iRacing. We've got, I believe it's Apex Racing Team. They've got their own facility now, a big, large, an industrial unit. They've got an office in there. They've fitted it out with hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of equipment there down in England, and that is exactly the sort of thing that's going to be happening throughout the entire industry, throughout the entire scene. And It's kind of cool because, like, if you're like 14, 15, 16 years old, Paul, I mean, that was a long time ago for us. But 14, 15, 16 years old, can you imagine how exciting it is to have that as a genuine prospect, to think, I could actually make this a career for myself? Might be a short-lived one, might not last too long, but it could genuinely be a career. That is just such a fantastic place to be.
Oh, absolutely agree with you. And I think I just want to elaborate on that slightly. You say 14, 15, 16-year-old, but with sim racing, there's no cap on how young or old you need to be to participate. If you're good enough, if you're fast enough and committed enough, then you're old enough or young enough. So that's why this is a wonderful thing as opposed to real racing. You kind of hit 40 and then you're deemed to be past it and too old. A 50, 60-year-old driver, if they're quick enough and committed enough, they can race at the very front of the field just as easily as a 17 or 18-year-old. So it really is open to absolutely anybody to race and be competitive in a competition like this one. And it's, as you say, it's thrilling to be involved in this level of professionalism that's coming into esports. And let's hope it doesn't happen for commentating as well, David, because I quite like having a cheeseburger and sitting in my box of shorts in a boiling run-up room talking about sim racing.
Well, it is a fascinating place to be, and again, we've been in the industry for many, many years, and we've watched it progress over. Like the past 5 years have just been crazy. Like how much the level of professionalism have just got on. Now hang on a minute. Dominic Blyer has just taken second place from James Baldwin. Has just taken that like candy from a baby, and after all the pace we were complimenting James Baldwin for, I just saw it on the timing screen there. And there you go, Dominic Blyer up into P2. Now, that gap was around about 2-3 seconds, so Blyer has absolutely been moving.
Yeah, that is massive news for the compilation of this race, because let's not forget Baldwin jumped down pit lane earlier than his immediate rival. So yes, when Blyer came out of pit road, he is more accustomed, is James Baldwin, to the track conditions. The car is warmer, the car is in the zone, but now Dominic Blyer has got fresh boots on that car, and that is where the advantage comes in. Blyer using that grip available to him to devastating effect, and Baldwin now into third position. Has he got an answer for the Bentley Continental GT3 ahead of him, or is it a case of James Baldwin has got to hang on now, because he'll be stopping earlier, let's not forget, again this next time. And this is going to be a thread that carries on through this race, David Christie, that James Baldwin is running a different strategy to the other drivers, so he's going to be quicker and conversely slower at different points in the race from now basically until the checkered flag.
Yeah, actually just scrolling back up through the YouTube chat, because I did see that somebody actually did point that out, that while James Baldwin was going to get... Oh, and that's a car off into the background! That looked like, was that Florian Bonjour that was off into the background there, went into the wall, assisted there, you can see it there. It's not, that's Thasby in the Ferrari, I believe, that went into the wall there. It is, you can see him going further down the order there, and that is some big damage on that front left of that car.
Yeah, that's a real shame. That's really going to hurt that Ferrari now. They'll have to jump down pit lane, I'm absolutely certain of it, and get some repairs done. Otherwise, they're just giving away too much lap time, as well as the time lost, of course, for the dramas of the incident itself. Mikhail Stetsenko, by the way, has a 5-second time penalty in 10th position, so Stetsenko will need to serve that one the next time he makes his pit stop. So we had a few moments quiet where we could talk about different things, but now it's back to the drama again. We're looking at 13th place, the number 144 Audi LMS R8 Evo 3, I think it is, if memory serves me correct, and that is Matej Lieto in Team Full Motorsport, the silver classification driver, having a good run, has been riding on board with Apostle, 33rd position. There's racing, but still, even after the first round of stops, all the way through the field, David, and if you're a driver, there's no real time to kind of catch a break and work out your strategy. You're absolutely, desperately reliant on somebody in your ear telling you when to push and when to go slow.
Yeah, and again, from experience, Paul, you leave these endurance races absolutely shattered. You're sweaty, you're hot, you're bothered, you're stressed, and you can't switch off. for the drivers that jump out the car, you can't switch off, because you want to switch off. You want to pretend that you'll go and sit through the living room or go and enjoy a little bit of the sunshine, but that would be what happened. You end up getting caught back in Discord. You chat to your teammates, you're suddenly watching the rest of the race, you're spotting for your teammates, you're working out strategy. So there is no off switch for them. All of these drivers that are involved with the team, or 95% of them, will be doing all 8 hours in one form or another rather. If they're not behind the wheel, they will still be contributing to the team.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's very hard, isn't it, to switch off in these scenarios, because it's your car, so to speak. Even when you're not driving it, you've got a vested interest in how your teammates are doing. Kevin Seclari, 13th position, very, very late on the brakes, very late down the inside, does not quite have a gap, and that makes him vulnerable to the 144 behind. But Seclari just about holds on to that one in the all-black AMG Mercedes there, the number 191 machine. Seclari trying hard to make his way into that top 10. He recognises that Stetsenko in 10th position will have a 5-second penalty, so he's within range of inheriting that 10th place when the pit stop window opens again. Not physically opens, but when it becomes reasonable for the drivers to get down. Florian Bonjour that we're looking at now in the virtual drivers by TX3, the number 333 machine, in 15th position. A very striking looking Thrustmaster sponsored Aston Martin Vantage GT3 that we see there, not quite at the back of the train, but does have Luke Whitehead keeping him company in 15th and 16th. And it's very difficult when you're in this train, as we've spoken about at length in this race and others, whether you concentrate on going forward or whether you concentrate on defending those behind, or do you hold station and see how these things unravel in front of you. But 15th position, he'll fancy a top 10, and if he's going to get that top 10, he really needs to start making moves forwards and making them now.
Yes, that's my answer to all of those above questions on that one. Again, there's so many pros and cons against all of the different plays and strategies that you can kind of throw into the mix here. One thing I did want to bring your attention to is that number 99 Honda that's up in 11th place there. Mr. Harry Spears sneaking up to the outside of the top 10 there. Grand job there for that Race Anywhere SimSport Pro machine getting up there. They started, I believe it was down in 17th or 18th position there, and done a grand job to get themselves just outside the top 10 right now. But again, so many battles all the way, raging on so hard here. I'm just seeing as well as Arthur Kammerer onto the back of Tobias Grunwald for the battle for 4th and 5th position as well. Here's another brilliant little fight going on. Joe McCauley fighting off the 67 and 164 just behind him as well. And again, Paul, the point being, in this top 20, all you're doing for the entirety of this 8 hours is you are fighting. You are grabbing every opportunity you possibly can, left, right and centre, to try and get yourself as far up as you possibly can.
Yeah, exactly right. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button there to unmute my microphone. That's exactly right. You're fighting for track position. You're also fighting. This sounds obvious, doesn't it? But it really is true. You're fighting to get to the checkered flag as quickly as possible. Sometimes that means squabbling with the cars around you, as we see the Ferrari just ahead jump down pit road. But sometimes it means giving up the fight, or getting fresh air, or just trying to minimise the amount of attacking / defending that you're doing. Because at the end of the day, it's all about minimising the time that you take to get to the checkered flag. And it's so easy to get wrapped up in some dramas and then lose time overall. So these are all the different variables these drivers got to think of. And I always do these commentaries, these endurance races, and then think, I really wish I was racing. But I love this kind of thing. I love the teamwork, I love the strategy, I love the fact it's more than just being out on the racetrack and lapping and racing and fighting. It's a real thing, as we've seen Artie Camera now in the number 1 BMW BS competition 2021 Blue SRO is the full title that we see there. Camera behind the wheel, squirreling on the steering wheel as well, trying to keep that car behind Tobias Grunewald in the straight and narrow. Artie Camera's having a quiet yet solid little race. He took over that car from Nils Naujoks, isn't he?
Yeah, he's certainly sort of keeping himself to himself, not really wanting to get into too much trouble, although, as we say, that of course has to try and make a move down the inside of just the two cars there. So not only is he wanting to take that place from the BMW Team G2 esports machine just behind him, but it's not going to happen. In fact, is that a car that is on the same lap? I don't think it is. That's the 62 that's just in front of them there, so that is not for position, but that is Tobias Grunwald that is just up there, and that's going to be a dive up the inside from camera. I think we might have jinxed that there, because we were just praising him for being cool, calm, collecting Mr. Quiet from the BS Plus competition machine, and then just decided, no, I'm going to actually stick my hat in the ring and have a go at this.
And don't we like to see that? It's nice to see some controlled aggression. It's nice to see somebody hungry to try and find their way past and make the moves when they're necessary. Yes, that's a car that is not in the immediate fight in terms of track position, in terms of overall race result, but you still got to squibble your way past. You still got to fight for every square inch of tarmac, because you can't give anything up in a race at this level of competition. And good to see Arte Camera is very much hungry to continue the trend of forward momentum that BMW's enjoyed over the first hour and a half of this race.
Absolutely. It's been a fantastic start to this 8-hour race. Is up the inside. That is going to be for 11th place. That is going to be on Harry Spears. Kevin Ciclari tries to get it, gets hit by the Audi, clattered into the wall, and it's good night to Kevin Ciclari. Yeah, I think he'll think twice about trying to make a move again.
Yeah, that's devastating for Ciclari. Very, very unfortunate there. Two contacts in short succession. A lot of track time lost. No doubt a bit of damage on the car as well. And that, David, is how it can go from all looking good and be on the aggressive and be on the attack to absolute unmitigated disaster in just one fell swoop. And Ciclari's got to be careful now that he doesn't get tagged a second time, or a third time, should I say, as he rejoins and tries to get that Mercedes AMG back up to speed again. But real shame for Ciclari. He's been quietly effective over the first part of this race. And let's have a look at some of the highlights at this 8 hours of Indianapolis that we've enjoyed so far in the first 1 hour and 30 minutes of racing. The green flag was taken by Kamil Pawlowski in the FDA Scuderia Ferrari Velas eSport team. Pole position for the Ferrari driver, but a disappointing start for the run down into T1. Not quite the straight line advantage, not quite the pickup on throttle that Ciclari hoped for, and he dropped, that Pawlowski hoped for. And further down, that is the Williams eSports of McCormack doing a nice 360, yet still gaining positions on the start. So very good for McCormack, although his race has unravelled a little bit later on. We saw some aggressive fighting down into that T1. That is the McLaren that very heavily caught the wall, courtesy of the Bentley Continental number 5 behind. And again, we've seen that many times. 1, 2, 3, 4 cars squabbling over the same piece of tarmac. This is a track that encourages wide 4 and 5 wide racing, but unfortunately that one did not quite work out. Several cars involved in the incident and off onto the grass as they recovered back to the racetrack. Further down the running order, that is one of the Hillebrand Honda NSXs getting involved as well. The HPD Yaz Sport NSX not having a good time of it in the first portion of this race. And so many cars, so closely compacted, there's going to be contact, although everybody just about gets away with it on that occasion. And we've seen a great turn of pace, David, up to this point, but there have been the odd moments of drama, haven't they?
There certainly has, and when we have seen drama, compared to the other races that we've had both this year and in previous seasons as well, it's been a little nudge, and there's maybe been a car that slid down a couple of positions, with the exception of this Ferrari, who got sent into the wall at a moderate rate of speed here. That was about 5 laps ago here. It's been little niggles here and there. We've not seen the absolute murders that we've seen in several of the previous races. And again, we are only an hour and a half into it, but I'm really happy. This is what I expect from this caliber of drivers. We need to see this term of, like, I'm happy to see, a little bit of nudging, a little bit of bumping left, right and centre, but yeah, I mean, look, we just saw there Arthur Kammerer getting ahead finally of Tobias Grunwald. The thing is it's been a very respectful race, and again, just not to hammer the point home, but it's what we can expect from these drivers. We go on and we wax lyrical about how fast they are, how talented they are, and it's great to see them showing that in a way that kind of looks good on the camera.
Yeah, totally agree with you there. It's been some great driving throughout the field, some real respectful racing alongside each other, and that's exactly what you want to see. Obviously, the stakes are high. Everybody wants to finish as high as they possibly can, but also they want to go out there and have a good time and enjoy a motor race and deliver on their potential. And it's good to see that for the most part, we have seen plenty of that throughout the field. It's a stacked grid of cars here at Indianapolis. The Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports, powered by Mobileye, is one of the premium long-distance endurance GT3 race championships in esport racing in the world. So we do attract some of the most talented drivers out on circuit, and it's good to see that they're living up to that tag of quality motorsport. And hopefully, ladies and gentlemen at home, you're all enjoying the broadcast as well. Paul Jeffrey and David Christie here with you for the first 4 hours of this competition. Then we'll be relieved a little bit later on by Jesse Lee and Ryan Mawson at around 7 o'clock UK. So stay tuned for Jesse and Ryan taking over for the final 4 hours of this race. And a big thanks as well to everybody that's been organising these events, everybody that runs the broadcast, the stewards team, the event organisers themselves as well, and of course the drivers that put on such a great show. And speaking of great show, David, Tobias Gronwald seems to be in the heart of battle again.
Oh, here we go. It's almost 3 wide. And again, I don't think this car is for position. This is the 62 that's trying to get involved there. And that is a big moment down the inside there. You'd hate to say it because you're almost watching through your eyes, but that's the BMW G2 esports machine that had Robbie Stapleford behind the wheel, and I'm just checking where they are. That's Charlie Crossland, so he's down in 36th position, and he's trying to mix it up with our fourth place and fifth place driver. So possibly not the best, but again, they're in their own race and they're going to be fighting it out as well.
There you go, David Christie. That's probably the best commentator comment I've ever heard. You are almost watching through your eyes. I am definitely watching through my eyes. That's fantastic. David Christie's almost watching the race through his eyes.
That's I'm saying absolutely nothing on that. That does genuinely sound like a typical sentence that comes out of my mouth. The problem is, you mentioned about half an hour ago, that's why we're up here talking about these races. The simple fact is, Paul, sometimes I even struggle to put a basic sentence together.
I know what you are saying. I'm exactly the same, especially when it's been so warm and it's such a long race as well. We need to conserve that energy for the next few hours, but it is an absolutely, it's a sensational race, and I'm so grateful that you always come into these, I'm sure you're the same, David, hoping it's going to be a good race. Otherwise it's a long time if nobody's racing or fighting each other on track, and we really have had that so far, haven't we? And with the James Baldwin off strategy kind of thing that's going on, it really could go anywhere, this top three. I would not want to mark a favourite down at this stage, although the 51 Ferrari is doing a good job at the front of the field.
Yeah, it's a difficult one for us, isn't it? Because we've been in that position quite a few times before, where you've got maybe, say, a 20-car field and they're all spread out by at least 5-6 seconds. You've got absolutely nothing to talk about, and you're just talking about absolute random stuff for the entirety of the race. And on the other hand, you know, you kind of get reminded of how luxurious times like that are when you've got not a second to lose, and when you see battles happening all through the field as well. And I noticed that some of the viewers are a little bit frustrated that we don't catch all the battles all the time. The simple fact is that we will miss some of the stuff, because, you know, you've got 45 cars or whatever it is, Paul, all, you know, within their own little battles. You see Alexander Novikov trying to fire it up the inside here in the 3-2-2, a little bit of contact onto the Mercedes, keeps the foot in, and Chua in the Mercedes is like, no, sorry, you're not having that, sunshine. But I think Novikov thinks better of it. Yeah, too wide there from the Mercedes. Is it going to keep the foot in? I'm not too sure. Yeah, that Mercedes been absolutely hung out to dry. There is a little bit of a bugbear for me, Paul, and I wonder how you feel about it. When you make collision with another driver going into a corner, and you notice that some drivers do have the tendency to just kind of keep the foot in, keep the accelerator on, and hope for the best.
Yeah, that is frustrating. That can really add an air of inconvenience to the situation, because you just don't know where you stand with those kind of situations. And I think I've just noticed as well, looking at Nigel Chua's behaviour of the car, the way it's moving on track, and the fact that that little flashing yellow marker next to his name keeps cropping up there as well. He's not got the very best connectivity to the server at the moment, so that car's a little bit unstable in terms of how it's moving on the racetrack, which is again almost impossible to race against when the car's kind of jittering around the track. So I think Novishov will be very happy indeed to have cleared that and got out of the way and kind of like taken that out of the equation. But look at this little ding-dong fight that we've got. 5 cars, nose to tail, still nobody's quite pulled the cork out there and decided to give it a go. But this one's lining up to be a bit of a stonker as well, I think.
Yeah, it looks like Maciej Hyla up in the front there in that 67 Ferrari. You can see that green Ferrari just ahead of Kevin Seclari, Samir Ibrahimi, Michel Pereira, and the 72 there of David Michel there. That's the Renvelten Esports Orange Machine at the back of that group. And yeah, like, we've said it many, many times, and yes, it is all about the position, it's all about the result, but I can guarantee you, if you're in this 5-car battle, you've got the biggest grin on your face, because you're properly cutting moves right now, trying to fight it out and duke it out for what is essentially 16th position here. But you feel like you're an absolute superstar when you come out the other end of this, because I mean the intensity and the pace that you have to be able to try and keep this going on is just superb. And we saw there actually in the 888 machine there, it was a Chua that was behind the wheel of that one, Nigel Chua. And again, we've mentioned about the heat, and in the UK, like many parts in Europe, in fact, pretty much the entire world right now, a massive heat wave this weekend. And I pray that Nigel has got some AC on in that room, because VR is a sweaty business at the best of times anyway. But in this heat this weekend, that is going to be very, very draining.
Absolutely, and that also is worth bearing in mind, that when you're working in those kind of conditions, when it is very hot, if it gets uncomfortable, that takes away a percentage of your mental capacity to concentrate on the task in hand, which is, of course, driving and racing as fast and as hard as you can. And any kind of thing that can interfere with the zone, interfere with the focus levels and the job that you're doing, that's giving an advantage or giving yourself a disadvantage against your rivals, and that's going to play in a negative towards you over the course of the race. So as you say, hopefully Nigel's got good ventilation going on and everything's comfortable, and he can manage that situation, because the benefits you get from virtual reality, the depth perception, being able to see fully around you and your car, will be negated very, very quickly if you're uncomfortable behind the wheel, or you're starting to get overwarm and you're focusing on your endurance capabilities as a human being rather than the racing itself. So again, another one of those little things to filter in to the thought process and the equation that goes into these races.
It absolutely is. And I'm going to throw a complete curveball here, and I'm going to draw your own attention, Paul, and everybody else's attention at home to that timing tower. Have a look at the top left right now. Danilo Santoro, that was a 3-second gap. Dominic Blyer has got that gap down to 1.1 seconds. It's been well over 20-30 minutes. But I did say we were going to have a little fight for the lead, but I didn't think it was going to be Blyer. I remember I thought it was going to be James Baldwin that was going to be getting involved here. Danilo Santoro is going to be coming under attack. That gap now just about under a second here. And Blyer in that Triton Racing Bentley number 10 is storming his way potentially to the lead of this race.
Yeah, this has been a great drive by Dominic Blyer, actually, and we've not seen the 51 under any realistic pressure at any stage during the course of this race, apart from that first corner. So this is going to be really interesting to see how team and driver cope with this pressure. Dominic Blyer has been very much on point, basically, since the green flag fell. Great drive from the number 10 car. Great drive from Blyer, who's been behind for both the first and this current second stint. Now, we've only got kind of between 17-25 minutes or so left until that car's going to have to come down pit lane again, and I dare say will likely swap out drivers in the Triton Racing machine. But can Dominic Blyer turn this opportunity into a race lead when he hands the car over? Let's just drop back to Luke Whitehead again for a second in 11th place, now starting to look very interested in the Indeed on 10th position, so just ahead of him. Here's the number 99 Honda. Good to see, by the way, a Honda within the top 10. But Luke Blyer in the Grunt & Go Mercedes, thank you very much. I'm good in a straight line and pretty solid on brakes as well. And I'll get that done nice and early, and then diving up the inside is Mikhail Stetsenko as well. Is Lieto in the number 144 Audi, trying to get involved, and does so at the back of the field. So Whitehead and the 144 both making progress, slowly but surely, well inside that top 10.
I tell you what, Luke Whitehead has absolutely no visual cues whatsoever in terms of like how he's feeling. He just has the same facial expression for the entirety of that back straight move there. Got the position done on Leteo there. Got it done very, very well indeed. And he'll be very, very happy with that one. Although you wouldn't tell it from his webcam. I also did notice, though, we were talking about air and keeping themselves cool. Luke actually has a fan directly underneath him, pointing up at his left arm there and up to him. So again, a lot of these drivers will be really feeling the heat. Of course, another thing to factor in is the fact that Assetto Corsa Competizione is a very powerful game. It requires quite beefy hardware, and that runs quite hot as well, so that'll be heating up the rooms that these drivers are going to be going in, as that's all very awkward for Harry Spears, and it's a mass exodus into the pit lane. At least 3 cars there that we saw going in. I saw one of the Ferraris go in. We see a Honda in there as well, so now it's strategy time as well. Now, James Baldwin, if he didn't change tyres on that stop there, and that was what allowed him to get that extra time there, he has not dropped off anywhere near as much as I thought he was going to. As we see, another side-by-side battle here. This is going to be, I believe, Samir Ibrahimi and Michel Perrier, and then you've also got David Michel trying to get up, so that's the 2 Renfelt and eSports machine making a bit of a sandwich over the 164 of Michel Pereira right now.
Yep, good overtake there by Samir. He's got his teammate as well, just a couple of cars further back. So moving forward is Samir Ibrahim, 17th position at this moment in time. Kevin Siclari, that we saw in a bit of drama a few laps ago, is the next man up. But as you say, not dropped back Baldwin quite as far. I would think he would have changed tyres, because by the time you put the fuel in the car, taking the tyres on as well is not that big of a disadvantage. It's more a case of the tyres have just done more running than been running for longer, than the cars that stopped earlier. But Baldwin keeping himself in contention at this moment in time. He should be coming into pit lane roughly around about now if he wants to follow the average stint length that he's capable of in that car. So let's keep our eye on that one. James Baldwin, 3rd position at the moment. But as you say, the big excitement at the front of the field as we see one of the Ferraris just recovering back onto the racetrack, made a little bit of contact with one of his rivals further down the field. 35th position for Kostovich so far in the 949 Racing number 949. This is where the story is, though, isn't it, David? This is Dominic Blyer still slowly but surely, mechanically moving up to the back of Danilo Santoro's Ferrari. No mistakes, not looking hurried, not looking flustered, not overworking the car, not overworking the tyres, just allowing the natural pace of that Bentley to flow. And that Trident Racing car looked quick, looks comfortably quick as well. I think that's the big thing. He's not hustling it, is he? He's just broken the car along the track and getting some great lap time out of it.
Yeah, I think he's working with the car a lot more than the Ferrari of Danilo Santoro. The other thing as well is that they had one of the back markers of Mike Noble in the 123 FFS racing machine that they had to try and both contend with right now. As you're saying, Danilo Santoro I mean, it really is doing his own thing. And in context, he did a 1:35.8, which is faster than the entire first stint of this race here. So it's not that Santoro is slow per se, but it's about this consistent fast pace, or faster pace, of Dominic Blyer in that Triton Racing Bentley right now. However, we are running out of time. They've got about 15 minutes left in which he can make a move here. And what has happened to that Ferrari? That was a terrible run out of the corner, and Dominic Blyer's almost just going to drive right round the outside of that car there. It's wide, and Danilo Santoro is going to say thank you very much, and that is it. Has that car got a problem of Danilo Santoro? That is going very, very slow indeed.
Yeah, that was a very bizarre moment there for the number 51 Ferrari. Not quite sure what happened. Seemed to lose massive amounts of pace in a straight line. That faced Santoro as well, coming into the braking zone, so he lost his marker and ran deep into the corner as well. Now, whether that's a mechanical issue on the gate car in sim, whether that's a hardware issue for Danilo, or whether that is purely just a little bit of an error that allowed Dominic Blyer to close the gap, but Blyer does not care what problems befell the number 51, because he jumped straight in there, took the first opportunity at the first time of asking, and we have now got a new race leader for the first time in almost 2 hours of this race. It is not the Ferrari Velas eSport team that takes the race lead. It is Triton Racing in the number 10 Bentley of Dominic Blyer is our new race leader. And now, can Santoro overcome whatever dramas they were to get back in contact again with this Bentley, or is this the beginning of what should be a very disappointing story for that number 51? Hopefully we'll find out, but David Christie, I have no idea what happened there, but this has changed the complexion of this race massively.
It certainly has. 2 seconds is what that Ferrari lost out on that last lap there. So again, absolutely no idea what happened to Danilo Santoro. He's not out of the woods just yet, is Dominic Blyer, because that car's still 0.5 of a second behind. And if anything, Santoro now will have the slipstream and adding that extra pressure to Dominic Blyer. But the man who's going to be very interested in all of this is James Baldwin now, who is 5 seconds behind this little fight right now. And again, that Bentley may be the faster car, but he's now going to have to pull that Ferrari round through this back half of the circuit, and they're going to have some lap traffic that they're going to have to get round as well. They've got the 77 of Sven Hettich, although Hettich now just immediately into pit lane. So that's a turn up for the books. Less than 2 hours gone in this race, and as you said, a brand new change for the lead.
Yeah, very exciting stuff. Now let's see if Santoro can keep up with the Bentley. Looks like Blyer had a little bit more pace regardless of that incident. It's had some more pace realistically over the second half of the stint. We're not far away now from thinking about a pit stop as well. And of course, as you say, David, traffic always a massive factor in these long distance endurance races. We're lucky that here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway road course there is plenty of space and alternative lines through many of these corners, so hopefully that shouldn't cause too much difficulty. We're looking at Marco Bischkoff now in the number 977 Porsche, fighting his way in 19th position. That is Pirella is the next one up the road, and then Mikel just ahead of him. So Bischkoff has got plenty of work to do as well, but that Porsche looks quite spicy at the moment. Seems to be a little bit more aggressive on turning than, in fact too aggressive there as he caught the curb, a little bit more aggressive on turning than the Aston Martin. So Bischkoff fancies his chances of moving up the running order, and I still don't quite know what happened to that Ferrari. I'm kind of a bit perplexed.
Yeah, it's certainly something that we're going to find out. It'll come out through the laundry, as they say, over the course of the race. There, we might even be able to have a chat with some of the teammates to figure out what happened there. Just having a quick look at the lap times there, Paul. It looks like whatever issue it is resolved, because Santoro, that last lap there, doing a 1:35.9. We've seen it time and time again. It could be a hardware failure. It could even be accidentally pressing something like the ignition switch and accidentally killing the engine on it, enough to lose you a little bit of pace there. But James Baldwin into the pit. So again, we saw him pitting early through that first stint, And yeah, there we go. It proved it exactly the same. Now, I would imagine he's definitely going to be taking tyres surely this time and swapping over that car.
Yep, absolutely. So that's another, it's like going back in time again to the end of stint one. James Baldwin down pit road, the first of our realistic front runners to do so, due to being off strategy for that early stop to get track position last time around. So let's keep our eye on Baldwin and see where he filters back out, not only from this stop, but where he filters back into the overall running order when everybody else has been down pit road. And there is Baldwin leaving his box. You see some cars on the racetrack passing him, but it's going to be a long time until James Baldwin can take that pit limiter off, filter back onto the racing surface and get back up to speed again. So he's not going to be too concerned about those cars in terms of getting in his way and limiting his overall lap pace. But again, David, I said it last time, and I'm going to say it again. When you see it on screen, it really it brings it home to you just how long you're trundling at such a slow speed when everybody else is flat chat. It's infuriating as a driver, isn't it?
You're just watching that car and you're like, come on, okay, go, okay, go, okay, now, come on, move. Yeah, and that's us as commentators, right? You can only imagine how infuriating that is for the drivers as well. And again, they cannot afford to get that one wrong. They cannot afford to be impatient here. So yeah, that will catch out a few of the drivers later on towards the end of the race, and we'll see some very unhappy teams, but it is what it is. And the other thing that I was about to say, Paul, as well, is the fact that we're nearly halfway into our stint for this part of the race here, and quite honestly, this is easily up there with one of the best races I think I've had the pleasure of commentating on, with the SRO and Intercontinental GT Challenge with Mobileye there, as we saw the Audi of Matis Latayo for Team Full Motorsport there get it all wrong into that final complex there.
And that just shows how difficult it gets towards the end of a stint, doesn't it? The car's getting light, so it's at its most nimble, but the tyres are getting worn as well, and did a good job for the 144 to keep the car on the track, actually, but that's put him under pressure now, and Bonjour and Macaulay both behind, Fancy trying to find a way past that bright yellow liveried Audi ahead. As we look now, this is Jakub Brzezinski actually in the Williams Esports Chill Blast SRO car, so the number 55 all the way down in 25th position. So it's been a real difficult race for the 55 up to this point. They will move up, of course, as the race progresses, and you see just ahead of him that is Charlie Crossland, that is racing for position, and Giorgio Simonini now that we're looking at in the Lamborghini Esports, Automobile Lamborghini Esports Huracan GT3, the number 63 car down in 18th position. So a few big names still kind of further down the running order than we expected them to be at this stage, I think. And also I'm just noticing there that Igor Rognikov has a stop-go 30-second penalty in 26. You thought that pit lane was long, try parking on it for half a minute as well.
A huge thank you to chat as always. They're abreast of everything. We don't need pit lane reporters here for the stream, because we have you wonderful guys and girls in the chat box. Firstly, apparently it's not infuriating for all the drivers in pit lane, because they all have to do the same pace, which makes sense unless you're the 41 and decide to get caught out by speeding in the pit lane, and that is an instant stop go 30. So of all the drivers to be getting that stop go 30, it's big bad Igor Rognikov. Oh, that is not going to be pretty when that car does come out of pit lane. A huge thank you as well though to and I'm just double checking who it was that gave us. It was Amos Larito, Paul, that gave us a very interesting update about Danilo Santoro. So this is what the information we're receiving, and if this is true, this is quite scary to think. Apparently Danilo's wheels switched off midway through the track and did a firmware update in the middle of the race. That is why the car was going off straight on. Now I'm not sure about that one. I don't know, but I mean, if that is the case, firstly thank you, Amos, if that is accurate information. But I mean, that is wild.
And that's the problem. Esports problems. You don't get that in real racing. And actually, to be fair, very, very unlucky in terms of it happening, but very fortunate that it happened on a part of the racetrack that didn't put that car into the wall at great speed. So great insight from Amos. Hello, by the way. Nice to hear from you again. Yeah, wow. Danilo will be quite... careful and worried and on pins after that one. A massively dramatic moment for the Ferrari team, but good to see that they're still running just about, as we see all the cars in the whole wide world trying to get down into T1 at the same time together.
Wait, right, so just to clarify, the wheel did switch off. It might not have been a firmware update. I was reading a little bit of banter. That might have just been a little bit of a joke, but the wheel did switch off midway around the track. Either way, that is going to be very, very concerning as well, especially because that would have been accompanied by the worst sound that you ever want to hear when you're sim racing, and that is the Windows sound of a USB device disconnecting. And as soon as I've said that, everybody in chat knows exactly what sound I'm on about here, as what on earth have we got going back down here? This is a 5-car battle going on for what looks like P38, 39 and 40 as well. In fact, this is all mixed up as well because you've got the Honda of Grant Smith there in the 99. Look at Kieran Prendergast, how much he's having to fight that car. That is not a happy looking Honda right now. He is really, really having to earn his pennies tonight.
Yeah, that was some very intense moment of racing there, like your local short track. Everybody squabbling over the same bit of racetrack and Pendergrast, as you say, doing a good job to keep the car on the straight and narrow after he bounced over the curb and did well when it landed a little bit more aggressively than he would like to do. Several cars, by the way, are down pit lane now, all around the sort of 20th position mark. So a number of drivers coming to take their stop as we see a good fight here for 20th position. That is the number 21 machine all the way around the outside. Can he keep it on the island? Not quite. Nigel Chua, that we saw earlier on in virtual reality, does a switchback. Thank you very much. I'll let you make a mistake. And there is the end result of that pass. Did not look pretty there, David, whatsoever. And the 21 was the instigator, the causer, and also the person that was penalised quite heavily for it in that bit of contact.
Yeah, that is very, very awkward to see, because I think that was the 99 of Jordan Grant-Smith that was caught up in that one there. But Mohammed Thasby, again, you saw Mohammed was actually one of the cars that got sent off into the barrier earlier on, and fantastic to see still 23rd position here as we've got a cracking fight between, that looks like John Grant Smith trying to go up the inside. Is that Bonacorsi, the 563? Yes, it is. And Jordan Grant Smith there, nice. I'm going to say forcefully, not too bad, but and then almost immediately bins it the corner after. That is not what you want to see happen. But I'm going to say I'm very happy to see the Hondas back in the mix here. We've went way too long with seeing the Hondas just not chosen at all because they just were down on pace, and now with the balance of performance, seems like they're able to mix it with the best of them as well now. As further back there, that's going to be up the inside there. That's a lap car, that's a 22 there that was trying to make his way through, but into the middle of the pit stop strategy, into the middle of the pit stop routine here, and I'm kind of looking towards the leaders right now. How is this all going to play out?
Yeah, and I would agree with you, by the way, on the Honda situation. It's great to see the Honda NSX Evo still looking sharp in this championship, courtesy of the current balance of performance, and that car run by several teams and also performing really, really well. Amir Hassani that we're seeing there in 14th place. Artie Camera that we spoke about a little bit earlier on, doing a quiet but effective job in that number one BMW. Nils Naujok's start of the car, had it running, didn't really seem to want to get involved in the fights ahead of him, was happy just to be pulled along and see where things go. And Artie Camera applying a little bit more aggression behind the wheel, but still very much keeping a watching brief on those cars behind, not putting himself into any kind of danger. There's a drive-through penalty for the 144 in 11th position that needs to be served soon. Slight contact there. Once again, Mohammed very much in the middle of that drama in the 21 machine, but stays pretty much on the straight and narrow in the Flash Axel M9 car. And here we go. Incident involving car 21 and 333 on lap 49. No further action Incident involving cars 1 and 62 on lap 55. Car 62 receives a warning, and 191 and 141 on lap 55, a drive-through penalty, as we mentioned, for the 141. Breathe.
I know, and we mentioned that earlier on, didn't we, Paul? Is the fact that we just don't get a chance to have a moment here. Now, I heard something in my ears, and I really hope I didn't just hear what I think I did. Was it the number 7 or the number 27? 27, yeah, confirmed there from our broadcast team. Now, that was the SDL Esports BenQ Mobius team of Tommy Rozier. That is a suspected disconnect for that car. That was the leader of the silver class, the number 27. Now, we can see Steve Favre behind the wheel of that one, but again, 41st position. It's not game over, but that is a huge gut punch given how well they were doing.
Yeah, that really is. And if we remember an hour or so ago, we were speaking about that car 6th overall, as well as leading the silver class. So to have a disconnect is one of the most upsetting things that can happen to you in sim racing, because it's entirely out of your control. It's nothing to do with what's happening out on the racetrack. And it's good to see that they're back up and running again and still competing in the race. But that will be soul destroying to know that they were leading quite comfortably as well, the silver class, and on course for a great overall result as well. So real disappointment for the number 27 team, but there's still nearly 6 hours to go, so there's plenty of time to pick yourself back up and try and recover some ground in terms of the overall championship position, even if you won't quite get to the rarefied heights of the top 6. So real pity, and sadly, David, that's sometimes how these things happen in the world of virtual motorsports.
Yeah, it certainly is. We're seeing Lars Kisser on his webcam there, and obviously, as much as we get to judge their sim racing setup, we also get to judge their interior design setup as well. I've got to be honest there, Paul, I don't think I've ever seen double curtains. That's what it looks like there. You've got upper curtains as well, but anything that will be gladly taken to block as much light out, because it looks like the sun streaming in that window there, and all of these drivers creating a sort of temporary nighttime for themselves, because very bright day, certainly here up in Scotland, but that's the last thing that you want to have, is it? You don't want to have the glare of the sunshine distracting you. As you can see, Grantas Caracas here for Race Anywhere Simsport onto the back of Igor Murdasov in that 900 Mercedes, and all of the drivers trying to control all of the surroundings that they possibly can to make sure that while they're in the car they can concentrate 100% on what they need to do.
Caracas giving a bit of bump drafting there, catching the back of the Mercedes ahead, just trying to push the car off the racing line. That's worked quite nice against the inside line. A little bit of a hip and shoulder as well, just to say thank you very much. This Race Anywhere car is going to check out now and say goodbye. So Caracas maybe ever so slightly taken to heart the fact he's on an oval and thinks he's driving a stock car of some kind. Light contact on not one but 2 occasions with Murasov behind, who's now been overtaken by Hassini as well. So Amir Hassani decides he fancies buying into this one and chasing down Caracas. Can they continue too wide into T1? They've just fallen out of shot, actually, that little battle, but there we go. Yeah, that is job done for Amir in the 88. And what's your take on that one, David? Bump drafting in a GT3 car, good, bad or indifferent?
Well, I guess as long as you don't put the other car into the wall, it's you're pushing the car in front. I've seen it happen quite a bit in platforms like iRacing, where it's a little bit more stable. I don't think I've seen it too much here in Assetto Corsa Competizione, because I think that the rear end of the car just isn't flat enough for the cars to be able to get a proper purchase. And to be honest, if it was teammates, maybe I could understand that, but I don't think there's anybody on here that I trust enough to not try and kill me going into the corner. Obviously, they're not doing it for the niceness of their own heart there. They're doing it because they want to try and make a move further up, or they're going to try and make you go a little bit too deep into a corner.
Yeah, exactly. It's the old touring car tactic, isn't it? Just destabilise your rival enough, not to push them off the racetrack, but to make it hard for them to do what they're wanting to do at that part of the track and then take the advantage, which is exactly what Caracas managed to achieve with that one, even with a secondary light piece of contact on his way through. So that Ferrari finds its way up the running order. We're looking at Robbie Stapleford down, unaccustomed, I think it's fair to say, to be all the way down in 32nd position, the number 62 machine, not having the best roll of the dice so far, but expect Stapleford and teammates to work their way up the running order as this race progresses, and that is challenging so far for the BMW G2 eSports driver. 5 hours 52 minutes left on the clock. Another driver down pit lane, that is the number 21 machine. So the field's starting to shake itself back out into some semblance of a sensible order, David, and we've got quite a few winners and losers from this last round of pit stops, and it's not quite over yet.
Yeah, I think there's a large number of cars still to cycle their way through, and we're going to see that in the next 2.5 minutes there, as we saw Robbie Stapleford there, one of the younger end of the drivers here in this race, making the move over to BMW Team G2 Esports earlier on this year here. An incredibly talented young driver, as we said, started, I believe it was 16th position, 15th position, and the pace that they've got there is just ridiculous. And again, it makes me slightly jealous because I'm very, very much older, in fact well over double the age of Robbie Stapleford, and I enjoy doing sim racing, but then when you see lads of his age able to just ridiculously destroy in terms of pace and in terms of their ability, it just makes you think, where does all this come from? And they're so natural, and you think they're only going to get faster as the years go on. So yeah, brilliant stuff. We see John Grantsmith here for Race Anywhere SimSport. Have a look up into turn one there. Can't quite make the move on Igor Murdasov there. It's not going to happen, but you get the feeling that Honda is feeling a little bit racy. It wants to try and make its way past here. We've got 5 hours 50 left to go, and we're about a minute away from the final pit stops for the remainder of the field in this hour.
Ladies and gentlemen at home, do not go anywhere. These pit stops are going to be absolutely crucial to the next stage of this race. There will be winners, there will be losers, and there will be people that are wondering, probably David and I, what just happened once these all shake hands. We're looking at Jordan Grantsmith, finding a bit of information from Michael Handler that Danilo Santoro is averaging a 35.6 in terms of lap time, and Dominic Blyer a 35.4. So the Triton Racing car still has the advantage in terms of lap pace on average, and Danilo Santoro has work to do following the drama that he enjoyed earlier on with his wheelbase disconnected. And speaking of which, the car has now been handed over to David Tinitza, who is, I think it's probably fair to say, Dean, the team leader at the Scuderia Ferrari Velas eSport team, very much a serial winner in SRO competition, and now Tinitza's behind the wheel of that number 51 car. It'll be interesting to see what he can do about the chasing pack and the drivers ahead of him. There is David Tinitza in a very artistic, dark shot there in his Ferrari shirt.
Yes, looking dark and moody, isn't he?
Yeah.
That webcam there. David Tinitza, man, what do we say about the lad? He is insanely talented, but you never know what you're going to get, what kind of performance you're going to get, because it's very much an all or nothing affair with David Tinitza. Either you get the most, jaw-droppingly amazing performances, or he's just getting like a pinball and bounced about from every single car that ever goes near him. Tobias Pfeffer getting a 5-second penalty there, so the Unicorns of Love machine is going to go a little bit further backwards there, and Gregor Schill's going to be rubbing his hands with glee at the sight of that one potentially getting closer to that car there, as we see Igor Rodriguez for the number 5 Williams eSports machine into pit lane as well. But yeah, David Tinitza falling behind George Boothby in the 66 McLaren. So, well, I'm very curious to see how this is all gonna pan out, because we can see Triton in the lead of the race then with Matthias Tiskovic in that number 10 there, and Louis Roters for AJA Sim Racing by Gadi. It's safe to say I don't think he was taking any prisoners. Poor Clements there in the 405 just got shown politely to the outside of turn 1.
And that's the way to get past to make sure they don't attack you again, for sure. But it's interesting what you say, that the 66 has found its way past Tanitsa. Now, we saw James Baldwin, when he was behind the wheel of that car, losing pace in the second part of the stint. So we'll keep our eye on that one to see if we get a repeat behaviour with George Boothby behind the wheel. But Matthias Tiskovic currently is on board the Triton Racing car now. So Dominic Blyer, very, very good job indeed. Thank you very much. Done his work. Got the car in the race lead, got a 1.1 second advantage over the chasing pack, and has handed over to his teammates. Let's see if Tiskovic can continue the good work at the front of the field. Tanitsa, third position, as we said, in the 51, 2.1 seconds in a rear. Pfeffer with a 5-second penalty. That's a real shame for the Unicorns of Love number 14 Mercedes. That's going to hurt them, considering how closely bunched together the pack are. And now Gregor Schill, third driver to get behind the wheel of that number 1 machine. So they're putting a new driver in per stop at this moment in time. Of course, it was started by Nils Naujoks, then taken over by Artie Camera, and now Gregor Schill has a go behind the wheel, and Rodriguez rounds out our top 6 in the number 5. In the silver category, we have got Caracas still as the silver race leader, 9th position overall in the number 67. Murtasov in the number 900 is 11th overall in 3rd, and Grady in 13th overall, 3rd position in the silver class. So silver cars, silver drivers giving a good account of themselves in and around the top 10 positions, and this is a nice little fight continuing. 13th place has been a hard contested position this race, David, hasn't it?
It's been fantastic to watch, and the thing is, Martin Grady in that FFS racing machine taking over from Mike Noble in that Aston Martin. Maxim Batifui is not a car that you want to, it's not a driver rather that you want to be having chasing you down, because Batifui, very, very strong, very consistent, but a very respectful driver nonetheless. You saw there having a little look at turn 1 there. Nowhere near decided to step back out, but 9 times out of 10 it's all about just making the car in front of you sweat. It's all about putting the pressure on and making that car, that driver in front of you, of the likes of Martin Grady right now, go wide, go deep into a corner, and there you go. You don't even have to fight the corner, you just take it like it's absolutely nothing there. Supreme driving there from Maxime Batifui.
That was beautiful timing, doing exactly what you were describing on the racetrack. So yeah, great pass, an easy pass at the end of the day for the AMG Mercedes driver, but somebody who's not having an easy time of it is Jordan Grant Smith, continuing to charge forward in that green and black machine at the back of the shot there. Next in line is Amir Hosseini in the number 900. Jordan Grant Smith having a great stint, actually, driving really, really well at this moment in time, seems to be involved in plenty of dramas, not too afraid to get aggressive on the brakes and in the corners as well, and find his way past. And I have a feeling that Jordan Grant Smith ain't going to be holding back when it comes to taking this position, and the top 10 will be a very, very nice reward indeed at this stage in the race for those efforts that have been expanded in the 908, no it's not 908, sorry, in the 99 car.
And the thing is that that Honda is doing very, very well indeed. But we've said it numerous times before, Paul. Unless you've got Lady Luck on your side, you can have a brilliant performance, and it can quite often count for absolutely nothing. I mean, we saw the likes of Igor Ogorodnikov in the 41. Now, they've been doing a brilliant job so far of keeping themselves well in contention. All it took was that stop-go 30-second penalty, and that has put them completely out of the order. Keep an eye on them, though, in that 41. That car will be coming flying through here. But again, Jordan Grant Smith just doing exactly what's needing to be done here, putting the pressure on that Mercedes. That's a heavy, heavy car, and it's a very understeery type of car as well. The rear end wants to wash out of that if you even think about taking too much speed into a corner with that car there. But I've got to say, I do really, really like the Merc. I think it looks a very, very nice car, and weirdly getting to see it for the first time in person in real life at Oulton Park for the British GT Championship. The noise out of that car is utterly incredible. It's like a fighter bomber coming flying by compared to the rest of the cars.
And that's why GT3 racing is so wonderful. There's so much variety in sound, in visuals as well. There's so many teams and drivers involved, and so many different marques and models. And perfect example that you see on your screen now, there's the Japanese engineering of a Honda, and then there's the big German Mercedes. Two very different looking cars, two cars that extract their lap times in very, very different ways, but separated by absolutely nothing on the racetrack. Although I dare say Jordan Grant-Smith at this stage in proceedings has possibly got a little more pace underneath him, as there we see Caracas again, forward momentum carrying him through, and that is a position taken and up into 8th place. That's Maciej Malinowski as being the man that was the victim of that overtaking manoeuvre. So good driving from Caracas, but Jordan Grant-Smith again, we've said much about him so far this race. He's been involved in quite a bit of the stories that we've had unfold over the first couple of hours and a half almost, and that story is ongoing. He's fancying his chances of getting ever closer to a top 10 position. And let's have a quick look further down the running order. Automobile Lamborghini eSports team number 63, currently in 24th position with Zahir Essa behind the wheel.
Yeah, Essa trying to do as good a job as he possibly can there in that number 63 Lamborghini. We've done the latest round of pit stops, so we are kind of where we expect to be now. We're not really going to see too many changes in terms of strategy here. And Essa, again, in a bit of an unenviable position in that Lamborghini, because while obviously the idea of GT3 racing is supposed to be parity and everyone has an equal chance, the Lamborghini is probably one of the cars that I wouldn't be too favoured at giving a go. It's the handling characteristics are very, very unique to that car. It's a very difficult car. As up the inside, Maxime Batifoué, that is, I'm pretty sure that was a crime that just happened there, because Mordazov has just been taken by Jordan Grant-Smith and Maxime Batifoué in the course of one corner there. So yeah, I'm not really sure what we just witnessed there, but we did witness something.
Yeah, blink and you miss it. That's exactly how you get the job done, and great drive from both of those drivers to find the way past us. That now unleashes Jordan Grant-Smith to see how much pace we've got in this Honda. This is probably the highest running of the Hondas that we've got in the field so far. So this will be a great test to see exactly where this is in comparison to some of their rivals, and how fast, if at all, Jordan Grant-Smith can close that gap down to Amir Hassani in the number 88 AMG Mercedes ahead. We'll keep our eye on that one, but immediately it does look like Grant-Smith has a little bit of pace in that car. He's starting to slowly but surely gap the cars behind almost immediately. Now, whether that's just courtesy of everything unravelling and getting everybody back together again following that overtaking manoeuvre, or whether that is the fact there is some pace in that green and black machine, we'll find out in the next lap or so. But that's exactly what Jordan Grant-Smith did, and Murtasov has now dropped very quickly behind those two cars. So unfortunately, I think we'll see that one going backwards over the course of the race, as Robbie Stapleford, 30th position, fancies his chances at getting himself up into 29th. But there's a small job of Igor Orognikov to clear before that can happen.
Yeah, that's probably one of the hardest jobs you're going to have of the entire 8 hours, having Igor Orognikov in that 41. He is not going to give that position up come hell or high water. Just having a look at the battle through the top 3 as well. Right, so it looks like Matis Tiskovic is pretty much picking up where they left off with that Triton number 10 Bentley right now. 3.2 seconds ahead of George Boothby in that fight for the lead of the race. Second place, though, is Boothby. But here's the big thing here. David Tinitza now just 0.8 of a second off of that second place. We've got yellow flags out towards turn number 1 there. But I think Tinitza is going to make very, very short work of this battle for second position. Does he have the pace, do you think, to hunt down our leader, Matis Tiskovic?
That's going to be a very interesting question indeed, but I want to go back to something you said earlier, David, about David Tinitza. We all know he's an incredibly talented driver in a number of different platforms, but he seems to have just, I don't know whether he walked under 1,000 ladders or kicked 100 black cats. He has a lot of bad luck, and you often see it's either an ultimately dominating performance, so it does bounce off other cars. So let's see if Tanitsa can stay out of trouble, either through his own making or through the misfortune involved with others, and get alongside and with Boothby. We see Robbie Stapleford just pressuring Rognikov wide into the corner. Rognikov is not giving this one up, but eventually has to concede, and that is a Robbie Stapleford benefit. Thank you very much. 29th position, but a Rognikov possibly fancies his chances of getting that one back. But going back to the point, can Tanitsa find his way past cleanly, and can he do it quick enough to get himself into the fight for Mateusz Tiskovic at the front of the field?
Yes, maybe ish. That's
nice.
My unqualified, sitting on the hedge answer. That is about the most you're going to actually get from me. We noticed that there was yellow flags that last lap round there. Our race producer Mike Yao catching on to the fact that was indeed the number 93, I believe it was, of Nicholas Hilbrand, who had that incident just exactly where Mohammed Thasby is now in that Sim 9 flash axle machine. In all intents and purposes, though, if you're Robbie Stapleford, I mean, do you think you can possibly rest easy knowing that Igor Ogorodnikov is right on your tail, Paul?
I can rest as easy as I would do laying on a bed of nails while jumping up and down. So no is the answer to that question. I would be growing eyes in the back of my head, my backside, my spine, my arms and my elbow, because expect something. Don't know what it'll be, don't know when it'll be, but it will be something, and it will more than likely be the same something that wants to be on the same piece of tarmac in which Robbie Stapleford's on.
Yeah, that's exactly the case. Just noticing as well the gap between second and third place now down to just half a second. So David Tanitsa well within shouting distance of this second place, and they're still just 3.5 seconds behind your race leader. So this is definitely race on. David Tanitsa was actually nearly a second, in fact, sorry, he was a tenth of a second slower than your race leader. I'm pretty sure I just saw a car disappear or appear in the middle of the start-finish straight there. So it looks like connection issues for one of the cars there that looked like it just went through the barrier at the start-finish line there. So that's not going to be the best of orders here.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want as a driver, isn't it? To be coming across. We talked about it loosely a little earlier on, but any of these drivers having connection difficulties can either make the car, as you say, ghost, kind of disappear but reappear and still be collidable, or just behaving difficult and awkwardly on the racetrack, kind of shimmying over the surface. We see it a little bit there on the Ferrari, and it's so hard to race against that one, because you just quite literally don't know where the car is going to be. But this is David Tanitsa now. He's got a whole bunch of traffic ahead of him, and also, more importantly, there is George Boothby. Is that McLaren losing lap time like we saw happen in the hands of James Baldwin in the second part of the stint, courtesy of having to stop earlier than those around him, so having tyres that aren't quite as fresh as what are on board the number 51. And this is David Tanitsa's moment now. In racing, when you close up on a car that you're faster, you need to overtake immediately, taken by the surprise. Do not get sucked in to running at their pace, and David Tanitsa knows about these things. He knows that this is an opportunity now to strike while the iron is hot. Find a way past that Veloci McLaren and clear it as quickly as possible, so you can start chasing down the Triton Bentley Continental ahead. And here we go into the slipstream, shows the nose nice and early. Boothby does not feel pressured into defending the inside line, and David, there was a massive contact at the back of the shot there.
Yeah, somebody just literally died in that shot there. That was straight into the wall. I think that might have been that Honda that we just seen in front there. They got going again. That was a Dara McCormack style recovery from that car that we saw sent head first into the wall. But my goodness me, that was a hard hit there, as we see David Tanitsa right onto the back, a little bit of contact onto the back of George Boothby, and we go racing then. This is going to be fascinating to see how this little battle is going to unfold right now, because Tanitsa has obviously got the pace, but that has cost them dearly. They've dropped 2 seconds behind Mateusz Tiskovic as that battle's still raging on behind here. It is Mohammed Thasby, it looks like, and that is going to be Kieran Prendergast up the inside. It might have been Prendergast that went into the wall there, and just behind them is that Alvarado and Moreno that are fighting it out as well. So incredible battles, and we see this every hour, don't we? It's like we get 25 minutes of cool, calm, collected, we can chat about the weather and what's been nice outside, and then it just all kicks off and they're all wanting to batter each other.
We need more screens. There is too much action to look at on just the number of screens available, as we see Luis Moreno getting shuffled through the order. That's the Lamborghini just behind as well, trying to find a way past, but Moreno doing, as we've seen so many times, get involved in a fight, get shuffled back, and then suddenly there's 3 or 4 more cars to get involved with. I'd like to have a look what's happening at the front of the field as well, as Kieran Pendergrass now goes side by side, and there we go. That's the connection issue on the Ferrari that we spoke about, and I do fear that maybe that was the drama that caused the contact and sending the car into the wall that we saw earlier. So I'm sure our stewards are keeping their beady eye on that one to make sure it's still safe enough to continue on the racetrack and not cause too much trouble. But here is David Tinitza now. Just ahead of us is George Boothby. Just ahead of them is a lapped car. So this is an opportunity now for David Tinitza to take advantage of a slower car on the racetrack. He's got the pace in that Ferrari, but has he got the means and opportunity to find a way past? Boothby trying to get a slipstream from the lapped car ahead. Tinitza following the McLaren through, trying to keep the car pinpoint-like precision on the racing line. Don't catch too much curb, don't be too greedy on the throttle, just follow. Everything, David, is about the run to the final corner, down the start-finish line for the braking zone into T1.
Yeah, and that car in front of them is the silver class car of Michael Romagnoli down in P20, so that shows you where the leaders are, and that has cost James Baldwin quite a bit here. Baldwin will obviously get the run coming out of the final corner and get the slipstream. Boothby will get the run out of the final corner and catch on to that 20th position car, the Aston Martin, but so will David Tinitza. This is going to be the best chance for an overtake right now, and they're going to weave to try and stay into the slipstream here. Oh my goodness me, heart in mouth moment right now, Paul.
Yeah, great driving, by the way, there for Romagnoli to get his car out of the way, get off the throttle as well. Don't contest the circuit. Allow these two leaders through and clear to continue their fight. So good driving from the traffic there, as David Tinitza still cannot get on board with George Boothby, and that was a good opportunity. Unfortunately, didn't come to nothing, and this race continues now. If you're David Tinitza, David, oh, there we go, very, very spiky on the brakes, but stays out at the rear of the McLaren. You've got to go for something dramatic, surely. You've got to go for a pass that Boothby's not expecting, and that's got to be something other than T1 if you're really going to try and surprise the car ahead.
Yeah, but the problem with that as well, though, is that there's very little opportunity for you to do that by surprise here, as we see Martin Grady trying to fire it up the inside. This is coming towards the final complex, the final right, left, right, as they rejoin the main circuit here. Martin Grady gets that position done, and I feel a little bit sorry for myself if I'm Igor Murdazov, if I'm honest with me, because there's been a lot of cars picking on him. That Mercedes has been manhandled quite a considerable bit. Anyway, back to this battle for second place here. Boothby's doing a brilliant job. He's just placing the car right in the middle of the apex, and David Tinitza is either going to have to try and drive through him, or he's going to have to try and drive around him. But this is going to be dangerous here. But look at the run that the McLaren has in a straight line. The McLaren has the legs every day of the week, and this is with toe on a Ferrari, and that is amazing speed from the McLaren here.
Yeah, the McLaren's set up really well. It's making life hard for David Tinitza, but they are bleeding time to the race leader now. 6.5 seconds in arrears to Mateusz Tiskovic ahead. So this fight, whichever way it goes, this needs to get resolved, and resolved very, very quickly indeed, because while they're squabble, they're making life so much harder for themselves in the second part of the race. I must say, George Boothby is driving the wheels off of that McLaren at the moment. Tinitza with fresher tyres, Tinitza with more inherent pace in the car, just cannot do anything about it. And Boothby, quick where he needs to be, conservative where he needs to be on the racetrack as well, is performing spectacularly well at this stage in the race. And Tinitza, let's hope he can continue to keep patient and not try and force the issue too much and make a mistake. But this is great racing, David, between these two so far.
It really, really is. And I tell you what, if I am on the PR/social media team for Simhound, I'd be taking screenshots of this right now, because that is exactly what George Boothby is wearing right now. Simhound racing gloves, doing a grand job of keeping him in that second position there. And actually, that brings up a great point, and maybe for our viewers that are maybe a little bit unsure or confused as to why a lot of the drivers looking to wear these racing style gloves here. On these long races, Paul, the material on the wheel is usually either a rubber or a suede material, and it can really hurt after a while on your hands, can't it?
Oh yeah, for sure. I would never dream of using a wheel without a pair of gloves. As you say, there's a comfort factor for a driver to make sure you get no blisters, you get no pressure points on your hand. It also protects the wheel itself. So as you say, the suede, leather, alcantara, all sorts of delicate materials, the grease and the sweat from your hands transfers to the grips and then damages them and wears them out, makes the condition not as good. And we all know that it can be an expensive game, is this sim racing, so you want to do whatever you can to make sure that you look after your hardware as much as possible. But now David Tenitza gets a good run coming down in the braking zone for the last down hairpin. Not quite good enough, but he did jink to the side, just show his nose to George Boothby, just trying to fill the mirrors of the McLaren ahead, David, to just give Boothby enough to think about that just takes away 1% concentration from the task at hand, and that's all David Tenitza needs. 1% concentration loss from Boothby, a missed apex by a couple of metres, and that could be the opening that Tenitza's looking for. And Boothby, there we go, very deep into the very tricky kind of Mickey Mouse right-hander at the back of the circuit, and now that compromises him all the way through the final couple of sweepers. This is where Tenitza picks up the slipstream, tries to pick up the throttle. Does that McLaren have enough poke in a straight line? This time Tenitza's closer. This time the slipstream is starting to pay advantage to the Ferrari, but I think, David, that Boothby just about has enough of the go-go juice to keep that car ahead of the Ferrari, at the very least, for one more corner.
How frustrating do you think that is if you're David Tenitza right now? You're absolutely screaming at that car to get out of the way. And the thing is, look, realistically, if David Tenitza can't get this move past on track, then it's not going to happen. And you were absolutely spot on when you said a couple of minutes ago, hemorrhaging time to that Triton Racing number 10 up in the lead of the race now. I just had it pointed out, it's about half a second a lap faster than these two right now. So I mean, this is playing massively into the hands right now. And the Ferrari, yes, the Ferrari does look to have the pace here, but McLaren has the pace in a straight line, and that's what matters here. I mean, realistically, Tenitza hasn't looked like he's able to be in a position where he can just fire it through convincingly anyway.
And that's the risk, isn't it? Now, Tenitza's pretty much worked out that if he's going to get past, it's going to be a risk. Does he have an appetite for that risk, knowing he's running strong in this race, knowing that George Boothby is not willing to give up position, knowing that Boothby will have to stop earlier than him? As I'm saying, Tenitza's just kind of half measures throwing the nose up the inside. That's not going to achieve anything. And last time I gave an update on the gap between this fight and the race leader, I said it was 6.5 seconds. They're about to cross the line. It's 7.5 at the moment. That will have gone even further. There we go, 8 seconds. So they are losing time, hand over fist. They need to do, David Tenitza in particular, needs to do something about this, because this is not sustainable. Carry on like this, every lap, every corner that they squabble, they're going further and further away from being in contention for the race victory. And mark my words now, these two do not care about second and third place. They're here to win, and this is not helping their cause at all.
No, it really isn't. But for Boothby, I mean, this is really, really inspired driving right now, because they're obviously not got the pace to catch up to Mateusz Tiszkiewicz right now. So it's a losing battle. They're trying to hold on to that position as best they can, as Tenitza makes a half-hearted look up the inside there. And look, that's all that's been there just now from Tenitza, is these half-hearted little engaging the interest up the inside and then just deciding, no, I'm going to try and pull it back. But it looks like that could have been up the inside there from David Tinitza. They're going to be side by side coming through the right-hander as they rejoin the oval then. But there we go, the Ferrari as they come down into that final, as you called it, the Mickey Mouse section. That's very, very deep from the Ferrari. He will have the inside line here. But there we go, David Tinitza, job done. Finally, you've got to say, finally getting away past. Now, here's the issue, is the fact that McLaren is faster than the Ferrari in a straight line and has got the toe. I have a horrible, horrible feeling Boothby's going to take this second position back.
Yeah, look how much faster that McLaren is. Tinitza defends, covers the inside line into the braking zone. Boothby tries to hang the car around the outside, but quickly recognises that is a hiding to nothing. Cuts back for the run through the next part of the corner, but Tinitza's strong here. The Ferrari is good at putting the power down out of the corners, and that is just enough of an advantage for David Tinitza to hold on to and cement that hard-fought and newly won second position. And now, with 9 seconds between this little battle pack and our race leader, can David Tinitza do anything about getting that car into the conversation for the race victory?
I think it's a little bit of a big ask, certainly in this stint. He might be able to bring inroads in towards Matthias Tiskovic here, but I think that he's going to have too much on his sleeves, because while Boothby has lost that position, and it was a long time coming, I'm just not confident in Tinitza right now. I think he's overdriven that car to make that happen. I think he's taken too much out of the tyres here, and over the next 10-15 minutes here, you're going to see that car getting more and more unstable. It's just a gut feeling that I've got. I think he looks to be safe from Boothby right now, but I think Boothby will close back in on that car in front. That gap still just going up and up and up to Matthias Tiskovic.
And that is a beautiful point that I was going to bring up before you mentioned it, is, has David Tinitza worked that car too hard? Has he worked his tyres too hard in his attempts to get past George Boothby? And is there anything left to give in terms of lap pace against Matthias Tiskovic? So make a note in your diaries, folks. 9.660 seconds when they cross the line is the gap between race leader in the Triton Racing Bentley, Matthias Tiskovic, and David Tinitza, newly installed into second place. 9.660 seconds. Will that gap close down over the course of the next tour of this Indianapolis Motor Speedway? There's only 14 corners, there's only 3.925 kilometres to cover. Can Tinitza find some pace? Does he have enough life left in that car for the remainder of this stint? Or is this going to be a slow burner that goes on and on over the course of the next couple of stints? I have a feeling it's the latter.
I think you're absolutely right on that one, but we've got 5 hours and 20 minutes to find that one out, and you know, weirdly, I mean, we've only got an hour and 20 minutes left on our stint here, and it's a bit difficult to stomach the fact that we've already nearly had 3 hours of a 8-hour race here. It feels like it's just absolutely blitzed by here, and we barely had a chance to take a breath here. Such has been the level of action, Paul, here from start to finish on this race.
Yeah, absolutely sensational. As you say, there's still, if you paused the race right here, right now, and studied the gaps and times and looked at the battles, you would think it's lap 4 of a touring car race. That's how close the majority of the field are to each other. You would not believe that we've been running for the thick end of 3 hours, and we've had multiple pit stops, contacts, dramas, yellow flags. There's still so much racing going on throughout the field, and there's still so many slow burning storylines which I'm very, very excited to see come to the conclusion, not least of which is this off strategy McLaren, currently driven by George Boothby, versus our 2 race leaders, Robbie Stapleford further down the running order than you would expect as well. There's a nice fight in the silver class as well. Caracas currently leading that one, 9th position overall. Grady 13th, 14th and 15th as silver class runners. So we've got 1,000,001 different things to talk about, and here another fight. Cars fighting tooth and nail. This is 14th and 15th position.
Just saying as well, Jakob Brzezinski then into pit lane. So as if by magic, we've only been half an hour since we finished our last stint of pit stops here, and I would expect to see our third place car coming into the pits probably in the next 10-15 minutes here, as you're seeing Jonas van Druyten onto the back of Igor Murdasov, as Murdasov is going down faster than an anchor right now in that Mercedes. And listen, again, Murdasov is a fast driver, but obviously set up just not agreeing with that car right now because they just don't have the pace.
No, and that's the thing about an endurance race as well. The track rubbers up over the course of a race. Cars are on different strategies. Your car's getting lighter every lap, but using its tyres more and more every lap. So your balance will come and go to you as the race unfolds. And what feels terrible now may feel great the next time you come down pit road, may feel great in another 5 laps, and conversely as well, vice versa. If your car is absolutely on point at this moment in time, that's no guarantee you'll be in the same position in 2-3 hours time. So you've got to drive to what you've got underneath you at any given time. Yes, you need to think long game. Yes, you need to think about the future. But at the same time, if your car's good now, go like the wind, my son. Go like the wind, because you cannot guarantee it's going to be the case a bit further down the road. So it's a real thinking game, endurance racing, isn't it? It dynamically changes almost minute to minute.
Yeah, it really, really does. And the thing with it as well is that it's such a strange thing to explain to the folks at home, because they obviously, you watch the sim race and you think, oh, it's just, it's guys and girls sitting in their sim rig doing, lap after lap after lap after lap. But there's so much strategy involved in this as well, and you're constantly having to reevaluate what exactly is happening in front of you. You've got to have eyes in the back of your head. You've got to have eyes at least 2-3 corners down the road. You've got to be aware who you're fighting. You've got to be aware of your race strategy in terms of how fast you're driving. You've got to race to your delta. You've got to make sure that your fuel consumption isn't too high. You've got to make sure your fuel consumption is as low as it possibly can be. I mean, it feels like honestly you need to have a PhD just to take to the wheel of one of these championships here. And it's brilliant because it gives us so much to talk about, and also it explains the almost zen-like look on the drivers' faces. It explains why you don't see them going crazy with every overtake there, because they've got 15,000 calculations going on in their head at any given time, Paul, and they're too busy to be kind of living in the precise moment that they're experiencing.
Absolutely right. It's critical. It's not like you may think, if you're not used to this kind of racing, watching at home, that it's fair enough what you're saying, but that's only for the absolute elite drivers. No, it's all the way through. If you do a long distance endurance race and you're just focused on one thing and one thing only, and don't take in the bigger picture, no matter how quick you are, you will be nowhere at the checkered flag. It's all of the ingredients are equally as important as each other. Single lap pace, stint pace, consistency, not making mistakes, making sure your tyres, your fuel, your pit stop strategy, where you do or don't race against a rival, where you do or don't let somebody go. All of these things are weighted equally as important as each other. Otherwise, get any one of those wrong, or you weaken any one of those areas, chances of having a result are very, very small indeed.
Yeah, they really are. We're currently watching Victor Nicolai here onto the back of Felix Arndt there as they go down in towards the final couple of corners on the circuit here. And the other bit that we haven't really talked about is the circuit in general here, Paul. Of course, brand new to the roster here at Assetto Corsa Competizione, released a couple of weeks ago, and it's safe to say I think the drivers are absolutely loving it, as Nicolai really taking down the pace on the back straight here. Having a look at the inside of Felix Arndt, going to try and lay on the brakes here. Oh, that's a bit awkward for the pair of them, because you can see neither of them really sure here. However, I mean, that was really nice to see there, because Arndt gave him the opportunity, saw that he was on the inside, didn't just smash the door closed there, and that was nice to see.
Yeah, good bit of driving from both drivers, giving each other some respect and some racing room to allow their fight, allow that challenge to see itself all the way through. And I think you make a great point, David, about this track. It's a new circuit to Assetto Corsa Competizione. Some of these drivers may well have done shorter races or less high-profile races, club events, open server events against members of the public. As we see Maxime Batafoulier now show his nose nice and late into the braking zone, recognises that he doesn't have quite enough of an overlap or stopping power to make his way past Amir Asani, but that pushes Asani wide now, defending too aggressively from an overtaking manoeuvre that wasn't. So Batafoulier back in the pound seats, looking one way and then the other. Amir Asani now starting to get a little bit ragged, and it's one of these circuits where you make a mistake in one corner and then you carry the problem all the way through the next 3 or 4, and you compromise down onto the next long straight, and that is exactly what Maxime Batafoulier is trying to use to his advantage now, trying to put Amir Asani offline, compromise his ability to get the power down off of the corners, and that will hopefully give the Frenchman an advantage into the next braking zone. Of course, both cars are Mercedes AMG machines, so apart from the setup that they've deployed onto their cars, the same cars. There we go now, last of the late breakers down the inside, sees half an opportunity, takes that opportunity, does the 191, and Maxime Batafoulier now runs the car to the outside of the circuit, gives no opportunity for Amir Asani to come back, but Asani takes the wide entry into the corner. Batafoulier's compromise, gets the position back, does Amir Asani, but Batafoulier now trying to go too wide, trying to stay with his rival AMG Mercedes team, but Amir Asani, from losing that position, immediately the racer's brain thinking exactly what he needs to do to take that position back, gets the job done. But now Maxime Batafoulier is not giving up, very late to the inside for Amir Asani under brakes. That is naughty indeed, but Batafoulier, not phased, forces the way down the inside on the second part of the corner. Can he keep the car on the racetrack? Yes he can, slows it down on the apex, and David, that is 2 cars, no quarter asked, no quarter given, and Maxime Batafoulier gets the job done, and that was sensational and great aggression by the Frenchman.
Yeah, that was awesome to watch there. Hassani pushing things right to the limit there of what is acceptable, and Batafoulier is just like, that's fine, mate. You do you. I'm just going to drive right round the outside of you anyway. Beautiful, beautiful fighting that's still going on, and this is not over yet. I mean, Hassani, incredibly fast. They will try and get that position back here, but wow, that was an epic move. And again, fair play to both the drivers as well. We've seen it many times in the past where one of the drivers has tried to shut the door and the pair of them end up getting caught in contact, and that didn't happen. Meanwhile, Igor Murtasov is continuing the rather painful descent down the silver order just now, because here comes Joris van Druyten in the 977 Porsche as they rejoin onto the oval. This is just before the final complex. Has a little look up the inside there. Murtasov clatters the curb on the inside there. That's going to be a look up the inside for the Porsche. It's done and it's dusted, and yet again it's another bruising affair for Igor Murtasov there, Paul.
Yeah, that was a big intake of breath moment there. I thought that was going to end in disaster, but a good move by the Porsche, eventually finding his way down the inside as Jordan Grant-Smith jumps down pit lane as well. So the pit stops are starting to kick in now, but Murtasov's not giving up on this one yet. He's losing positions and pace, but still is feisty behind the wheel of that AMG Mercedes. But I just figure they don't have enough pace at this stage in the race, I'm afraid. And wow, I need to ask you a question actually, David. I'm going to take a moment to catch my breath, but I need to ask you a question. I've seen a couple of times in this race on camera, I'm sure there's been more off camera as well, drivers moving very, very late in the braking zone to defend their position. What's your stance on that one? Are you that acceptable forward defence, or are we edging towards the lines of being a little bit too leery?
Well, one of the things I often get commented on is how harsh I am in my commentary on opinions and things like that. So, quite frankly, Paul, get them in the bin. There's no need for it. They know exactly what they're doing there. Give you an example there. You saw Hassani on the brake and almost pushing Maxime Batafoulier onto the outside wall there. you're entitled to hold your line, but when your line interferes with the safe line of another driver, if another driver has to take avoidant action just when you're on the brakes, that's it's not good form for me. It's different if they're weaving about; it's a bit more clear cut. But if they're kind of taking that diagonal line, then it's questionable. I think it becomes more a thing of like respect rather than a clear cut yes no answer on that one. But Igor Murdzov into the pit lane there. It's a grey area, isn't it? And the problem is that at this level of sim racing, drivers are going to exploit every grey area there is in the book, whether that is track limits, whether that is defensive driving. It's up to race control what they deem acceptable. For me, I don't like it. It's there's no need for it.
Yeah, and actually, that's a very, very, very good point that you just mentioned there in that very extensive answer. Track limits, new circuit to ACC, new circuit to these drivers. We've seen in previous races, in the sprint series and in endurance events, that track limits start to play a part in terms of the software itself issuing penalties to drivers for exceeding what is deemed the racing surface multiple times over the course of an event. That's an entirely new kettle of fish for these drivers, isn't it? They've got to the point now with the existing circuits on our calendar that they know every square inch of it, they know what they can and can't get away with, they know where the danger points are. But this is a bit unknown, and I expect that might have a little something to say for itself as this race unfolds towards the sort of latter couple of hours or so. We may see one or two software issued naughty come and serve a penalty situations.
We might do. Personally, from my experience with this on the other sims, it feels like unless you're cutting chunks off of the chicane or things like that, like this corner here, if you were to dive over the corner on the right hand side, then yeah, you might get track cut warnings for that. But normally, if you're going off track, you're actually going wide of the corner you're trying to take here. That usually tends to be the only way that you can make any sort of cut from the deviated line. So I'm not sure how that one is going to pan out. And I said right at the beginning, this is going to be a journey of discovery for us as commentators as well. I mean, I've seen Indianapolis as a track in the likes of iRacing, but with it being brand new to ACC, it's a brave new world to welcome this track into the sim. And for me, possibly not one of the most not one of the circuits that I would associate GT3 racing with. The likes of Daytona would have been one that I would have been more sort of hands-on with in terms of track limits and stuff like that. But yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see how that one turns out. It could be the final hour of the race we see drive-throughs popping up on the timing tower like a Christmas tree. As that looks like Yuri Petrochenko having a little look on the Thasby, but not actually make anything happen here. And now the other thing to point out is we're firmly into the third pit stop window of this race here.
Yeah, and that's again where we see plenty of drama unfold over the last couple of occasions. Let's see if we can repeat that one again. And again, we've talked. Ooh, there's a bit exciting from the Ferrari, and that's our poor connection Ferrari that we've seen a few times over the course of this race. So Petrochenko will be desperate to find his way past that one, because it is scary as a sim racing esports driver coming up against someone that doesn't have a solid network connection, because again, I've said this before, you just don't know what's going to happen to that car. It's erratic in its behaviour. Petrochenko now, good slipstream coming down in a turn one, maybe not quite enough to get the overtake done, and there we go, he looks to the inside, recognises that isn't going to happen, so tries for the optimal line to get the run on the car ahead of him, which works very nicely indeed. Now Petrochenko really needs to be the inside to take full advantage of it, so he tries to do a late cutback. There we go, catches the apex, doesn't get enough of a run off the corner, does Petrochenko, so not quite enough advantage to really toe-to-toe it through this next section of racetrack. A very fast, very flowing part of the track. If he can confuse the car in front or compromise the car in front to get a suboptimal line and go too shallow into the corners, that gives him a run down the straight, but not quite enough on this occasion for Yuri Petrochenko. Shows his nose to the inside, but that's more in threat than actual anticipation of making a pass. And again, as we've said, it's a very difficult track to overtake, especially when the level is so close amongst the drivers, and especially in the case of Yuri Petrochenko, when you've got a car that seems to have a connection of the internet from 1973.
Yeah, that's a bit of a dial-up connection possibly on the go there when your parents are shouting up to you because
ACC coming to ZX Spectrum Plus 2.
Your parents are not shouting up to you because you're using the phone line when they need to use it. Yeah, that brings back some very painful memories for myself on that one. But he's doing the best that he can, and the thing to remember is that it's a worldwide group of competitors that we have here. We've got drivers and teams from all over the world here, and it's what makes this Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Mobileye so unique here, Paul, is the fact that we have that worldwide mix here. We see Igor Rodriguez here from Williams Esports Chill Blast, the Brazilian taking part in the race as well here. So again, all nationalities taking part in this race, and it's amazing to think, and again, it sounds super cheesy, doesn't it, to think that it's the one thing that brings us all together is the fact that we're all absolute petrol heads. We're all absolute nuts about racing, watching racing. We'd all have about 15 screens with about 10 different races if we possibly could, and it's the one thing that unites us all.
Yeah. And it's wonderful. I think you and I have spoken about this on different broadcasts. So anybody who follows the work of David and I, or more importantly, the championships we commentate on, forgive me if I'm saying the same thing over and over again, but it really, really is incredible that we live in a world where people of all different walks of life, of all different parts of the world, can race together on the same virtual track in the same virtual cars at such a high level and replicate what we love, which is motorsport. I think that is so exciting to be a part of, and I think it's so exciting to broadcast these races as a racer, as an event organizer, or as a commentator. It's fabulous, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And again, sign of the times as well, as you see Nikita Bogoroditsky forcing World Up Pro by Vides, making a move up the inside. I believe that might have been David Michel in that car just in front there. Igor Rodriguez right onto the back of Gregor Schiltley. The other thing as well is, like we said, how cool it is that everyone can come together, but the thing is as well, is it's a great escape as well. I mean, you've got worldwide pandemics, you've got wars, you've got financial unrest, all that sort of stuff. It doesn't matter. We can all just jump into our offices, jump into our rooms, go for a race, have fun, and be better than somebody else. And hey, like that always makes you feel better, not finishing at the back of the pack.
I'll take your word for that one. I've never really experienced that before.
Well, I won a race once, so I mean, it does feel really, really good. But that one race is like marred by the amount of times that I've ditched the car into a wall and kind of cost it for my team. So yeah, it does feel good, but I know exactly what it feels like to be at the back as well.
Yeah, it's fun. It's all about racing. At the end of the day, it's all about having fun. It's all about going out there and pushing yourself and finding new layers to yourself, really. I know, again, this sounds cheesy as well, but it's all just about becoming the best that you can be and finding new ways, new disciplines, new skills, finding new aspects of yourself where you dig deep and perform. As somebody who's performing and digging deep here now is Igor Rodriguez in the number 5 Williams Esports Chill Blast Bentley round the outside. Great bit of driving actually there. Left space for it, bit of contact on corner exit, but Gregor Schill very gentlemanly left the space for Rodriguez. Rodriguez did not need asking twice, and that was a dynamite overtaking manoeuvre. Well done, Igor Rodriguez. How about getting your name up in light, sunshine? That's job done. Thanking you.
Yeah, Williams will be delighted at that one, the Williams Esports driver. Great move down into turn 1 here as we see Sven Hettich having a little look onto Amato there just in front. In fact, that's not Amato, that is the 72 there. That's one of the Renfelten Esports machines that's just up in front as well. That is going to be the 1-2-3 though, just behind of Andre Frank. That is trying to catch on to this group as well here. But yeah, it's awesome to see. And the thing is that every single race is going to be completely different. In fact, even this race, right, you've got an 8-hour race. Every hour you're going to have a completely different picture to the previous hour or the hour before that. I mean, do you remember when we had the Ferrari in the lead for the entire first hour of the race, and we thought, is this what's going to happen here? And now we have Triton in the lead of the race with Mateusz Tiszkiewicz, 9 seconds to the good, and looking very, very good here as another man looking very good, Sven Hettich for Prime E-Racing up the inside there. That's as cool, calm and collected as you like, and believe it or not, that is the 72 of Jan Bierman that is in 8th position. So Sven Hettich really wants to make a move on this.
Good manoeuvre as well there. Yuri Petrichenko still down in 30th position, still trying to find a way past the Ferrari ahead of him. Petrichenko must be getting frustrated now. Can turn the car nicely, but did not quite have enough on corner exit. Snap of oversteer. Did Petrichenko to keep the car pointing in the right direction, and it's got to be so infuriating now to find a way past this Ferrari, looking every single direction and then some more as well, is the 1-1-10 car of Yuri Petrichenko. So this one now, I'm afraid, has got tears written all over it, if you ask me, because I think Petrichenko's starting to get a tad hot under the collar. Can he throw the car down the inside? He decides nice and early to have a look. Ferrari not falling for that trick, keeps everything nice and calm, and Petrichenko still trying to find a way past in a 30th place. Quick update on our race leader. Remember what I said? It was a time gap that I've completely forgotten now. 8.6 seconds, I think it was. 8.660 seconds. David Tinitza, no inroads whatsoever. In fact, he's losing time. The gap is now just over 9 seconds between our two race leaders. So at this moment in time, Mateusz Tiszkiewicz in the Triton Racing Bentley has the field covered with a little bit left to spare.
I'm very much confused at what I'm seeing on the road tracker right now, because from what I understand, Mateusz Tiszkiewicz is just inches away from overtaking the 66 car in 6th position, Eamon Murphy. Now, unless Murphy's been into the
yes,
pit lane,
yes.
So he has been into the pits then. I was thinking that's a very, very wild stint for the Bentley there, as we're watching Sven Hettich here fighting. That looks to be the 33 car of Sebastian Apostel. Apostel gets that position back here. But Sven Hettich in that Prime E-Racing machine, he is desperate to push that car as fast as he can right now.
Having himself a good time as well. Every time we've seen Hettich, he's been involved in some really nice, clean, professional looking racing, having a good little squabble with those around him. So good drive so far from Sven Hettich in terms of his racecraft, although maybe 25th position is not quite where he would like to be. And let's have a look at the Yas Heat SRO 22, the number 149 machine of YouTuber Yaroslav Honzik. 7th position at this moment in time is Honzik, just ahead of Brzezinski in the number 53 behind. So been a bit of a quiet race, I think, hasn't it, for the Yas Heat car? Not really pulled up any trees, made particular dramas, but they're there or thereabouts, having a solid race.
Yeah, they're just what we would say up here in Scotland. They're just pootling about in the backgrounds. It's look, the thing is though as well, they're keeping themselves out of trouble. That's going to be the key thing here. With 5 hours left to go, we're coming up rapidly to the halfway point in the race here. This is a good position for them to be well up in the top 10 just now. Less than halfway into the race, they're still within shouting distance. We've seen things can go wrong. They're about 9 seconds behind Tobias Grunwald, that is just up there in 6th position there. So again, still lots to play for, but as we see Kamil Pawlowski into pit lane there, pit stops are going to be a huge factor. They can cause big issues. I mean, any one of those top 10 drivers could get a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. That could very easily happen, and we see Igor Rodriguez with that 5-second penalty. That's going to cause some issues with that car as well.
And talking of pit stops, David Tinitza is the first of our race leaders to pull the trigger and jump down pit road. He hops out of the car and Kamil Pawlowski gets back in. Remember, Pawlowski's the man that put the car on pole position and led the opening hour of this race. So it'll be interesting to see what Pawlowski can do aboard the number 51. So let's see how that one filters out. Gregor Schill, Rodriguez, and of course Mariusz Tiskovic at the front of the field have not made their stop yet. So the Ferrari deciding to come down pit road a little bit earlier to see if that can make a difference with a new driver and new tyres on that car. We see an instance involving cars 63 and car 5 on lap 97. 5-second time penalty for car number 5, and that is the Rodriguez machine that you spoke of. So that 5-second penalty will be served at the pit stop, and that will drop Rodriguez and co a little bit further down the running order, as Kevin Seclara has done a good recovery job, David. 11th, just about to become 10th.
Well, ish, I would say on that one, because he's got Harry Spears. He's got to try and get past first, and that Honda is no mean feat. But yeah, I would say that the Mercedes looking very strong here. However, look at that little Mercedes train that we've got going on there. Almost 5 Mercedes in a row here. In fact, actually, we've got, what's that, nearly 6 Mercedes within the top 10 if they can get going, as Kevin Seclara again going to try and drive around the outside, but Harry Spears is going to have the outside line, a little bit of a tap there as Seclara trying to maintain his position, but it's not to be, and Harry Spears is just merrily keeping on his way around the rest of the circuit here. So Seclara is going to have to rethink that one. He's going to have to look a little bit elsewhere on the track here. Late on the brakes there, almost clattering into the back end of that Honda here, and we can see a race leader into the pit lane, Mariusz Tiskovic for Triton Racing into pit lane.
So, before the pit stops, Tiskovic had just over a 9-second advantage from the second place car, which was, at the time, the Ferrari number 51. Let us see what happens. Gregor Schill as well decides to come down pit lane, so that promotes Rodriguez to our race leader, although, of course, Rodriguez still needs to serve that 5-second time penalty. Let us see now where the 51 and where the 10 come out onto track in relation to each other. Has stopping a lap early, but a little bit of track distance to the 51 Ferrari. Seclara to the inside again, a very tight corner, difficult to go too wide through there. Goes to the outside to the next turn, will try and shorten the corner by cutting back tightly, but that pitches the rear of the AMG Mercedes around, and that compromises the exit and onto the long start-finish straight. Seclara still has a run, still has a straight line advantage over the Honda, but not as much as he would have done if that had been a little smoother and maybe not quite enough to get the car alongside into the braking zone.
Yeah, looks like into the car jumps Jacob Charcot for the number 10 Triton Racing machine. Niles Noyox back into the car in the BMW number 1 machine. So again, pit stops coming round, and that was a look up the inside. That was a definite statement of intent from Kevin Seclara there, looking up the inside of Harry Spears. But Spears, you've got to say, I mean, looking so cool, calm and collected, and Seclara is raging. You can see him mouthing off in the webcam in the right hand side. Look at how much aggression that he's got and how much he's having to fight the car there. That is 100% setup. That is all to do with how he likes to drive that car, almost micromanaging the car as it's a little look up the inside there. Gets the car pulled in, but certainly one of the more dramatic ways of driving the car, I think there, Paul.
Yeah, very much so. Kevin Seclara will know that he's been in a motor race when he gets off that rig and hands over to one of his teammates in a short while's time. So, as you say, Jacob Charcot now in the Triton Racing car. Remember, the number 10 was our former race leader with Dominic Blyer behind the wheel. So Charcot has big shoes to fill in order to retain that race lead, but he's got 4.5 seconds, over Kamil Pawlowski. So there we go. The 9 seconds has been cut to 4.5. The undercut is a very, very powerful tool here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Grand Prix circuit. And Kamil Pawlowski, courtesy of the Ferrari team pulling that car in a bit earlier, is suddenly very interested indeed in having a go at this race lead. So I think it's game on, David. I think we've got ourselves a little bit of a hot fuse being set fire and an explosion at front of the field. So get ready for some more drama.
I'm not saying that because I said that last time and I was sorely disappointed, so I've learned my lesson. I'm keeping my mouth shut. We'll see what happens. I hope that's what we get, but I was going back to that little battle with Kevin Siclari and Harry Spears there. Kevin Siclari was shaking his head in disapproval at something, but I don't quite understand what, because from what I saw there, Harry Spears was just defending the line as he's allowed to do here, but maybe it's he's unhappy at the setup of the car. It would explain certainly why he's having to put so much steering input into that car, because that just doesn't. We're looking at everybody else and it looks, very minimal steering input, very smooth, but he's almost having to, saw at the wheel and fight that car for every single little bit of it's just frustration trying to get this done, because you can see him jumping up and down. Now that is a move that you do when it's like in the go-karts, Paul, you kind of jump up and down in the seat to try and get a little bit more traction. But here we go then, as the Honda moves down to the inside line then. The Mercedes is going to try and have a look up the inside there, and that Honda just sticks to the inside line there, forces him out wide, but I think the Honda should still be able to hold on to it. The two of them run wide there, and the Mercedes gets, I'm waiting for the little shrug of the shoulders, there you go, little shake of the head. Unfortunately that was on the pair of them. The both of them outbrake themselves into that corner there, and the pair of them are their own worst enemies right now.
Oh, this is outstanding. This is fun. I mean, Siclari looks like he's having... I mean, he'll be frustrated that he's having an aggressive time in the car, but that looks like great fun. And that is some intense racing between the two of them. In fact, easy to say as a commentator up in the box and not in the heat of battle, Siclari should have pinned that car to the pit wall and made it so the Honda is really, really tight into T1, and then snatched it back when the Honda ran deeper in the corner. But of course, both giving each other racing room, and Kevin Siclari fired up, I think, now to find a way past as we're going down. This is Alexander Novichov in 20th place, having himself a nice bit of fun in the 322 machine, and we're seeing quite a lot of this car so far, just outside the top 20 positions. But let's go back now to the Kevin Siclari move. This is a very, very intense race between these two, and I fear Kevin Siclari really needs to make a move very soon, otherwise it's going to be a bit of drama.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on with that one, Paul. But I think, while we're watching this, it's so important. We need to give everyone at home a little bit of context. So I think it's time for you to take us through some of the highlights in just a second, actually, because it looks like it's happening again. Siclari trying to go around the outside here, but that's going to be on the inside line for Harry Spears. Is he going to get the move done? Yes, he tries to get it done. Is it done? Yep, that's it. Done, dusted, signed, sealed, delivered. There we go. Right, okay, what was I saying? Yes, let's bring all our viewers, Paul, back up to speed, and why don't you take us through what's happened so far?
So here we go then. This is there's 8 hours of Indianapolis, and we've seen so much action all the way through. There's been plenty of drama unfold, and that's the 332 getting up close and personal with one of the many Lamborghinis on the racetrack, but both cars just about to survive. We've seen plenty of drama as well in terms of Ferraris. There we go, seeing the barriers to the outside of the circuit. This is such a quick track. There's plenty of runoff area. David spotted that during the live pictures, as there's a bit of a drama on rejoin as well. So closely matched is this field of drivers, teams and cars that you never quite know exactly where to look. That's the DV1 Triton machine trying to find his way past, and then eventually succeeding for race lead from the Ferrari of Kamil Pawlowski. The Ferrari esports team led and then dropped down the running order. Kevin Siclari is a man who's been involved in much of the drama, but unfortunately that's drama he does not want to see. A double impact following an overtaking manoeuvre earlier in the race. That one put the Mercedes out of contention for their usual running order, and they're currently on the recovery drive. The Unicorns of Love car finding their way past BMW as well, kissing between the number 1 machine and the AMG Mercedes, but both just about survive. Hard, fair and aggressive racing. Honda have been another strong brand so far in this race, but not quite good enough in a straight line is the Rocket Sim Sport car to withhold the advances of the chasing pack, despite being heavily defensive, and a kiss to the rear of the car as well for good measure, but recovered, and both drivers get onwards and don't receive any penalties. 3 wide's been the story of the day further down the running order. Unfortunately, on that occasion, it did not work out as expected, although we've seen plenty and plenty of excitement. 3 wide into many of the corners here. Indianapolis proving itself to be a wonderful venue in which to go GT3 racing. That's the Lamborghini Automobile Esports team getting pushed out wide by not 1 but 2 cars, and then eventually pirouetting to the outside grass. Lamborghini having a difficult event, David. And let's go back now to the live pictures as we see a very nice fight indeed for 13th and 14th places on track.
Yeah, that looks like Alexander Smollier for the SMP Racing Esports machine up the inside of Niels Klinkmuller there in that number 4. So that was 4 position. Smollier moves up to 13th position, but have a look in the background there. That is one of the McLarens. I believe that is a lap down, so not actually involved in this this fight nonetheless, but still fascinating stuff as we see Jacob Charcot now is in moves into the lead as finally we get Igor Rodriguez into that pit lane. So the gap now for the leader to second place. Remember, we were thinking that could be quite interesting because it was down about 3 seconds, and now it's back up to 5.1 seconds as we see Alexander Smollier. He is, you've got to say, looking like a bit of a boss there. Got the old vest tank top on, keeping cool, calm and collected with less than 5 hours left to go in this race here.
Yeah, Smollier doing everything he can wisely to combat the heat and the temperatures inside the room where he's got his racing rig. As you say, warm pretty much all the way through Europe anyway. The heat of the competition and wrestling, probably a direct drive wheel it looks like there, which will have quite high forces, the heat from the computer as well, and all that good stuff. It's critical to keep your body temperature down, to keep the opportunity to suffer from fatigue as low as you possibly can in order to help you unleash maximum potential, pace, consistency and racecraft. Because don't forget, this is an 8-hour endurance race here, so the drivers really need to be on it, and the Mobileye Intercontinental Challenge 2022 as much as they possibly can. Otherwise you're giving away rivals, you're giving away time and opportunity to your rivals. Igor Rodriguez, by the way, for Williams Esports Chill Blast SRO, currently 6th position. They took the race lead, but now have dropped down to 6th position. So Jacob Charcot has a race lead of 4.5 seconds from Kamil Pawlowski. Eamon Murphy in 3rd position, Tobias Gronwald in 4th, Nils Naujoks in 5th place, 13 seconds further back, and then Rodriguez in 6th, while we've got our race leader in silver is the number 67 car, 9th position overall.
Yeah, fantastic race that we've been treated to so far, and again a little bit of a calm in the storm for everyone that's involved here. Again, we've seen this so many times throughout the past couple of hours here. This is how it goes. The drivers all go for the pit stops. They then have about 20-25 minutes of cool, calm, clear running, and then all hell breaks off for about 10 minutes there, and then we get these little pockets of battles as well. As we can see, Igor Rodriguez coming out just behind Niles Naujoks there for that battle for 5th position here. And Naujoks, again, that BS Plus competition car has been a little bit surprising for me today, Paul, because Naujoks was involved in that early, 4-way scrap for 2nd place there, looking like he had a lot of pace there. And that car has just kind of fallen off into no man's land ever since then. So 5th place looks like the best they're going to get at the moment, but still 4.5 hours left to go. It's a heck of a long time.
It is indeed, and it's all about the championship as well. Naujoks and co all know that if you've not got the ultimate pace, then you get the best result you possibly can and score as many points as you can. But David, I think now it is that magical time of day where it's time for the Michael Hamlet Statistic Corner once again. And let's have a look at some average laps after 3 stints. So currently, car number 10, who are also our race leader with Jacob Charcot behind the wheel, the DV1 Triton car, the average lap time after 3 stints is 1 minute 35.706, which is the fastest car that we've got in this race. Car number 51, which is the Scuderia Ferrari Velas eSport team, currently driven by Kamil Pawlowski, Their average lap time after 3 stints is a 1 minute 35.832, which is 1.25 tenths of a second behind the DV1 machine. Car number 14, which is the Unicorns of Love Mercedes, currently in 4th overall, is 3rd in the fastest lap charts after 3 stints on average, with a 35.857, so 1.5 tenths a further 0.25 away from the Ferrari and 1.5 away from the ultimate fastest. And in 4th position is this is surprising, car number 66, which is the McLaren, currently driven by Eamon Murphy, in 3rd position, and their average stint lap time is a 35.862, so 1.5 tenths of a second away from the ultimate pace. So 1.5 tenths of a second cover the top 4 stint lap times, again showing exactly how close these things are and exactly how difficult it is, David, to find an advantage over your rivals. If you've got a 4-second gap, it is a big job to make that 4 seconds up on track without something rather spectacular happening.
It really is, and just going back to the to that point and to a comment that Omaris Bumriadi made on the YouTube chat there, it's that that it's a 8-hour endurance race and not an 8-hour sprint race. Well, the stats kind of prove otherwise. This is for all intents. Yeah, this is for all intents and purposes. This is an 8-hour sprint race. Like there is no chill in this race whatsoever. There is no lull, there is no down period, there are no drivers that are maybe a little bit less fast than it is go time. For all 8 hours of this race, it is go time, all hands on deck. There is no respite whatsoever, and we see that as well from the fact that we don't get a break through this in any way whatsoever. And that's not one of those pesky whinging situations. That's me saying, like, even for our broadcast producer, Mike Yao, who's behind the scenes constantly trying to flick through all of the action. I mean, you're tearing your hair out because you've got through a field of like 45 cars, right? We've got to try and keep context on all of these little battles, and then before you know it's now a 3-car battle, then it simmers away to like just a car on its, everybody doing their own thing, and then suddenly there's a spin, and honestly there is so much going on the track at any given moment. That then transfers down to the drivers. So then they're constantly having to readjust what they're planning about what they're doing, whether that's the cars that they're fighting, whether or not that's the delta that they're going to be racing to, whether or not they've got to worry about trying to work in a penalty into their strategy as well. Everything changes almost every single lap, and how gorgeous is this grill cam from Nils Klinkmiller on that Merc AMG.
Yeah, sensational shots for the rundown. This is on the Daytona. No, it's not Daytona at all. That's on the IndyCar oval straight, facing the wrong direction. Never mind, it's in America. It's close enough. I don't know these things.
It's a road circuit. It's close enough, mate. You're fine.
Exactly.
Nobody will notice.
It's a part nobody will notice, exactly. So there you go, DLC reveal from Kunos. It's got a secret Daytona that you didn't see, masquerading as Indy. But yeah, great shots. As you say, great racing. It's so interesting to see how close, how hard people are still racing and fighting. Even at this stage, 4 hours and 37 minutes left on the clock. We've done 3 hours and 22 minutes and 50-something seconds already in this race. And you've still got cars nose to tail. You still miss one braking zone, and 3 cars are going to sail past you. That is, this is pinnacle endurance GT racing right here, right now.
Yeah, it really, really is, isn't it? And the fact is, it's again, Mike Yao just showing off now with these glorious camera angles here as we're looking back from Nils Klinkmiller. That looks like it's going to be Marco Bischoff that is just behind and getting so dangerously close in that Porsche here. And again, that just adds on to the pressure for that car. It really, has to make you think about how you're going to defend. And if I'm Nils Klinkmiller right now, I'm feeling a little bit nervous. But I'm also looking at the clock here, Paul, and realising that we've only got 36 minutes left on comms, and I'm going to be honest with you, I'm very tempted to pull a bit of sabotage on Jesse Lee and Ryan Mawson on their internet connection right now, just to make sure that we can stay on a little bit longer. But this is just, we're going to go off, and for a fact we're going to get a cup of coffee and sit and watch the rest of this race.
Oh, well, a shadow of a doubt. It's been brilliant, and again, I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again. it's always worrying as a commentator when you go into one of these long events and you know you've got a big stint in front of you behind the mic. It's always worrying that if it's a bit of a flat race or there's not a lot happening, there's nobody really close, and yeah, we can happily talk all day as we're mates, but you want it to be dramatic and exciting for you and for the audience at home as well. And I think I'm not going to be too off the mark in saying that for the entire 3 hours and 25 minutes, there's not been 3 minutes where nothing's happened. There's not been a single moment where we can just forget what's happening on screen and talk garbage for a while because we're kind of fed up. It's been drama, excitement, pressure, intense racing and beautiful racecraft. Basically, from the second the green flag went, right the way through to this very moment in time where Marco Bischoff is climbing all over the back of a Mercedes, desperate to find his way past to get into that top 15.
I mean, not to be the old man and whinge about driving standards, but do you think that this does make it a little bit awkward for a lot of the drivers? Because, I mean, how often have we seen it in previous rounds of this championship or other championships where we see these names driving with each other and it gets messy, it gets really, really like unnecessary contact left, right and centre, and it's just looking really, really depressing to try and commentate on it. And yet this, and I said this earlier on, I said this probably about an hour and a half ago, this has been one of the best races that I've been part of to commentate for SRO. And what I would say is, for these drivers, this is period one of the best races that I have commentated in ACC. I mean, this is one of those that I would use to kind of send to my friends and family when I talk about sim racing and I try and explain about how close and how intense the battling can be, because this has just been a perfect demonstration of how real the racing is. We go on about, this isn't real racing in terms of cars on track, but this is real racing in every other aspect, and how hard you fight and how hard you push here. Now, again, talking on the showing off here, we can see Marco Bischoff here. You can see the webcam, but a very unusual angle here. Actually, being able to see the pedal inputs from the driver there.
I just want to give a little bit of insight to the audience actually on this awesome camera view as it is, but clearly very, very proud of this camera view that's being created for this broadcast, this mic, and he's put it up on screen. But we were talking about something completely irrelevant, to the point where Mike had to come in our ear and say, just so you know, there's a pedal cam on screen, just to make sure, just he's laughing now in my ear, just to make sure that we don't miss it. That
was like 2 minutes after you were saying about how we haven't had to talk about nonsense.
So there you go, ladies and gents at home. That's a little bit of insight. That make sure you praise the good camera work of Mike. And it is, jokes aside, it is great camera work and a great broadcast from Mike, Steve, and the whole crew here at SRO Esports, and Michael Hamlet giving us some outstanding statistics in the background, and everybody involved. It's such a comprehensive effort by so many different people, pulling together so many different difficult aspects of the job to make what appears to be a seamless broadcast on screen that goes out to everybody at home. And it's not, those praises aren't sung enough to everybody behind the scenes that makes things happen. You'd be absolutely shocked if you weren't involved in this industry yourself at just how many varied people from varied backgrounds with varied tasks they've got to do, and it all pulls together. It makes teamwork absolutely, it's humbling actually to be a part of it. It's I've never failed to be impressed by the collective effort from the group to put on some really top draw broadcasts.
Yeah, it's fantastic to be part of it, and yeah, we're very, very much privileged to be part of it. Let's bring you up to speed with what is happening so far, though. Jacob Sharkot for Triton Racing up in the lead of this race. That gap now about 5 seconds over the Vilas Ferrari esports team. It's company Kennel Pawlowski, who was in the lead of this race during the first hour. In that second position, Eamon Murphy in that number 66 McLaren in third position. Tobias Grunwald in fourth position. Nils Noyox in fifth. Igor Rodriguez in sixth. Jardier is in 7th. Got there eventually. My brain just completely shut down as I completely, momentarily forgot Yaroslav Sondrik's first name, but we got there eventually. Jardier in 7th position. I'm going to get absolutely mauled from his stream right now. It's then Brzezinski in 8th position, Hyla in 9th, and Kevin Siclari in 10th position. And I do believe that was a senior moment I just had there.
I have those all of the time, so worry not, my friend, worry not about that one. We're looking at Nicholas Hoban now, Mercedes-AMG AKKO, I don't know what that is. The R8G car, number 88 in 12th position. So Hoban's having a nice drive. Harry Spears still ahead of him. So Spears, his quest to get that top 10 is not quite working out after the pit stops. 11th position at the moment, and reasonable gap between himself and Kevin Siclari in that 10th position. So Nicholas Hoban, now I'm surprised to see this car getting on pace with the back of Harry Spears. I thought we'd see a little bit more in this new stint from the 99 Honda, but it doesn't quite seem to have the run of pace that it needs at the moment.
Yeah, it's the ebb and flow, isn't it? I mean, the Honda wasn't particularly known for its straight line speed, but it has been making a decent effort. But I think it's kind of been downhill after that fight with Kevin Siclari. What we don't know is how many drivers are double stinting their tyres, how many drivers are maybe just trying to ease their tyres through this spot here until they get their next drivers in. At which point, the halfway point, maybe they'll get fresh boots on, and maybe then suddenly the cars will come roaring back into life. But certainly it doesn't look like that car's sliding about. It just looks like it's a very measured and controlled drive right now from Harry Spears.
I'm just having a quick look at the lap times of our two race leaders, because that gap's come down to 4.3 seconds now, and it's absolutely fascinating to see just how close these cars have been in lap time over the last couple of laps, separated by, more often than not, thousandths, not even tenths, not even half to thousandths of a second between the number 10 and the number 51 machine. It's slight advantage to the 51 at this moment in time, but that's going to be a race that continues on, and I think it's only 4.5 seconds, but I think Pavlovsky and Ferrari need to do something with strategy if they're realistically going to want to find a way to get in contention with the DV1 Triton car currently run by Jacot in first position. So what do you do, David? What tools in the armoury have you got if you've got basically exactly the same speed as race leader to bridge that 4.5 second, 5 second gap?
In a word, hacks. You just break out the old grip hacks and get the old turbo boost button on. Look, joking aside, it's a very difficult conversation to be had. Some races you're just not going to be in the position, and given that we've got 4.5 hours left to go, it might be too late. We can see the Ferrari up the inside. That is the 51 of Kamil Pavlovsky, so it looks like our leaders have already lapped up to around about 11th position. A great underside shot there of Jan Willem van Oomen on the fresh air goes here underneath the spoiler, and I'm assured that car is still going the right way around the circuit, but it was a little bit disorientating having a look up at the underside of that spoiler. But yeah, look, if you are Kevin Siclari and you are trying to make massive inroads, then you need to have something special. You need to have something extraordinary in the reserve tank to be able to pull that gap. Because, I mean, if we look at the time difference between Kevin Siclari and the likes of our race leader, right, we're talking about 92 seconds. And another 9 cars, Paul, that are in between you and the race leader. Now, for me, a very good result for Kevin Siclari would be a top 5 finish. But even then, that's going to be a very hard push with the quality of the teams that are up in that top 10 right now. Sometimes you have to cut your losses and you say, well, look, we'll maybe get 1 or 2 places, but we're not going to be fighting for the podium on this. At this point in time, it's way too early to discount that out. It's still very much all play for. Anyone in the top 10 still has a shout, but again, as it comes down to that final 2 hours, then you're going to be a little bit more realistic with your chances, and that's when it becomes more a case of securing your position rather than making any wild darts up the order.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. It's positioning. What you're doing at this stage in the race is positioning, setting yourself up for the final couple of hours, and that's where it's only going to be. Realistically, it's the final stint where things start to settle down and you really understand what's happening. But the final couple of hours, that's where you get a true gauge of the temperature of the race and exactly what's looking realistic or not. At this stage, 4.5 hours just under to go. You can roll the dice, you can do some contra strategies, you can do some you can influence things a little bit, and still you have time to either reap the rewards of that one or recover if you've made the wrong decision or the wrong choice, and try and get yourself back on an even keel with those around you. But it's as you say, the top 10 have still got a good shout of being within the top 5, top 6 of this race. And we saw the case of Kevin Siclari is the one in question that you were talking about, currently in 10th position. Don't forget, that car was facing the wrong way not too long ago, having come off worse for an overtaking manoeuvre and got a secondary impact by another car as well. So these kind of things can still happen. There's still the track limits question mark that's not really been answered and won't be answered for another couple of 3 hours or so to go. Weather, I think we're going to stay pretty much dry all the way through to the checkered flag, although the temperatures will change. It's still 3:43 p.m. in game time, so we'll be running under daylight conditions right the way through to the checkered flag to one degree or another. So there's still a lot of variables. There's traffic as well. I mean, we're coming through, as you say, the leaders are lapping up to like 12th, 11th position. There's still time for a whole bunch of lapping back markers to come back round again, one, maybe even 2 times before this race comes to its conclusion. So there are a whole bunch of variables. There's fatigue as well, team fatigue, driver fatigue, that needs to get filtered into the equation as well, because as you mentioned several hours ago now, David, when you stop driving this car and get out, it's very unlikely that you can immediately switch off from the race and go and do something for an hour or get a snooze. You're going to be attuned to what's happening in lesser or greater degree, whether that's on Discord talking tactics or whether that's just having it running through your mind when you're trying to relax. And those kind of fatigue aspects do filter in to your performance towards the closing stage of the race, and that's when it becomes much more of an endurance race, isn't it? An endurance as a driver, physical endurance, mental endurance, and that's where mistakes happen. And that's where, for those who are willing and ready to pounce, that's where opportunities may present themselves as well towards the end of the race.
Oh, absolutely. It's all about, that final hour, final 2 hours. It's about keeping yourself in contention, building yourself up to that final stage of the race here. And many of these drivers will look back on this halfway point and think, well, how on earth did we manage to get up to position XYZ when, halfway we were 15 positions down or something like that? So massive gains can be made, but the further up the grid you go, the percentage chance of those gains reduces drastically, because the quality of the field goes up by that same percentage as well here. And we're currently watching Andre Frank in the FFS racing machine there, and again, it's something that I said earlier on here, Paul, is the concentration on these drivers right now. They are completely focused in on what they are doing. It always fascinates me, actually, in terms of the fact that it's a sim, it's a game, it's whatever, whether it's ACC you're playing or iRacing or Gran Turismo or Forza or Trackmania, whatever it is that you're taking part in motorsport wise. The dedication, the focus that you have is just, it's unparalleled. You go into this completely different place and for like 4 hours or 3 hours or however long, that's all you can think about. It's such a cool thing that we've got, that we can enjoy this hobby where we just completely disappear for hours at a time.
Yeah, it's wonderful. As a broadcast as well, it's great to see these webcams focusing on the drivers, so you can see the different kind of postures behind the wheel, the different setups they've got. You can see the facial expression. Some drivers really talkative, like to talk to the team, or even like to talk on live streams that they've got on their own channels. And then other drivers want absolute silence, pitch black conditions, just focus on the job on hand. As Andre Franca now puts the car down the inside, manages to stay alongside, but then runs out of racing room and has to slot back in again in that particularly attractively liveried Aston Martin. I must admit, I do like that quite a bit indeed. That's a very pretty looking car, but Andre Franke needs to do a better job of finding a way past next time around, because that was never realistically going to be on. And oh look, Nils Naujok's back behind the wheel of the number 1 machine. So Naujok's sensible first stint. I think when he opened the race, I think it's fair to say, not really putting himself under any pressure, not really taking any chances behind the wheel, and his teammates have stepped in and done good work as well behind the wheel of that number 1 car. So 5th position's about where realistically the pace is in that car on this track, I think. So they'll be moderately satisfied that they're delivering on expectation, I think it's fair to say so far.
Yeah, I think again another spot on comment with that one there. The other point that I was actually way to make there, just looking at that car, is the one thing that I love with the ACC crew and like these drivers and the teams that you see week in, week out across all the different championships, Paul, that you and I cover, is the identities of the teams and the drivers. You know, you look at that car, you know that's a BS Plus competition car because of the zebra stripes. You look at the Triton racing car, you can easily identify that in a crowd. The number 51 Vilas Ferrari esports machine, all of these cars, all of these teams, their shirts, their branding, they all have these unique identities. And for me, it's another thing that brings it closer to real life, as we see Hugo Colo for Team Full Motorsport here onto the back of De Oliveira. It's that other thing, you know, along with the webcams that allow you to treat it like real life racing. You know, you see that car, that's your car, you support that car, you can spot that a mile off, and it allows you to kind of invest yourself a little bit deeper on that. And again, it's a far cry from where sim racing was a couple of years ago. The fact that, you know, a lot of these teams now have professionally designed cars in the same way that you would have professionally designed race cars. You know, all done in terms of using the right colour, using the right logos for their sponsors, the text, the font size, all that sort of stuff. It now becomes like a committee decision, and as more money and as more teams come into top level sim racing, that sort of thing is only going to get you know, bigger and bigger as well, because that then spills over to things like social media. And BS Plus are a great example of that. Their social media is all branded with the same sort of look as you see on their car. It brings it into that one whole thing, and it just blows my mind that that's where we are.
Yeah, I thoroughly agree with those sentiments, and especially on the livery side of things as well. They're also really serious looking liveries, really professional looking liveries. There's none of these kind of what you used to get maybe a few years ago, where there's like stupid colour schemes or really poorly put together designs, and clearly there's not really much thought got into it. This looks like, for all intents and purposes, a professional real world racing championship, and that is exactly what I like to see. And obviously myself, and yourself as well, having been involved in SRO competition for a long time, you get to know these teams from the commentator and from watching the broadcast, and then they kind of take on the personality that real teams do. Everybody knows who Williams are in Formula 1, everybody knows who Ferrari are, everybody knows who McLaren are, whatever, and then it's now becoming the same kind of thing in sim racing. You know Unicorns of Love, you know all these different teams and all these different squads, and it, as you say, it brings you into the world even more, it brings it even more immersive, and you start to know the drivers, and you've got more of a vested interest in this is racers with personalities into it, not just a motor race of 20 people that you don't know, that you don't care about, that aren't teams that are recognised. It's the whole package, isn't it? And the more and more that establishes and grows, and the more and more appealing watching an esports broadcast will be to the general member of public that likes motor racing, because these are established names. You have heroes and villains, you have teams that you like and don't like. You're interested to see where Squad A did because they did bad in the last race, or if they can keep it up because they did good. There's minnows and giants, and yeah, all that together makes for a very entertaining experience.
Yeah, and there's so many ways that then feeds off as well into outside of the track. I mean, again, going back to that conversation we said about some of the other more established esports in terms of like your first-person shooters. You see those big teams and they've all got their own line of merch, and when there's esports events, all the fans are decked out in the stadiums wearing their jerseys and
that's a bridge too far for me. Why you'd want an esport team shirt, I have got absolutely no idea. That's a bridge too far. If you start doing signed driver cards, that's too much.
I'll have you know that I was gifted an RHG esports shirt from that was signed by Roman Grosjean. That is hung up. That takes pride.
No one's ever gifted me anything.
I may have stolen it, but when I say gifted, I mean that's maybe a liberal term of it. But
nobody caught you.
it's not getting sent back, put it that way. But the thing is though is that and just as much effort goes into the merchandise as into the actual cars and into the branding. As we see Hugo Colo, I mean that is a ridiculous move, right? The outside, poor de Oliveira has just been absolutely mugged there.
That was beautiful, and again, both drivers gave each other respect, gave each other racing room, and that was an absolutely beautiful overtaken. Just goes to show that's what we spoke about a little while ago, David, as well, isn't it? That sometimes you need to think outside the box and don't go for the bog standard T1 last of the late breakers. Do something a little bit different, catch your rival unawares, and by the time they recognise what's happening, you've already got the done deal, and they've got to give you racing room. And great driving from Hugo Colo there is a beautiful overtaking manoeuvre.
Yeah, that was a 3000 IQ play there, as you saw in the background, Jake. That is, I think, Brzezinski for the 55 Williams esports machine into pit lane, the AMG version of that team car there. But again, now, unbelievably, we're back at a pit stop territory, or at least maybe sort of 5-10 minutes away from pit stop territory as well. So we're watching Masek Hyla in the Race Anywhere Sim Sport machine, one of the two Race Anywhere machines. I believe Harry Spears in that sister Honda car, the 99 Race Anywhere machine, doing a grand job in that top 10 as well. Just having a look there. Can we also take a minute to talk about the 41 machine there of Vyacheslav Abeladze? How in the blue heck have they got themselves back up into the top 20? That car was done and dusted. That car was into the top 30, out of the top 30 because of they did not have a stop-go 30-second penalty. They've taken it. And they're still back up into 20th position. 4 hours left to go. 100% they are well within a chance of getting back up into the top 10.
And if ever that was an advert for never give up, that is exactly what you need to see. Never give up. Keep pushing no matter what comes your way, good or bad. Take it on the chin, move forward with it, and that is exactly what the 41 team have done. And as you say, 20th position, not even hit the halfway mark of this race, 19th position now after somebody's gone down pit lane. They're on for a very nice day indeed. If they can continue that one and minimise mistakes from this point out, they could very well be one of those drivers, or one of those teams, that are very firmly looking at scoring themselves a nice little handful of points, which is exactly what you want to achieve in a race like this. Somebody there off track getting completely out of the way. Good driving there to allow this whole gaggle of cars to make their way past them. We're looking at Andre Franke, 27th position again in that beautiful Aston Martin, using all of the curb and grass as the McLaren in front gets very, very sideways. The number 77, that is Hettich in the silver class car, really sideways, good control. That opens the door for Andre Franke now to find his way around the outside. Can he make it in the back of your screen? Meanwhile, Dale McCormack having a bit of drama, a bit of contact in the pass as well, and there we go. Andre Franke takes that position away. One mistake from Hettich 3 corners ago, and that is the end result. A done deal, and Hettich actually very clever not to fight it too hard, because his fight is the silver class, but good bit of driving from all concerned there.
Do you remember when I was saying you get about 25 minutes, 30 minutes of cool, calm, collected drive, and then just 10 minutes of everybody beating each other up? That's exactly what we're into the latter just now here. Everyone fighting it out for position. Darren McCormack being very, very aggressive, getting that position there from Colo there. It's a 5-second time penalty to tip car 21 for causing a collision with the car number 999. So the 21, that is going to be Mohammed Alif in that Ferrari, and you saw the Ferrari was actually the one in the highlights getting sent off into that barrier on the left hand side there, so they get themselves into trouble as well from race control. But as we said, 10 minutes left to go for this first half of the race here, and again, you just do not know where it is going to go. Going back to that 41 of Vyacheslav Abeladze in the recovery drive there, as that looked like the McLaren of Sven Hettich getting caught up there by a couple of cars up a lap as well. I believe that is the Yazid car that just got itself through there just now. Going back to that 41 though of Vyacheslav Abeladze, I think many of his competitors or their competitors would wish that 41 would give up, because it's so frustratingly fast that they can, it's like Houdini, they can get themselves out of any situation and still come out relatively looking of roses, or smelling of roses even.
Looking at roses, isn't it? And that's the beauty, isn't it? When you've got a good car and a good setup, it can mask many problems. It can help you get out of many different situations. And look at this little group of cars now. There are several cars all running. Some are on a different lap than others, which makes it really confusing as a driver, although they do have LCD displays and screens and overlays on their monitor when they're racing to kind of see who they're racing with and who's on a different lap, where you need to concede, where you need to find a way past. But Darren McCormack that we're looking at now, Williams Esports, Chill Blast, IMG, Mercedes, 23rd position, so they're still trying to recover from earlier dramas. But McCormack, looking at the two squabbling cars ahead, decides, yes, you two concentrate on each other, and like stealthily, I'll find my way past as well. Gets well off the racing line, does the Lamborghini. Good driving there. McCormack flashing the lights just to warn the car ahead, I am here and I want to find my way past. But that one into position, so McCormack won't get that done deal quite as easily as he got through the Lamborghini. And a quick shout out as well to what's happening at the front of the field. 3.2 seconds is the gap now, so Pavlovsky finding some more pace as we come towards the pit window. And the other big one is currently Murphy in the 66. Remember, that McLaren is our strategist. McCormack throws the car down the inside. What a move from McCormack. Just gave absolutely no opportunity, no possible chance of it going wrong, and that is a pretty aggressive way to get past a lap car.
Well, there we go. That is the 110 of Jan-Marcel Dietrich, who was... I don't think there's any polite words we can use to describe what just happened there. But either way, Darren McCormack, look at how focused and determined he is. He knows what he needs to do. I was actually commentating on a race that he was taking part in last night. We were watching his webcam, and there was bits where he was looking really, really frustrated and like he was really angry. And he's like, "No, I'm just focused on what I need to do." So, giving very little away there, and focusing really hard with that Williams Esports Chill Blast as well. And yet again, we have to point out, as well as we're in the middle of a pit stop cycle right now, let's remember that car, heavy contact into the wall on turn 1 of the first lap of the race. As we went into green flag action, that car was sent into a 360 and he managed to recover it, and he's still running in the position that he is. So fantastic performance from the Williams Esports Chill Blast team just now. But as you said, all eyes right now on that lead battle, now down to 2.9 seconds. So Kamil Pawlowski is really charging down, 0.2 of a second gains by the Ferrari this time by, and would you believe it or not, our leader has lapped everyone up into P8.
That is an incredible turn of pace by the race leaders. Really setting the timing screens alight are the top runners in this race. So good performance from them. Good consistent performance over the first 4 hours as well. No real let up as McCormack still circulating in 22nd position. I want to go back to the McCormack thing where you said T1, lap 1. did a 360-degree spin. You also forgot to mention that past people, while doing that one, made up places while facing the wrong direction. So dramatic and exciting start for the Williams eSport car, and sadly for them actually that drama's kind of continued throughout the course of the race, so they're a little bit lower than I think their outright speed within that AMG Mercedes really deserves to be, but they've got another half a race still to go, so expect to see them getting into contention as the BMW ahead just runs out onto the grass. Expect to see them getting into contention at least for a top 15 and potentially even still in the conversation for the top 10 positions. 4 hours 5 minutes 52 seconds left on the clock. 2.9 seconds cover our top two runners. The McLaren is a further 7 seconds in arrears in third position, so that's a big fight as McCormack very quickly makes his way to the back of the BMW of Apostle ahead, so he'll be making his way past, and that is your race leader Jacob Charcot. And remind me David, I think the Ferrari came in, was it 1 or 2 laps earlier than everybody else as McCormack makes his way past?
I think it was 2 laps earlier on the last set of pit stops, but Harry Spears and Niels Klinkmuller into the pits just now. So yeah, this is now game time. This is where we really need to see the big moves coming in, especially from that top 10. If you're going to be trying to make some big progress up the field, you need to do something special here.
Yeah, this is the time, isn't it, to start to put the pedal to the metal, as they say, and see if you can work your way some kind of advantage before we get in to that marvellous pit window time where absolutely anything can and absolutely anything does tend to happen out on track. As we say, we expect the Ferrari number 51 machine to jump down pit lane a little bit earlier than potentially our race leader. Let's see how that transpires if they can come out into clean air. Dan McCormack has decided he's not really interested in racing with other people. He's just going to go through them like they don't exist, and that is almost complete. Another position gained, 1 lap, 3 places. Darren McCormack is on fire, so to speak, David.
What just happened on that lap there? Darren McCormack is on an absolute mission, and remember, this is before pit stop, so this is all out of strategy because Darren McCormack pitted halfway through that first hour. So again, it'd be fascinating to see how that little change of the strategy is going to play out. Now, he might be back onto normal routes just now, but for sure he is so quick right now, and we're seeing Smollyer into the pit lane just now as well.
Yep, intense moments. 4 hours 3 minutes 45 seconds left on the clock. All of our drivers really need to get down pit lane to serve their next scheduled pit stop of the afternoon. We're getting to the halfway distance of this race now. We've had plenty of drama in the first 4 hours. We're already seeing bit of a build-up of activity and excitement out on the racetrack, not least of which is Darren McCormack up in a 17th position, making very light work of the cars around him as he looks to make his recovery. As I speak about Darren McCormack, a 5-second penalty comes his way. So a 5-second time penalty to be served next time he jumps down pit road. Isaac Price, that we're looking at on screen now, is another driver we expected much more from at the start of this race, but dramas, controversies, contact and mistakes unfortunately have blighted the BMW G2 eSports machine, so they're down in 22nd position. And the first half report for that car is must try harder, David.
Yeah, improvement needed. It's an underachiever, shall we say. And then you go confirmation, the 144 and 55, Darren McCormack. So that was indeed where he went clattering into the side of Hugo Collot there. That is why he got the 5-second penalty. And just noticing quite a few of our top 10 into the pit lane.
Yep, so this is where the big drama comes in now. This is where there's opportunities for many of our drivers to gain an advantage. But we've seen it already in the opening 4 hours of this race. You come out of the traffic, into the traffic, that can have a real detrimental effect on your overall track position. And we see, speaking of traffic, here is our race leader, the DV1 Triton number 10 car, firmly in the middle of slower cars, trying to put a lap on them. They've not recognised quick enough though for the Bentley Continental to get out of the way and give him the racing room. This has given the opportunity to the 51 Ferrari that he needs. Kamil Pawlowski needs this opportunity to try and close that gap down before everybody dives in the pit lane. Has Pawlowski done enough on fuel mileage to get himself on an even keel with the Bentley Continental, or will he need to come down earlier like we saw at the end of the last stint there? The Aston Martin peels down pit road, so gets out of the way, so Jacob Charcot still has clear road in front of him. There's 2 cars between himself and the chasing Ferrari of Kamil Pawlowski. This could go any way at all, David.
And it's scary to think that. It's scary to think that literally it's resting on a knife edge. As you can see, Kamil Pawlowski, just 2 cars between him and race leader Jacob Charcot. The gap has been massively coming down, so I do wonder if the Bentley has decided to give up the ghost on these tyres, or is Jacob Charcot purely driving to strategy? Is he easing that car round, minimising the fuel usage per lap here and making sure that he can get through? And that looks like an extra car has just gotten ahead of Kamil Pawlowski there, so I'll double check if that gap does go up very slightly, but it does look like that is a bigger gap, and indeed it has. So that is Pawlowski now losing an extra 0.2 of a second here as we see yet another car try to make its way past a race leader. Is that the 900 that's just making its way up? Yes, it is. So the 900 of Danilo Sherepinin gets its way past. That is a 23rd place car, and again it just shows how much pace has gone from our race leaders right now.
Yes, nervy times for the race leaders. They're obviously on older and slower tyres than some of the lap traffic, and it's really, really nervous times when you're a front-running car. There are slower cars, quote-unquote slower cars, but on better tyres behind you. What do? Do you let them go? Do you fight with them? You want the track position, of course. You want a smooth run, but there's such a disparity in speed all the way through the field. It's so difficult to judge what the right move to make. We're riding on board with Niels Naujoks in 4th position at this moment in time as well, so Naujoks looking for an advantage, but we've hit the hour mark actually, so now there is less than 4 hours to go, half distance, and David Christie, this feels like a good opportunity for you and I to bid our farewell and welcome in 2 fresh people, 2 fresh voices into the commentary box. So before we introduce our next set of commentators, I just want to say to you, David, thank you very much, sir, for the last 4 hours. It's absolutely a pleasure as always.
Yeah, listen, it's been my absolute privilege to be part of this. As always, very, very special to be involved in these SRO events, and yeah, really, really enjoy it. And of course, you know, what can I say? It's a highlight to always get to work alongside you, Paul.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. So, from David Christie and I'd like to say goodbye, and I'd like to welcome into the commentary box Ryan Mawson and Jesse Lee.
Well, thank you guys for a very stout 4 hours of commentary. Paul Jeffrey and David Christie, a fantastic job. Hello, everybody. I'm Jesse Lee, joined by Ryan Mawson. We'll be taking you through the back half right past the checkered flag tonight here at the 8 hours of Indianapolis. Ryan Mawson, welcome back in, and welcome to Indianapolis here in Speedway, Indiana. What's your hot take, your first take here of this fantastic motorsports facility?
Well, thank you, Jesse. Yeah, great to be here in Indianapolis, a place that before it existed in the the ACC America Track Pack, I had never raced. I've watched racing here, but I have never ever driven around the circuit. And highlight for me, it actually is a lot harder, than it necessarily looks on the broadcast cameras. Lots of blind corners, and also how bumpy the first section is when you start to go on the little boot as they run for the GT cars. Incredibly bumpy. The first thing I thought when I did a first few laps around here was, wow, my suspension's going to need some slight tuning. But looking at the lap times that have been running here and the qualifying pace of these guys, I was just blown away how close that qualifying session was.
Yeah, it certainly was. I think the top 6 was covered within a single 1/10 of a second, and that's really all you have to say, or all you really need to know about how close it is. And that's sort of this track's bread and butter. It breeds competition, and it's really hard because of the back straight, of course, and then the massive front straight here. It's so hard to get away from somebody, and it really puts you in these fantastic battles like we see Philippe Simard in for FFS Racing as the car of Camille, I think that's Tarek Camille in front of them and Schur behind them. And, you just get kind of pulled into these trains, and you only hope that you matriculate to the front eventually.
Yeah, you just gotta sort of... It's a bit of a game of follow the leader, but we've seen all it needs is the tiniest mistake. But the 2 wide moments here, there's a lot of racetracks where 2 wide moments will go on for a number of corners. But here, they just seem to play out for eternities, especially if you end up side by side coming down, like what we're seeing on the broadcast cameras, the long back straight. It ends up a game of chicken of who's gonna break the latest, and you've still got to watch out for that massive sausage curb, and it is very, very blind. Like, you know, when you're sat in these cars, very low slung GT cars, it is incredibly hard to see. And like I said, for the FFS racing team, firmly setting their eyes on the 144 Audi ahead, not for class position, but FFS do seem to have picked the pace back up a little bit, so they'll be wanting to get through all of this traffic before, you know, necessarily they have to come into pit.
They certainly will be doing that. You like stats, Ryan Mawson? I know you do. I've got some for you. Earlier in the race, I was snooping in on what the broadcasters were talking about, and they were talking about the delta on the track whenever you get involved in a battle versus being out in clean air. You lose right around, if it's a decent battle, you're going to lose right around 0.6 of a second a lap versus a car out in clean air, and that could just be following a car that you can't quite get by. David Teniza is in the 51 Scuderia Ferrari Villas Esports team car, the pole-sitting car and former leader of the race, and my goodness, I didn't expect them to catch up like they did to the 10, but, well, they certainly did that. Now in the pit lane for routine stop. Quite curious to see if Teniza stays in that particular car. I've seen some double stinting today. Not a particularly difficult racetrack to double stint in, Ryan, though, really, but still, a lot of the teams experiencing this racetrack for the first time.
And I think that's maybe why you're seeing some double stinting, because as a driver, you know, when you're given a new track, a new challenge, you kind of get into this groove, this rhythm, and if you really find that groove, you really gel with the car, then maybe you don't want to be taken out. You know, you say no, just keep me in, I'm still fresh, put some new tires on it so that so that we regain the grip again. But you just keep in that zone, and I think that is why we're seeing necessarily a lot of double stinting, really, whereas the other tracks, you can just kind of jump in whenever you please, and and drivers will continue on as the Bentley ahead as well peels off, so that will briefly pause that battle. But it is getting towards that time where a lot of the scheduled pit stops are starting to play out. I think a lot of the top 10 have already been in, but a lot of the field as well today, Jesse, kind of on a scattered strategy. There's been no sort of set in stone, this is the strategy.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is the inexperience, Ryan, really, because this, like I said, will be a lot of times these teams have run a race like this, and maybe they've ran an hour here since the America Pack came out, right? But maybe this is likely their longest race that they've ever ran here. They're learning a lot about their car, about their team, and you're learning a lot about yourself as a driver. You're learning if you like this racetrack, if it gels with you. Of course, you know that old saying is absolutely 100% true. There are courses for horses, and that is no different here in the States. Talking about the pit cycle, I thought the 66 quite early on in this race, the first pit stop, in fact, I thought that was quite interesting. They came in way before anybody else. They were able to work that to make it work very early on, but I was always worried that that would bite them at the end of the race. We'll shortly find out. Look at this battle here, 2 and 3 wide. That's what you were talking about, Ryan, just getting a little bit of a bad exit out of the corner, and you stack them up on the straight.
And the 88, one of the Mercedes AMG A-Class by RBG gate, so they power by as well. I know the Porsche is not necessarily the best in a straight line, but you know, they were passed even before we saw the brake lights light up. But it was 4 wide there going into turn 1. You had 2 wide at the back, 2 wide at the front. It's not a corner that I would have ever said that people could have gone too wide through, but this race has sort of proved me wrong, because we've not only seen it just now, we've seen it at the start of the race, and I've seen it a couple of times wandering around the circuit, people just, you know, managing to go too wide. Speaking of the 999, Chris Hartveld going for a late lunge on one of the Lamborghinis, the 563, and that's a difficult place as well to make a pass. I think it's where a lot of people would line up a pass. But that corner, that 90 degree, it caught me off guard the first time I drove this circuit, and it's a lot tighter than you might necessarily think.
Well, some people will call that the safety corner. I call that a chicane. Now, I've been told in the past that, Jesse Lee, that is not a chicane. And if you're calling that a chicane, I'm worried about your eyesight. But I just feel that is a chicane. It's there to make the pit in, of course, a little bit safer, and also the speed on the banking as well. And I have a love-hate relationship with it. When I absolutely nail the entry to turn 14, 13 there, I love it. But you can absolutely miss it. And I've seen cars go in this race, go in there 2 and 3 wide. I have no idea how they're doing that.
I don't either, and the 999 as well has got another bit of a problem on the horizon, because look who's behind them, Jesse Lee. It's the 51 Scuderia Ferrari Velis esports team. They will want to be held up, and speaking of people not want to be held up and back on the charge, Nils Niox pits the BS competition 2021 blue car, comes down the pit lane for what I believe is their scheduled stop. So they'll be putting the fresh tyres back on the BMW again and out. I expected to maybe see a few more of the BMWs, you know, in the upper echelons of the grid. I thought that this track might really suit the BMW, but it's kind of been proving me wrong today. Even when I've been looking at the high speed, at the high speed stats that he's been giving us, it's not necessarily a BMW track, and that was a bit of argy-bargy moment, wasn't it? The 164, the GTWR Academy car, really trying to muscle on the 33 of Simon, but it's just not happening in Sector 1.
Brioni will not be too pleased about that particular overtaking maneuver, surely not, but that's kind of been the tale of the day. And let's talk about race control for a minute. Ryan, you and I had a private talk about this earlier. They have been absolutely worked today. 50 or more plus incidents to look through early in this race. I think that goes back to what I talked about, a little bit of inexperience with the racetrack, and also too, this place seems to afford itself to close contact incidents, and I do like what I've seen out of the race control box. A lot of the little nitpicky stuff, they've let that completely go. They're letting these drivers race, and that, as a driver, that's comforting to know that race control has your back. And as a spectator, which I am here, even in the commentary box, I love that. I love a race control group that's willing to let little stuff go and let drivers race, and that's what we've seen here. And above all, that's probably what I'm most surprised about today, the amount of racing that we've got. I mean, just a couple of passes there on that lap alone.
Yeah, and, it's not even done yet. I mean, look at that view as we're coming down the straight. 4 or 5 cars still all within striking distance, realistically. And speaking of striking distance, number 14. So that's the number 1 BMW that I just talked. Nils Niox has got out of the car, has been replaced with Arthur Kammer. And the 14, the AMG sort of team Unicorns of Love car, on the slightly hotter tyres, because that number 1 has just come out of pit lane. They'll be wanting to get by while they have this advantage. The BMW has to warm their tyres up. They know that they won't want to push them and just completely shred them to pieces within the first couple of laps. The AMG team, though, they have been, slowly working their way back up, kind of in the background as the number 14, and then now well onto the back of the number 1, despite their flying stint last go around.
How interesting and entertaining has this top 5 been? Look at the BMW defend all the way to the inside. Tobias Pfeffer doing a try and go the long way around. Just about gets it done. No, has to tuck back in a little bit to make the very 90-degree turn 1. But look at that. Has been able to hold it and get it through turn 2. Tobias Pfeffer is going to make that move for P5. Oh, no! Contact there a little bit. Oh, and that's going to stack him up behind him.
As everyone's trying to jostle this way, that way to find a place on the racetrack. A slight touch there from the number 1 on the number 14, but you saw the speed of the AMG coming down the straights. Once again, they were pretty much alongside coming into turn 1, and just that little bit more acceleration that they had coming out of turn 1 into turn 2 just gets the nose alongside. I think we might see the Unicorns of Love team manage to pull away each time there is a straight, but like you said, stacking up behind them, that's the FFS Racing Aston Martin as well, one of the other AMG teams as well, and the Porsche, the aforementioned Porsche, which I believe that's the 997 and the 88 who are still locked in a battle.
Battles on top of battles on different laps right about now is what you're seeing, of course. And how interesting has our top 5 been in this race thus far? Folks, we've been racing for a little bit more than 4 hours right now, and almost none of it is settled inside the top 5. They're still on top of each other. Pit stops are going to matter. And speaking of, man, they were very close early, but the pit stops now starting to widen the gap between some of these teams, keeping some of the others in it. But quite possibly, Ryan, the most interesting statistic that I have thus far is the race pace. There are about 4 different teams that are almost identical on race pace through 4 hours. Incredible.
Yeah, I mean, it was I've been looking through some of the statistics that have been left on our desk, and when you think average stint times of all these teams, and the difference between the 10, which was that Triton Bentley, I believe, and the 51, the Scuderia Ferrari Velis Esports team, is 1/10 of a second. That's average lap time after 4 hours, and after going through traffic, ladies and gentlemen. 1/10 of a second separates that Bentley and the Ferrari, and that's the other thing that I was going to slightly touch on. Is the balance of performance here at Indy does seem to be very, very stable, because how close was everyone in qualifying? And I've not necessarily seen one car just out and out have an advantage. Everything just seems to be, how good of a driver are you? And as he says, people really can't pull away. We saw Arthur Kammer here get passed by the Unicorns of Love car, but they haven't really, fallen off the back of them.
No, they certainly haven't. And somebody at home is probably watching going, well, what does it take to be a part of the Mobileye Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series in the year 2022? You just have to drive 4 hours and not lose more than half a second to the leader car. That's all it takes. No big deal, right, Ryan?
Yeah, I'd be happy if I didn't lose half a second a lap to the leader, let alone in a whole stint of 4 hours.
That is incredible pace by everybody, and it's no surprise why the top 4 or 5 were all within just about a tenth in qualifying, and it's just so close, and the race has been that way. It's not going to get any different than that as we thunder into the second half of the race, starting around noon here in Speedway, Indiana. Now working our way into the afternoon and the evening portion of the race, 4:23, as you can see on your screen, in the PM. And man, I would have to think a lot of these teams are having a lot of fun. It's been that kind of race. You saw a couple of teams that have used a little bit of strategy, maybe switch it up just a little bit. I mentioned the 66 doing that a little bit earlier, of course. And now everybody that pitted on what I would consider to be the maximum length strategy is what I'm going to go with on that one. They've made their stops mostly as well. Wow, what a first couple hours of the race, and we got a little bit longer to go in this one, and I'm quite thankful for that because it is not cooling down at all. Here is Charlie Crossland, the BMW G2 Esports car. They had a very early incident in this race, and they've been on the recovery drive today. And they'll have to get by Philippe Simard, that 123 Aston in front of them, to get up to P23.
Yeah, I think when we came into the box, they were mentioning about the 62. It was such a shame because this car, they appear to have that pace, but just that one incident, and like you mentioned, was the 123 makes a bit of a mistake, possibly looking in the mirror with that little dive from Charlie, sort of looking in, and we have a Mercedes off in the infield as well. It's something that's become a miss of one of the AMGs, but yeah, just a brief look in the mirror is all it takes. I'd mentioned that you cannot take your eyes off the road for even a split second, especially at that corner. Well, that is what happened to the Aston Martin, but yeah, a slight issue for G2 at the start has meant that they're just playing catch-up this entire time, and where you can't afford to lose half a second, well, they lost a lot more than that, and look what's happened to them.
Well, this is Fabian Piff at the Race Anywhere SimSport 62 Ferrari, and these guys are the winners of the day for me, leading in the silver class, and what a race they have had. They didn't appear in qualifying to have quite the pace as the pole sitter in their class. That is gone by the by. It's not important now, but they are certainly on it right about now. They're inside the top 10 still. They're fighting. That's actually McCormack in front of them in the 55 AMG that you see, and that's for P8. You got to be careful of a situation like this, don't you, Ryan? Really, they're not in your class. You're not going to get more points for passing them, but at the same time, you don't want to lose time. That 900 of Sharapinen isn't that far behind. You don't want to be losing time on your stint.
No, and the other thing as well is that the apart from backmarker traffic, both cars, so the 55 and the 191, will have the 5-second penalties to serve from various incidents that they've had. But what that does, it means that the 900 has basically a clear shot, between between them and the 67. All they need to do is get a little bit closer to the car ahead, and they'll just have a clean racetrack. So the 67 really isn't wanting to be slowed up at all. That's another one of the AMGs that's sort of everyone filing through. Probably one of the worst points on the racetrack when you're a driver and you see a blue marker or a blue flag that you have to get by. But yeah, it's one of those moments where you really have to judge it as the driver, and I don't envy the driver of the 67, because you sat there thinking, do I, don't I? At the minute, though, it looks like they are going to.
All right, well, you're Dyer McCormack for Williams Esports Chill Blast. All right, you're in the 55 Mercedes AMG right now, okay, Ryan? That's you. You got a 5-second penalty. You have that penalty. What does that do to your psyche?
I mean, if I know, for me, I'd be a bit hot under the collar and thinking about how I managed to get that, and how can I not do that? But I know that Dairy is one cool driver, sort of as their team name implies. Chill Blast, cool driver. I'll see myself out. But
that actually worked. I like that. I think they would like that.
Do you see what I did there, Jesse? See, I snuck it in.
I did see what you did there. I think they might want to hire you after that. Race control, ever present and busy. Cars 88 and 191. Lap 146, 5-second time penalty to car 191 for causing a collision, and also an accident involving the 77 and the 33 on lap 150. A warning for car 33 in that incident. Now, I wonder, that incident with the 191, is that the replay that we saw quite a while ago now? But I wonder if that was the incident that we saw, or maybe something we didn't. Either way, a penalty for that team, as well as they continue to be coming out. And, it's an unfortunate part, but it is a necessary part of racing. You have to keep it fair and clean, Ryan.
A necessary evil, and as he says, you'll get away with a little bit, sort of the odd rub here and there. Race control might let it go, but actual incidents, they are dishing out warnings and penalties, and yeah, that's why the 191 behind that battle got that 5-second penalty. But yeah, going back to your question, I think for the Williams Esports team, obviously they're not going to want to be held up either. It's sort of the catch-22 situation. If the Ferrari made such a big move, I would probably let them go, but I don't know what's going on. Yeah, but that's only because the 5-second penalty. What we don't know is what's going on with the Williams, strategy, because that car as well, they've been on a bit of a. I think they pitted halfway through the first hour, if I'm not mistaken. It was one of them that pitted very, very early. So their strategy at the minute entirely hinges on that, because we saw, that when they were on the fresh tires versus a lot of the people on the old tires, they were just carving the field up left, right, and center. But obviously that's switched around now. Maybe their tyres are starting to go off in the AMG, and then what do? You either hold them up, or you subject yourself to potentially losing even more time.
Well, see, I would have the opposite approach to that, and anybody that knows me knows what I would do. It would just make me more determined to try and pull a 5-second gap. Not happening, though, for P8 at the moment, I'm afraid. Battles all over the track. This battle here for P15. Noah Elder has it in the 977 Porsche, and you got the 333 behind them, trying to take that spot away. Race control, ever busy, of course. Racing or incident involving cars 33 and the 164 back on lap 153. 5-second time penalty to car 164 for causing a collision. And, I have a feeling that's going to be a ever-present thread as we continue to march into this race. Noah Eder continuing to pull away actually just a little bit through that section. Might have a little bit more in Sector 3 than the driver behind.
I mean, I can imagine if you were going to pick a sector to drive a Porsche in, the Sector 3 would definitely be lots of, direction changes. And although you do have a brief moment, as we're seeing on the broadcast cameras, where you come out onto the banking and what is what I think is essentially the run between turns 1 and 2 regularly, because you run a an anti-clockwise route. It's not enough of a stretch really for the big power cars to gain back on the Porsche. It's got that great acceleration, always seems to have done, and the brakes. I can imagine that this car, and as we can actually kind of see as well, the Aston Martin's caught up a little bit just coming down the front straight and sector 1, and probably will gain once again a little bit more coming down what is you could call the back straight. As you said, you're in the slipstream, you have the power, and now is when you start to pull. But if you've not made the move by around about now, you're stuck behind them again for sector 3.
Certainly is the case. You got to have a lot of patience in racing in general, and that's something a lot of drivers, they have to either be taught or teach themselves. And we've seen a lot of opportunistic moves here today, and we've also seen some that maybe could have used a little bit more preparation. But this is a battle right here that is going to be won by whoever makes the least amount of mistakes. And you said it best earlier as well. It's not going to take a big one. It's just maybe running a little bit deep. Turn 14 there, running a little bit deep. We've seen several cars do that in the 25 minutes we've been in the booth already. It's very possible. Also, will anybody dare run up the banking here on the front straight to try and gain a little bit of an advantage? Maybe so, but of course, turn 1, where we're heading right now, you're going to see a big move here by Eder in the 977. He's going to break down to the inside of the corner and try and keep the 333 behind. They've done that just fantastically, and that's all but saved them for the remainder of Sector 1.
And that's kind of what you have to do as a Porsche driver, is just, one of your party tricks that you've got to keep up your sleeve is those fantastic brakes that car's got. It always, if you're going to go into a braking competition, you are never going to outbrake a Porsche, no matter how determined you are or how much you think you know your car. If you put one of the best Porsche drivers around in a Porsche, that's always gonna win, I'm afraid. But the Aston Martin, you can see what happens every single time there is a bit of a straight. They're just lacking the Porsches, and that just seems to be the story of this car, no matter where you take it. But it always manages to hold its own because of the corners. When I first heard that Indianapolis was coming to ACC, I turned around and says, yeah, that's a power circuit. We'll see all the big fast cars. They'll roar away from everybody, and poor people in the Porsche will just be stuck. But I don't know. I'd say that it's worked out very even for them, and the 977 once again, it's around about that same gap. I think they're going to see a bit of a defense going into turn 1. It's just that one time, if they make that slight mistake and they get passed into turn 1, then there's no coming back.
Look at this big defensive move by Eder down the front straight. The 333 Bonjour trying to go around the outside, and he's just about done it. Look down into turn 1. What a move. Didn't need the inside, did the 333 Aston.
Didn't even need it, and there you go. So now the Aston Martin's passed. I'm interested to see if the Porsche can repass them in any way, but once you're passed as a Porsche driver, you kind of end up a little bit stuck. Your pace ends up being dictated in the corners by the car in front, and you can't just outbrake them into everything. So it's going to be a bit of an uphill struggle now for that car, and people who are having a bit of an uphill struggle as well. Arthur Kammer in the BS Competition 2021 car, one of the BMWs, still stuck behind that 14 of Pfeffer, and that's another point, sort of car that lacks maybe a little bit of speed versus the AMG, which we've always said that thing is a sledgehammer. And especially here, we've seen it now, at least I've seen it 3 times into turn 1, just drive happily around the outside of someone and say, thank you very much, I'm going to have that position.
Yeah, and of course, what some cars they have on the straight, maybe they don't have it quite in the corners. That's what BOP is for. Looks to be working an absolute treat if you look at our top 5 right about now. All different manufacturers. Arthur Kammerer, though, trying to get by the Unicorns of Love 14 of Tobias Pfeffer. Won't quite have it done this time, but I promised you folks at home a battle inside the top 5. I'm about to give you 2 of them, because David Taniza has just about caught the leader in the number 10 Bentley, and that did not take long at all. The 51 is the quickest in the pit lane all day, just about, and the pace difference between the 10 and the 51 almost non-existent. But right now, Tunisia is flying several tenths of a second quicker a lap, and he's almost got him.
Yeah, so that's going to really reignite that battle between the 51 and the 10. Once again, I was looking at the stats, and remember how I said it was about a tenth and a bit of a second? Yeah, well, that time now over the average from the last stint has dropped all the way down to half of a tenth of a second. So that shows the 51, the Scuderia Ferrari Velis Esports team, that car has come back alive, and I think we're going to have another battle for the lead. There you go, look, just as we've passed the timing board again on the timing screens, it was 0.9, it's now 0.8. And speaking of a battle, the number one, the BS Competitions car is going to go up the inside of the Mercedes. They are going to be cleared for the chicane, and there you go, the number one just about holds on to it, but you're coming back to the straight, and you need to cover off the the charge from the 14 AMG, because if you let it, this car will just completely power past you as we look from the big wing, running out very, very wide and trying to break the toe at all. The BS Competition car says, nope, you're not having any kind of free rein down the straights. But look at the gap. There you go. Without the slipstream and without that amazing run that they've got, they're just about ahead.
Lovely stuff by Camera, able to get the job done, and I think that was just a very tiny mistake there by Tobias Pfeffer, and by tiny I mean almost minuscule. Maybe missed the apex, maybe missed the braking marker by millimeters maybe, but that was all it takes. And folks, this is just about, of all my years in commentary, this is just about the most hotly contested race I have seen, that in recent memory at least, that I can remember. It is so unbelievably, unscrupulously close between the top five in time during their stints. It is so close. Ryan told you that it was about half of a tenth. That's not over the last stint. That's over the entire race. So very close. And they're really out here trying to run 8 hours of qualifying laps.
And it appears that that's what these drivers are having to do to keep up with one another, really. And like you said, you end up in a battle, you lose some time, but it's still amazing how close everyone is. Looking on the broadcast cameras now, there you go. There is the number 10 going into turn one. That is the leading Bentley. But this car, the 51, they have been catching. It's now 0.8 of a second, another tenth taken out in just about the last sector of the lap. And you must think that it's not going to be long now before the 51's going to start to mount an attack. But I'm interested to see how these cars too differ. The number 10 looked like it was the fastest car on the racetrack most of the day, but I'd say now that it's all down to the 51.
Well, I thought the 51 was good value at the start of the race, and then they got ran down by Triton, and now it's the shoes on the other foot, basically. This is an epic battle. And just what the doctor ordered today. Lars Kisser, the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team HRT, they're just outside the top 15. They've got, I believe that's not a car for position right behind them, in fact, at all. Oh, what's happened here? Tunisia's in the lead, and by a margin. Oh, wait, no, it's not. The camera played a trick on me right there. Did you spot it?
Didn't see the Bentley. The Bentley is still ahead, but look at the gap. It was 0.8, it's now 0.6. They are really pulling them in by tenths of a second, and in this game, tenths of a second is huge. Race control as well, still on the lookout as well. Incident involving cars 14 and number 1 on lap 155. The warning has been given to car number 1, so that's the Arthur Kammer car.
Sure is, and that is. Well, you don't want a penalty, do you, Ryan? But you'll take those, a warning. It definitely lets you know. It definitely puts you on your best behavior. You get one of those when they've taken notice of you. For those of you at home wondering what I saw that made me react the way I did, timing and scoring flipped the lead to cars there for a second, and when we went to live pictures, there was no Bentley in sight. But it did very quickly flip itself back the right way as they hit the Sector 3 timing loop. How long do you think it will take Tunisia for Scuderia Ferrari Velis Esports to get that Ferrari in front of the number 10? Will they fight this very hard? I suspect they might. It is quite late into the race. You can't afford to be giving up position.
Yeah, I think it's going to be as Igor Narognikov sends the 41 Kerberts Engineering Simware Bentley hard onto the brakes of the inside of the 72. That is as late as that Bentley could have ever braked and still made the corner. But another position gained up into 18th, obviously not for their class, but still shows that they are back on the charge. And you said, how long is it going to be for the Ferrari to make a move? I think maybe this lap, possibly next. If you look, you could just about see in front of the 10, there was a backmarker car. There he is, one of the Lamborghinis. Could this play into it? The Lamborghini is not going to want to be, sort of ruining their race and losing all of their pace, but the Bentley needs to get by, and look what's behind them, the 51. They can't afford to lose any amount of time, and there you go, the Lamborghini pulls off to the side. It's going to be, let's say, 1 or 2 laps, but lap traffic definitely starting to play into it.
I gotta say, that was very sportsmanlike from the Lamborghini, but I will say I always hate that as a spectator and a fan, because that they're losing time, and even though they're not currently battling somebody, that is time lost, but that is so respectful to do that. The best place to do it too, at the end of the straight, not get involved. The most important thing. If I'm Tunisia, I'm going to school right now. I'm studying on the number 10 Bentley. I'm trying to figure out where they're weakest, and hopefully the team helping them try to figure that out as well. You always usually have somebody in your ear for a race like this saying you're better in sector 2 or you're better on a specific corner, stuff like that. Also, as a manager myself, Ryan, I like to pump my drivers up a little bit, like, you're faster than him, go get him.
Well, I like at the minute on the webcam that we've got, David Tunisia just looks so cool and collected driving that Ferrari. Is just very in tune with it. Yeah, we're just gonna pull a casual couple of tenths of a second here. We're just gonna drive up to the back of the Bentley here, and then give it maybe a few more laps, and we'll make a move. But right now they're not really pushing the issue at all. Kind of just following, and as he says, that might be the moment. They're just waiting for it, and it could end up being coming into here. Over one of the Lamborghinis coming into turn 1. Both the leader and second place have to go a little bit tighter. Can the Ferrari get a better run onto it? Not quite, but it is just getting closer and closer. The gap under 0.4 of a second now is the gap between P1 and P2.
I will say this, and I know they will never admit this as drivers because it's a point of pride, but both Mateus and David Tunisia, they both are nervous right about now. Triton is trying to work lap traffic. Tunisia is trying to somehow use that to their advantage. Look at him. That was on purpose. That was not a mistake by the 51. Tunisia did not make a mistake there. What that was trying to get a longer run of the straightaway just to get an extra little bit of speed at the end, maybe beat the Bentley under braking. Doesn't work that time, but it's a good idea. And as the driver chasing, as well as I do, that's what you have to do. Sometimes you have to manufacture the pass, and sometimes that's going to require you to get a little creative behind the wheel.
Well, when everyone's pace is so close together, you have to do something different than your opponent, to get that pass. And the 51, thinking about it, looked up the inside, sort of saying that I'm a little bit better in some of these corners, and that's where they're trying to set it up, but the Bentley can just sort of scamper away using the acceleration that it's got. The Ferrari appears to have to wind up a little bit, and it's going to be once again coming down into turn 1. It's just a little bit too far away, I think, even with the Bentley carving a bungalow-sized hole in the air for the Ferrari to tuck it in behind. It doesn't appear like the slingshot is necessarily working this go-around.
No, it's definitely not working, but it's something you tried, and now okay, I did get there, but I still didn't have nearly enough overlap to make the move. Is quite interesting, isn't it, though, to see two drivers, two different tactics, one being a little bit defensive, one's having to work the lap traffic here. The best case scenario for Triton is to get a car stuck in between him and the 51, but that's likely not going to happen at this pace.
Not at this pace, and looking up the road, they might have at least one full clean lap before they once again hit the lap traffic. And like I said, for Triton, they'll just be now saying push, we need to get any kind of gap. They'll still be looking at the at the overall time, thinking if you can hold him off for maybe another half an hour, if they're going if both of these cars are going long, might just be able to hold out and put one of the different drivers in race control. Once again, we've got an incident involving cars 55 and 67. That's on lap 164. That is why they've got a 5-second time penalty as 67, and 55 in cars 55 and 149 on lap 1. There was a no further action, so race control still looking over things from lap 1.
Could possibly do, and I know we're harping on this, and I do apologize, but you have to bear with us and appreciate how unprecedented this is. We're continuing to get statistics as Charlie Crossland's trying to look down the inside, maybe a little bit of a touch there with the 911. Has to back off and think better of it in the G2 Esports BMW.
Slight touch there onto the back of Solomon's car, and just sort of, it was that moment, wasn't it, where the door was left open, the G2 were trying to tuck the nose down, and just that slightest little touch, but keeps going again. Those are the type of ones that will probably be no harm, no foul, really, maybe just a warning here and there, but like you said, you don't want to be necessarily losing any more time to the people in front of you, and Charlie Crossland's really got a bit of a mountain to climb to get back up to that 41 Bentley.
Or does he look like he's getting a lot better run in the turn into the corner as well? A little bit better, just trying to stay as close as possible as we get to that long front straightaway here at Indianapolis. And he might just be close enough. If he can turn this, I think he is. He's going to get a better turn. He's going to turn underneath him. Absolutely nothing Solomon can do in the 911. And that's going to be a converted position just about before they get down into turn 1. And again, that isn't for position for points, of course, but it's a pass Charlie Crossland desperately had to make.
Yeah, so now they've got a fair old gap up to the 332 Bentley up ahead, but with the pace of that BMW, I'd say it's definitely within the realms of this stint that they are going to, be able to get there. And also, speaking of stints and sort of oddities, 55 Williams car is back into the pits. The AMG come down the pit lane. They'll also have that 5-second penalty, so I expect to see them drop out of that sort of mini battle that they had between one of the silver Ferrari as well. I think that they will sort of reshuffle themselves coming up, but this is still the battle for the lead. The number 10, the number 51, every single time, look, you see Triton want to take that little bit of a wider line, and Velas Esports, so they're just trying to get that one moment where they have a better run onto this back straight. It really looks like that's what they're trying to set up, looking down the inside, but it's just a little bit too far away this go around again.
Well, it tells me everything about Tunisia and what they're doing. He's willing to try different lines, alternative entries into the corner, trying to get the longest runs on the straight, but also peeking down every feasible corner. And even if he's not trying to make the move right there, what he's trying to tell the driver in front is, I am willing to make this move. You give me half a chance, and I'm going to go for it. It like you said, I keep going back to this. It does not need to be any sort of big mistake. A tiny gap, missing it by a few millimeters, that's all it's going to have to be. But this is where Mateus is so good. The run off of the final turn onto the straight just strands the Scuderia Ferrari Velas Esports car in a little bit of a bubble, if you will. And Tunisia spends the rest of the lap catching back up. And that's what's keeping Triton in the lead right about now.
Yeah, and that's the that the 51 might necessarily be a little bit faster over an entire lap. Their average stint time has come even further down, which really shows how they were just gaining on the Bentley. But when you've got a car ahead and your pace is being dictated by it, you're kind of stuck if your whole pace is relying on an area where you now can't get by. And look at this, the number 4 on the back of the 99. That's the Race Anywhere car, the other Race Anywhere car, the other being that Ferrari. It's going to have a late break into turn 1. The Mercedes just powering past the Honda, and the Honda was a car that I also expected to be, quite the sort of quite a speed machine here. And I believe the 99 actually is one of the on the list of the top speeds of the day on our speed trap. I think they are in the top 10, but just the number 4, you can see the speed that Mercedes has.
It certainly is. And Lars Kisser, whenever you have confidence in the car to break down into the corner like that and make a pass like that, really what that is just confidence, knowing that I've done this before, maybe has Kisser, or maybe they've seen a teammate do that, or just the confidence in the car, confidence in yourself to get it done. Mercedes-AMG Esports Team HRT trending in the right direction, up to P13 right now.
And it's not that far away until they catch up to another one of their fellow Mercedes, is Hossolini in the 88 as well. We've got about a 6.4 second gap as it stands right now with the 333. That's the virtual drivers by TX3 car, I believe, sat in the middle of them in the silver class. But with the pace of the HRT that they've picked back up, I don't think once again it's going to be that long before we're seeing them there. And also it appears that they're dragging the Williams Chill Blast car along with them. That's the other Williams car, is the Bentley.
Sure is. And I love this front straight view. You get to see everything as the Bentley does go through there. No harm, no foul. But we talked about how close everything has been over the last 2 hours alone. The number 10 Bentley, they've run an average lap of a 1:35.778. That's the quickest of anyone, but the 14 AMG, 1:35.839. Now that's 61/100ths of a second, folks. That's hard to do in qualifying, let alone over 2 hours of racing. Keep in mind you're passing cars that are on a different lap. You're having to do a lot of things. You're battling other cars as well. And not to be outdone, the 51 Ferrari, a 35.845. That's 67/100ths. That is a very brisk 6/1000 slower than the 14 AMG, and it doesn't get any further away. The number 1 BMW, 82/100ths off. The 66 McLaren, 93/100ths off. And finally, the 5 Bentley is finally past 1/10 slower than the top running cars. The 149 McLaren, just a little bit off of that as well. What I'm telling you, the top 7 all-pro cars covered within 0.2 of a second over the last 2 hours.
And that sort of shows as well how the fact that they're still all within at least, 40 seconds of one another on the track. And that's, after almost 5 hours, 3 hours and 14 minutes left to run. And like you said, it's getting to that point where, you're really starting to think about making those moves that you might not necessarily made at the start of the race, just because, you can kind of afford it now.
That's an interesting penalty. You don't see too many of those. Cars 72 and 41 on lap 167. 5-second time penalty to car 41 for aggressive driving there.
I think that was the 41 is the Ognaroknikov Bentley as well. And yeah, I think that's the stewards have deemed that their driving was just a little bit out of kilter, and they've been brought back in line, not necessarily had any contact, just very aggressive driving. You can still, be told off for that, for just being way, way, way too hot under the collar, as it were. And look at this as well, coming down the front straight view. It's Bentley on Bentley, as that is the number 10 Triton trying to get by, and with the 51 right behind, but they're going to be boxed in. You mentioned earlier that is what they needed to do. Just that split second was the 51 Scuderia Ferrari Veloce Esports team held up by the number 6 Bentley. Triton really must be pleased about that. It's given the driver just a tiny bit more breathing room.
Was that a little bit of contact there with the 51 and the 6, I wonder, going into turn 2? I don't know, but either way has cleared it, and for a brief moment that creates the tiniest of gaps, but it's a welcome gap for Triton Racing. Something's going on with Nicholas Hildebrand, the HPD Yas Pro Honda, and they've let a couple of cars through there. And the 93 clearly not having the day that they would have liked to have had, still in it. And, a racetrack like this, a race that you've never raced in before, 8 hours today, it's important to get all of the data possible, because at some point you're coming back here.
Oh yeah, you've always got to get any kind of data over all of your drivers, your cars, tires, temperatures, and just generally as well, like what it is like to race, and formulate strategies for passing and strategies for just general racing. As he says, a lot of teams will have had time to practice, from when the track pack came out, and now I'm sure a lot of teams would have basically started practicing on the day. But practicing on your own and in your team and actually racing, those are two entirely different things. There'll be a lot of people sat behind each team with the notepads, sort of writing down a lot of, this is what we have to do here, or this is the best strategy, this is what it does to the tires. And they're going to have that for each racetrack that the American track pack when they do eventually go there.
Yeah, it was quite interesting, the reception that Indianapolis road course got. I think for the vast majority of drivers driving in this race today, it was brand new to them. They had probably never taken a lap here in Anger before, and the general view that and feedback that I got was, yeah, we like it. It's a flowing track, and it's got some technical aspects to it, and I don't know if I expected people to be that way with the racetrack. I thought that it would be one that they'd have to absolutely study on from a technical aspect, but no, as they say, took to it like a duck in water a little bit, and man, quick right out of the gate, a lot of these teams, and generally favorable the reception to this race course, and I'm so very glad to hear that, because it is such an iconic racetrack, and it's one of the few racetracks in the world that really is a destination. You don't have to come here to race or watch a race. There's many other things that you can do on the road course, on the infield. There's a golf course here, and rather much besides museums. It is one of the most fantastic sports complexes in the world surrounding motorsport. I absolutely love this place.
Well, hopefully today there will be no golfers, so we don't have any golf balls through the windscreens of our GT cars. But yeah, I didn't actually know that there was a golf course here until I think it was you who pointed it out to me when the track first came out, and we were having a look around and all the detail that of course Kunos puts into all of these tracks. But yeah, I never knew that there was a golf course there for the 41 as well, the Ognarodnikov car, with that 5-second penalty still, but they have been carving up the field. They've got through both silver class cars, and as you can see, just crossing the line, that is the Race Anywhere Honda. That's the 99 Pro car, currently piloted by Blanton. And this Bentley is just on the charge. They are chasing them down at a rate of knots, and they'll be wanting to do that because they need to get past the Race Anywhere Honda and pull out that 5 seconds if they want to keep that position in class. And it's not also then a million miles away that they've got the number 4 AMG up in front of them, and we were saying that the AMGs have been on great pace today. Well, this car with this driver, they're certainly shifting it.
Yeah, this is the thing about Ognarodnikov now, that they, like you said, they have to move or they're going to lose a bunch of spots. They're going to lose at maybe 2-3 spots, could possibly be. And they're going to have to get by some cars here to keep that from being the case. You can see the 322 Bentley, and I know none of the cars behind Ognarodnikov are for position. That's not the point. The point is they'd be stuck behind those cars and have to repass them, and that would make them lose further time. So get a move on and get by some of these cars, but you got to make sure too, you already got yourself a 5-second penalty. You already got the race directors watching you. I wouldn't make too hasty of a move and further make the issue more drastic than it already is. David Michael, the Renwelton Esports Orange team, doing a little bit of work here, trying to make the pass on Eder. This is for position in the silver class.
Yeah, trying to set up the move. We've seen, I think a lot of people have seen how you pass this Porsche. You get the run, you get the setup coming onto the front straight. And look at this, the Aston Martin, once you get it wound up with the big turbos in that V8 spooled up, it's going to be a look to the inside. It is, and the 977 doesn't look like they're even going to try and defend it. Possibly a late braking maneuver around the outside, but no, there you go. The 72, the Renwelton Esports orange car, up a position into P17 overall.
Professional style pass right there, I would say, knowing that, I got beaten there and maybe try to get it back in the future. This is David Taniza still trying to get by the Triton Bentley in front of the field. They've been like this for the past, 25 minutes now. No pass has been made. You can definitely tell Taniza is not willing to risk it here this late into the race. If he makes a move, it's going to have to be a definitive one.
Yeah, and that's what it feels like they're waiting for is that definitive calculated move that will, it will put the number 10 firmly behind them, and then they can start to work on it. But, not wanting to risk anything, and probably as well not wanting to, push too hard and just ruin the tires, because that's also, you can fall into the ploy when you're this close to a driver of just keep pushing harder and harder because you're almost there, you can almost get them. But, we've seen drivers do that, completely shred the tires to pieces, and then they fall off, when it's coming to the end of the pit cycle, because you've got to remember that, some of these teams have been running around on these tires for possibly 40 minutes. These are not pit out factory fresh tires anymore, so you've really got to look after them. But the gap keeps getting ever closer with that Ferrari to the Bentley.
Really is. At this point in the run, doesn't matter what team or what car you're driving, folks. I'm going to tell you the truth. You're asking, you got me a fresh set of Pirellis on the wall, don't you? Surely you do, because I'm going to need them. And you feel like a superhero, Ryan, don't you? When you get those new Pirellis on the car, you just feel like you could run through the entire field. And of course, unfortunately, everybody else is also thinking about getting new tires at that point as well. Also, too, that's a good point. First time running a race of this length here at Indianapolis Road Course, you got to be thinking about the tires, and you'll be logging that data as well. What did the tires do on this run? How hard are we actually pressing them? And I wonder that about the number 10, if I'm completely honest. Looking for a move briefly down to the inside. Nope, not going to happen. Tunisia does not want to risk it. And I think that almost, in a weird way, has put the number 10 at ease a little bit, knowing that they can trust the 51.
Yeah, but it starts to show that the 51 is starting to make those tiny little moves. We saw them quite happy to sit behind the 10 of Triton for a number of laps, but now we're just seeing these little looks here, little poking of the nose there. So I think it's sort of slowly starting to signal that the 51, they've been sat there for a while and they've been quite happy with it, but they might not be happy with it much longer, as every single time they come back onto the back straight, they just need to be that little bit closer, and every single time it really feels like the Bentley is just the sector 3, it's just better in sector 3. That's really what's saving them. But the one time where that Ferrari is just that little bit closer, then we're going to see the move happen, I think.
I thought I saw a car go off in the background, and when we went to the wide shot, it confirmed it. Unknown what that was, but back onto the racetrack. No extra harm or foul, just got the braking wrong, it looked like, down into the left-hander at the end of the back straight. But, credit to Mateus as well. Give credit to the number 10 Bentley, leading the race, keeping a very hard-charging and hungry 51. They must know they're a little bit quicker, is the 51 Scuderia Ferrari Vilas Esports car, and still has not wavered at all, has not made a mistake in the slightest. Mateus holding ground here, and has been doing for the better part of his stint.
And shows as well how, cool and collected that driver is. A little bit of touch of the grass, though, that brings the Ferrari ever closer. That was that minute mistake that I mentioned about, and look at how close it's really brought them. But sector 1 is a bit of a single file. You've got to really be committed. The 51 potentially looks up the inside again, trying to cut that line a little bit tighter, but it's just not going to happen this time. But yeah, the Triton Bentley have just stayed cool and collected all this time, which you have to do when you've got that the team behind you has got the pace, they have got the potential. You've just got to know what your race running. But look, a little bit of a defensive move, and the 51's going to look up the inside. That was the moment I said that if they were a little bit closer, they're going to go for it. You saw the 10 Bentley had to react there, and that was almost position lost for them.
Mateus with the late move into the corner, was already on the brakes, moved over just a little bit. It made David Tunisia think about it a little bit, and it completely threw him off. Wasn't expecting that move, and they stay nose to tail with the 10 out in front. But again, Tunisia does not want to get themselves in a position that would cause contact. It's been such a good race for them so far. They know the pace is there. They must be wearing on their minds, though, that they should get this pass done before the end of the stint, but at the same time trying not to risk the car. Mateus doing everything in their power to keep Triton Racing out in front of this race, and wow, it got really close right there. You gotta wonder, if it was a little later in the race, would Tunisia try that? Would he have not backed off?
You gotta see, yeah, like I said, potentially coming towards the end of the race, but for now, just falling back into line. The other thing that this battle might be sort of settled in is the pit stops. Some of the other statistics that we get, not only is the average stint times of these guys, which is so low, it's the total time that all of these cars have spent in pit, you know, from the time that they enter to the time that they leave. If you have that slight, moment where you have to be shuffled, damage, repair, or just anything like that, slight changes, it will be logged. And the 51, they have been the winners in pit lane so far. They lead in the Delta with 6 minutes and 2. And the number 1, the Arthur Kamakar is like 5.9 seconds behind, and the number 10, that Bentley, which is currently leading, they're actually 13.7 seconds slower than the Scuderia Ferrari Velis esports team. So, you know, there is potential there still to happen in pit stops.
It's hard to believe. I believe at one point early on into this race after pit stops, it was a little bit of a sizable gap. It started to come down. I think the 66 being off sequence, they were second place for a while, and I think that skewed the gap there for a little while. But these two were apart for a bit. It was 3 to 4 seconds just an hour ago. It's nothing between them now, and it has been that way for the last 30 minutes. Look at the Lamborghini in the background too, Ryan. What must they be thinking right now? Okay, I have a little bit more pace right about now. Maybe I'm on a different pit strategy. I suspect that is what is happening, but still, you can't really come up here and get involved with two leaders, can you?
No, because obviously the Lamborghini let them both by, and then they're being not necessarily held up, I don't think, at least with the small gap they've got. But they're just thinking, oh, come on, lads, I want to get a lot on them as well.
Well, George Boothby has brought the McLaren Veloce GT car down pit lane, and so has Tobias Pfeffer in the 14. And those are the first two pitters on this strategy, technically that is true on the current strategy that they are running. These, I would consider these early pit stops, but probably in sync with what they're attempting to accomplish in their race. Sharapinen in the 900 also in, or Agner Radikov in the 41 Bentley also in. Keep in mind, Agner Radikov had that 5-second penalty from earlier as well, so they'll likely drop a few positions. They did not get a 5-second gap, but they did get a 5-second gap to the third car behind them, which means they'll lose one less spot in all likelihood. As we continue to watch this fight for the lead, will Tunisia take a look down the inside? Nope, doesn't reckon they're close enough, doesn't want to cut off their entry into the corner. That is a very patient racing driver. I respect that. I definitely couldn't do what he's doing right now.
And this is a terrifying view if you're the Triton Racing Bentley and Matthias. If you ever look in the rearview mirror, this is probably what you'll see. Among the ginormous roll bars and the aerofoils in the rear window is this absolutely angry looking Ferrari chasing you down, and has been there for the better part of half an hour. You're trying to put your foot down and will the V8 twin turbo along, but the Ferrari still managing to keep on with this pack.
What a beautiful looking Ferrari it is as well, in that almost traditional style livery that we've all come to know and love on the Scuderia Ferrari Velis esports cars, and it has presence, doesn't it, really?
They definitely look very menacing, especially at night. When you do endurance racing in the night, you can always tell when a Ferrari is coming up behind you just because of the shape of the headlights and those massive auxiliary running lights that they've got. You really can tell that a Ferrari's coming up behind you. As you can tell, ladies and gentlemen, Jesse is a Ferrari fan. I'm a Bentley fan, as normal, but considering Bentley doesn't really race much in the sport anymore, they pulled out their factory team, so I have to find someone else to support. I think realistically it has been Ferrari has been one of my second picks.
Might I suggest Triton or the Williams Chill Blast team in this race, perhaps? I'm a fan of good racing, and man, I have been spoiled here today. I don't know what I expected this race to be like, but I'm going to tell you something, 3 hours ago, I didn't quite expect this. Riding with the left front tire of David Taniza in the 51 Ferrari, looking at the Triton Bentley in front. This is an epic battle, and you want to know something? To me, as a broadcaster, doesn't matter to me who wins this race. I'm just enjoying a fantastic show. Definitely worth the price of admission today for anybody. I think you're definitely getting your money's worth and then some.
Oh, the camera angles that we've got here at SRO, they always sort of blow my mind, with how they capture the racing, and just they all look so fantastic. And as you says, angles that you wouldn't even necessarily think you can see over the whole lap, even though this lap is or the track itself is very smooth. How much the suspension on the Ferrari has to work, and that was a little bit of a look up the inside with the 51, but the number 10 Matthias for the Triton Racing Bentley has decided enough is enough. They have come down pit lane, and that has released the 51. Now, a good judge of their pace will be that Lamborghini that let them by and was the back marker is still there. If the 51 Scuderia Velas Ferrari esports team pull away, that will really show the time that they have been losing behind the Bentley.
Well, Triton has been slower in the pit lane all day than the 51. They can't afford to have that happen right now. And if you are Taniza, if you are a part of that team, you will be saying, I need one perfect lap. Pretend you're in qualifying.
And with no one ahead of them, they will be able to do that. As I'm definitely going to be looking at the gap between them and that Lamborghini behind. Interesting to see as well how many laps will they stay out. Will they react to this? Will they immediately come down pit lane, or will they decide now that they've got the clean air, they're going to try and run it a little bit longer? And while that battle goes up on ahead in the battle of the pit lanes, now we have a real battle on track. The 899 has caught all the way back up to the 6 Bentley with one car in between them.
Bertama here is spoiled for choice. He's got De Oliveira in front of him. That is a battle for position. Do bear in mind, only the top 15 in each class gets championship points, so there's a huge emphasis to finish in the top half of your class, and it all starts here for Bertama, trying to get that spot from the number 6.
So the Legions of racer cars, but the number 6 has had a bit of an issue, it looks like, with the back marker car ahead, and they running side by side onto the straight. But the number 6 with the inside line, the 899 Legion of racers took the car down enough, had to make the decision between letting off or potentially running into the wall, so just backed out of that. But a moment for the number 6 Bentley sort of shows that the Legion of racers, they could make the position, and that comes the number 1 back out of the pits. That's the BS competition car.
Sure was, and that was very close. Pit out here is quite interesting, and going into turn 2, it can become quite close, but both drivers doing an excellent job right there. Of course, the 1 BS Plus competition car, they're on a different lap opposed to these drivers, and now they're going to try and get those tires warmed up and get back into the race. How long will Taniza run? Well, it was only just about one more lap. They come in and have relinquished the lead. Morera now in the 5 Bentley leads the race, and we'll see what can the number 10 do. Jacob in that car now, coming into the chicane, or I'm not sure what they actually call it. I know it's turn 14, 15, and 16. Lovely little tight section before we get onto the front straight. Quite curious where the 51 will come out. I suspect, though, in front of the number 10.
Well, we can't see them in the pit lane shot there on the left side, so they're obviously rolling, and they were down the pit as the camera spans out. There they are. There is the 51 Scuderia Ferrari Velas esports team. I think they have just got out in front, and they have done. There you go. The 51 has jumped the number 10 in the pit lane, and that is quite a sizable gap as well.
Well, that is a decent gap. The number 10, you'll see them. There is the 51 in the shot, and there is the number 10. The only problem, though, for the 51 now is this is right in front of them.
Yeah, well, our battle is still going on, and as well, the G2 esports car is sort of tangled up in this with that BMW as well, so they're still trying to sort of sort themselves out. The 77 McLaren and the 123 Aston Martin of the FFS Racing team and the G2 esports car. Everyone's kind of piled together.
It's very close quarters here, and you would hope that they're able to sort it out. The 51's going to get there first, and this man, Jacob for Triton Racing, installed into the number 10, and he has the unenviable task. He's got to go catch the 51. Pawlowski is now in the 51 themselves, so double driver change for the two leaders of the race. They're second and third right now. Fidel Moreira now leads. I'm not sure if they're on a different strategy. I think they are. They can go several laps longer than anyone else based on their current strategy. But for all intents and purposes, we suspect this would be the fight. Keep an eye on that. It's 2.3 seconds the gap to Pawlowski in the 51. That 51's going to catch this lap traffic, and I wonder, will they let him go? He's not technically the leader right now. Decisions.
Yeah, and as well, the other gap that I'm going to be monitoring is the gap between them and the 66. Murphy's currently driving that car. 6.9 seconds is the gap back to the Veloce GT car, which we see on screen. They've been quietly picking away at it and almost ran their best lap last go around. It was a 34.8. So that they have been really picking up the pace and really keeping those the average stint times down. A little bit of a backmarker traffic ahead, I believe, as well, as that's one of the BMW competition cars, and it's just a straight battle between them and the 10 in fourth place. But yeah, that's going to be another battle to look at. And here comes the 51. Have managed to get by the McLaren. FFS Racing is next up on the agenda. Got to get through because the number 10 is still bearing down on them.
That was a decent pass there. Pawlowski is able to get around one of those cars, but now finds themselves in the middle and getting caught just a little bit from behind. 1.9 second the gap on those two sectors alone. Since the last time we talked about it, it's come down about 3.5 or 4 tenths, and it's always harder if you're the leader. And I know the 51 technically isn't the leader right now, but that doesn't really matter. They're the ones catching the traffic, having to dice through it. It should be a little bit easier for Charcot behind them to get through. Look at the lights flashing. Camille absolutely on the button the entire time down the straight and through turns 1 and 2, trying to let the car in front know, hey, I'm on a different lap. I need to get going. But so far, has not yielded the car in front. It's going to tighten it right back up here.
FFS Racing going a little bit wide. It's going to put the 51 on the outside for the run onto the back straight. You can still see the lights flashing. They are not pleased about having to go the long way around. And now look, it's ruined their run, but it's brought the McLaren in. And obviously the McLaren's going to keep the 77. They're going to keep their foot planted because they are actually trying to get by the FFS car, properly. And there you go. So it's brought the McLaren into the battle. Followed the Scuderia Ferrari Veloce Esports team through. Position for them, and all that's done so far is bunch up the Bentley a little bit more. Triton now 1.3 seconds. In fact, under a second is the gap now under the timing line.
Oh, not able to clear both the cars. FFS Racing still in front, and this is all going the way of Pawlowski in front. I'm pretty confident that was about as good as any driver could have did, Camille that is, getting through that traffic. Well done. And I think Charcot has done a little I think they've got the worst into this, actually, where they caught them and how much slower they had to do, but that doesn't really make a difference. Like you said, they still took more than a second out of the lead. Look,
took a second out, so now that the 51 has been released from the traffic, we'll have to keep his eye on that. But if anything, Charcot got quite a good run there, and they caught the back markers in sector 3, but because you're already going quite slow there, not necessarily lost a lot of time. The 51 was held up going onto a straight, and you'd be surprised at the delta you can lose if you're held up while you're going onto one of the long back straights here. They just blasted by FFS Racing in a straight line, so the Bentley's obviously got something in a bit of a straight line in the go-go juice department. But that is the gap currently now between the 51 and the 10. And I think as we go back under the timing line, it was 1.1 seconds at last go around. It looks around about that same time again.
Yeah, I don't know what I was saying. I thought Triton had the worst run of it through the lap traffic, but that absolutely can't be true because the 51 lost half their lead. So I don't even know what I'm saying at that point. Clearly, the 51 was the bigger loser in that stretch, getting through that traffic. It's just the way it works. The first car that gets there always seems to get held up more. I have no idea what the philosophy behind that is. It's just if you're the one cutting the bread, okay, it's always harder for you to make a sandwich than the person that has bread already sliced, I guess.
Yeah, when you've been able to sit back and sort of survey the situation and make the better call, it's always a bit of a change in racing, or one of the challenges in racing is just making that call through lap traffic. The virtual driver's car by TX3, the 333, managing to chase down the 99 Race Anywhere car. That is Jordan Grant Smith in that car currently, but the 333 have been taking quite a few chunks out of them as well. So the Aston Martins do seem to be also going quite well here at Indianapolis.
A couple of other things I was looking at, the 23 Aston, that's Joe McCauley behind the wheel of that car. They're P2 in the silver class, up inside the top 10 now. The 900 AMG down to P3, but not too far behind them was Bierman in the 72, but that car in the pit lane. A little bit off sequence for some of the other leading cars, but nevertheless, a close battle too in the silver class that I feel we need to cover as well. 67, though, we talked about that. Isla in that car right now. No pressure at the moment. Clean sailing for that Ferrari.
And probably will be a welcome relief versus trying to have to, chase someone down, especially around here. It does seem to be there's been a lot of times of follow the leader or some very, very tense, close battles. But for the 67 right now, just sort of clean sailing and no one really in front of them to bother with that. But a great run from the other Ferrari in P1 of their class.
Betcha Hyla, though, the Race Anywhere Sim Sport car, we talk about the points championship. This is only race 2 of this championship, and this is a boatload of points that they're thinking about taking home today. They were in pretty good standing regardless for the championship, and now if they are able to hold on and win this race, and it's looking likely that is the case, they're going to be in an excellent position to contest this championship.
Yeah, which for Race Anywhere SimSport, that's going to be a great a great deal as well. And we've seen it before sometimes where if you can gain a lot of points at the start of the season, it's not impossible to catch someone towards the end, but it is a lot harder. We've seen people who have been dominating at the start of the season, and then they might not have necessarily had the races that they wanted towards the back end of it, but because they were so good at the start, that is what saved them. So for the 67, it's going to be a great load of points, but they do still have 2 hours, 43 minutes, and at least 2 more times, potentially 3 times, to come down pit lane.
No, it's a very good point you make, but at the same time, you got to keep that driver calm and say, look, we've got a decent lead. We've got 16 plus seconds back to P2 in our class. We don't need any heroics here. They've done all the heroic driving in the first couple of hours of this race. All they have to do at this point is stay squeaky clean. If a car catches you that's anywhere near faster than you, I would say at this point, and I'm not their team manager obviously, but if I were, I'd say just let them go. Not our fight, doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I think it depends on what kind of driver you are. If I actually find that if I try to relax and to slow down, that's when I make more mistakes. And I know that's a good point. Some drivers are like that. They can't slow down. They just have one setting, which is fast. And for the pace of those, I think that is kind of what's happened to the 67. They've just been on it all day long. And speaking of someone who's been on it all day long as well, Eamon Murphy for the McLaren Veloce GT team, they've been slowly picking away. The gap has been slowly coming down to that number 10 as well. It was almost 7 seconds at one point. Now just about 6 seconds separates between the 10 and the 66 as they come across the timing line. 6.1 seconds is the current gap. So they are still there. You just got to, they're keeping their heads down, keeping it clean, and you never know. Come the end of the race, it might be where Veloce are going to start really pushing that car.
Yeah, McLaren Veloce GT, they've been in this battle all day inside the top 5. I believe they've been as high as P2 at some point. And, they're still in the mix. They're still in the fight. They're only about 7-8 seconds off of what is effectively the lead. Pawlowski, of course, not in the lead right now, but we suspect the 5 Bentley will be in anytime soon, shortly, I would say. But a top 5 car all day, kept the car in the race. Eamon Murphy was absolutely stellar in an earlier stint that they had done as well, and keeping everybody in that top 5. Ernest, they could be looking at a very sharp podium here if they keep this up.
Yeah, exactly. So got to keep their head down and the foot planted as it was, and looking back down a little bit. We saw this battle. The 77 has been repassed once again by FFS Racing. So this battle is very much on again, not in a class battle, but the 77 Prime E Racing. They don't want to lose any more time, to their class ahead, or be caught by the 33 behind. And the FFS team, does just seem to be, I won't say struggling, but they can't pull away from the 77. And you've been saying that all day. It's a very difficult racetrack to just outright pull away from someone.
It really is. And Michael Kondexioglu in the FFS Racing 123 is going to be asking, are they racing me for, anything important here? And probably be weighing his options to what he could do or potentially not do in this case. Might just let him have it, figuring, there's a couple of other silver cars in between me and the next car. But at the same time, at this point in the race, you want to be going forward, not backward, even if it isn't for position in class. Not quite up where they would have liked to have been, surely, the 123 team.
No, you would expect FFS to sort of be a little bit more, a little bit up there in the standings. But as he says, we've seen dramas and spins and issues throughout the field, and that is also new track, a lot of inexperience on some drivers, and people kind of just gauging of how racing on this track really works.
Yeah, and Felix Arndt for Prime E Racing is not going to sit here behind this FFS car regardless of what class it's in. A big move there. Kondexioglu goes to what I would consider the normal braking line. Maybe catches Felix a little bit out there, unable to make the pass there. Intentions very much sent to the 123 of, I am going to try to pass you here. And Arndt is now going to have to regroup, gain that gap back, and try that once more, because that did not work at the end of the back straight.
And coming into the final section, sort of looking this way, that way, a bit of dirt kicked up from the 123. You can see they're trying to use all of the circuit. That's one of the things as well that we've been seeing the drivers slowly sort of evolve to of the track is, how much track can I actually sort of get away with cutting or with taking without either A, getting a warning, or B, unsettling the car. Because that's the other thing as well, when you see a lot of these teams, the lines that they can take, which bring out that pace, is just sort of, incredible how you can run the cars this close to the edge and still be within it. When we were looking on board with that 51, you saw how close they were running it to every single edge of the track and white line, but still just on the racing circuit.
Also, curbs. Let's talk about curbs a little bit as well. A lot of these curbs here are not very hazardous at all, mostly flat, very complimentary, I would say, around most of the track. That is until you get to turns 13, 14, and 15. You absolutely cannot get anywhere near those curbs. I think that's what created a lot of the early issues in the race that we had through that section. Of course, that's the final section before the front straight. Bykov in the 41, the Keepers Engineering Simware.pro team, going to make that look very easy down into turn 1.
And that 41 Bentley has just been on an absolute charge, on the last stint and the start of this stint, really been catching up to people. And it looked like the 333 just decided that, not in my class, I'm not going to battle that. but that does mean now it's clean track up to the 99 of Jordan Grant Smith for the Race Anywhere Sim Sport Pro car. That Honda we could just about see in the foreground going through. There you go. And Race Control still handing out the warnings and handing out the penalties.
They sure are. Their job is absolutely never done, is it? That was, by the way, for those of you keeping track at home, and I know somebody was, that was the longest stretch in this entire race we had went without race control interventions. So that lets you know what kind of racing we've had today. It's been very side by side, a lot of fenders, and a couple of misjudgments, if I do say so myself. But it had calmed down there for a little bit, but a couple of more just came through.
And we were told that those penalties that you saw, they've already been served. It was a bit of a delayed response, but I think we can forgive Race Control for that, with just how mad today has been, really. And as he says, it comes down to new track, people learning it, and just some of the amazing things that we saw. You know, at some of the racing at the start, and some of the issues that some of the teams have faced. Really, it's still going through race department's head, or the Race Control's head, really. But for the 41 as well, look at the time now. 2.5 seconds is the gap to the 99 ahead. The time is coming down slowly but surely. That Bentley still on the charge.
Certainly is the case. Got to buy the car that they were fighting. I mean, not for position. Of course, the silver class is the 333 of Chassis, but now moving up the field, Jordan Grant Smith at 99, Honda just in front of them. Now that doesn't look like 2.3 seconds to me to the naked eye. I hazard that's a little bit closer than it was prior. We'll see as the Keebers Engineering Simmer.Pro team continuing to march towards the front and get good points. I think yes indeed, they're already in the points, and every position they make up now gets them more points.
And they have quite a few pro class positions to gain. You know, with the pace that they've shown, obviously they're currently catching up to the 99, the Race Anywhere Sim Sport car. That is now 2.4 seconds as the Honda flies by on the bottom of our screen. But they've also got the 4 and the 88, not a million miles away. You know, to up the road for them, it's about 6 or 7 seconds. And considering the pace from that last stint that they had, 6 or 7 seconds is not that big of a gap to climb, really.
Well, I was wondering who was going to win the battle of pace between Pawlowski and Charcot, and I think we have our answer. Remember, it was 1.1 second the gap earlier, and now it's out to 3 seconds. Pawlowski has put a 2-second gap on what will be second place, as Fidel Moreira has brought the number 5 Bentley down to pit lane. 199 laps completed, and that will cycle the 51 back to the front with the 10 in tow. And order restored. Kamil Pawlowski, though, doing an excellent job. You never know when you change driver what you're going to get, Ryan, who's quicker than who, but here we have our answer, at least for the time being.
Yeah, and you kind of see that, though, with the Scuderia Ferrari Veloce Esports team. They are all very, very, in gel with the car, and just the pace that all of their drivers have is so incredibly fine-tuned. So as lot as some teams might have, one a little bit of a slower driver and a little bit of a faster driver, it just seems that every single time this car is out on track, it is just blazing. And as he says, that gap just getting ever bigger now to the number 10. And remember how we said, you can only potentially lose half a second over a whole stint to the leader. Yeah, well, so far the number 10 has lost a whole second and a bit, and it doesn't look like it's changing that way anytime soon.
No, absolutely not. And this is exactly what Scuderia Ferrari Veloce Esports wanted. They wanted this sort of run today, and they're definitely getting that. We talked a little bit about the championship battle, the championship fight. How about this? Come out, set on the pole position, and get a win. That's exactly what you dream about. Certainly what they would have been dreaming about last night. And it's looking like it's coming true. We've had a little bit of a debate privately here, and we're quite curious because as much as this is all brand new to the drivers and the teams, it's new to us as well. We're wondering if we're going to get a finish at sunset tonight. Keep in mind, this race started at noon local time in the sim. So we're quite curious. Is it going to be dark? Will it be at sunset? It's 5:30. It all depends on what time of year it's set around. The sun is getting quite low right about now. Who's your money on, Ryan? I'm going to say sunset finish myself.
I'm probably going to go with sunset finish as well. I mean, the orange hue is already starting to creep in, which is turning the red of Ferrari kind of more of a paley, almost going to a white color. But yeah, the color hue shifting towards that orange pattern, and sort of will be slowly creeping its way into the driver's eyes, as we do get some fantastic reflections off these cars as well with some of the TV cameras that are placed around. And this is a battle still going on. The 123, they've been in a battle with the 77 McLaren, and now they've been caught back up again by West Competition Racing in the 33.
They sure have, and of course not a battle in class, but Condexiolo always seems to find themselves in a battle with somebody that isn't for points, and it's always that conundrum of what do you do? You're getting caught by a car in a different class. You don't want to give up that position because that just puts you further behind your own class. What is a driver to do? Victor is not going to want to set behind, though. That's the one thing that I certainly know. No idea what Condexiolo is going to do. But I just know that Victor does not want to. And Victor, of course, can see aren't in front of them. And that is for class. That is for points. And, well, that's what you're fighting for right about now. Just has that pro car in between the two of them.
And they were very, very, very close to making a move and making the pass there. Obviously, the 123 must have had a bit of an issue, put them where the 33 could get alongside them down the back straight. Still in Sector 1, though, that Aston Martin really can pull back up to the back of the 77. And like I said, the 33, they can look round the FFS Racing Aston Martin. They can see points in their class. They just got to get there, and it's now coming out onto the back straight again. This is where, when we snapped to them, we saw, the move happening. It's going to be close. It might be a look down the inside, but I think it's just a little bit too far away this time for the 33 BMW to sneak the nose up inside. Like I said, you're waiting for that minute mistake, or for them to be held up running out onto the back straight. And for the third person in the train, you can really judge that, if you know that they're going to be held up by a back marker, or you know that they're going to be held up by the car in front, you can formulate a pass.
You really can. You talk about making a pass or a dive down the inside. You absolutely can do that. You can get away with that here. There's many corners that afford that opportunity, but the thing is, you have to be so close to have a realistic shot of pulling it off cleanly, and that's the biggest thing. And of course, Victor was not nearly close enough, as they think better of it and live to fight another day. I've always favored that approach by drivers, and you just got to be right on top of somebody, and you can do it. Break a little bit later, maybe catch them unawares a bit as well, but just a little bit too far. Like this gap, for instance, just too big. Can't quite get that done. Any move from this distance is going to cause a little bit of calamity and a lot of drama.
Yeah, so back to single file once again through Sector 1. It is still unchanged. 33 as Victor chasing it down the 123. Like I said, it's just sort of looking at the back as well. I can imagine as well that the back of the FFS Racing car is quite dazzling to any driver behind them. The bright, luminous pink. Imagine as the sun reflects off that, is going to be quite a sight, as we actually get a little bit of an onboard view here. This is from the bonnet view of what Victor is seeing, and there you go. Look, when the sun shines on the bright, luminous pink of the FFS Racing team, it does start to get quite bright.
Yeah, it sure does. And lovely scenes here. Lovely pictures from Indianapolis Motor Speedway in Speedway, Indiana. Indianapolis proper is off in that direction a little bit. And just an overview of the racetrack. There are several holes of the golf course here. It's quite interesting, that golf course, Ryan. We talked a little bit about that earlier. And it's quite funny how you play those holes on the infield section here. You have to take your electric golf cart and you go through the same tunnel spectators and racers will come through to enter the circuit. Isn't that neat?
It must certainly be a bit of a view, when you're on the golf course, but you can look over and you can see the timing tower and the grandstands and the banking and just everything around you. It's certainly a different setting for a golf course, which are normally built, in some kind of rolling forest or a beautiful landscape, not generally slap bang in the middle of a racing circuit.
A lot of racing drivers like it too. You'll be hard-pressed to find a series here that doesn't race that there are golf fans among the drivers, and I think I have a theory behind that. It's all about competition, isn't it? It doesn't matter if it's on four wheels or with a 9-iron in your hand. I suspect it's all competition at the end of the day. It's an interesting hobby, certainly golf, and they do golf on race weekends here in between the various events that they do. It's always nice to get a nice trophy and 9 holes in. There is the tunnel indeed. Now this is just brilliant modeling work. Kunos does a fantastic job, don't they really? And that is the very tunnel that you drive through. Many a racing car and golf cart have come through that tunnel over the years.
But obviously a bit of a slight difference between those two. As much as, let's be faced, every single time you do go on a golf course, how many people have tried to race the golf carts?
Well, if my local golf club is listening, none, because I wouldn't do that. But if they're not listening, every single time.
Jesse's trying to not get his membership revoked from the local golf car. Looking back as well, the Legion of Racers car, the 889, we saw this car a little bit earlier, sort of trying to battle the way through the traffic. They've ended up back behind the 999 BMW, so another pass for position there. But the 63, if you look, is not that far up ahead, so that will be a class position for the Legion of Racers if they can get by that BMW.
Big drama for one of the cars near the front of the grid as you saw that race control message come through there. And as we continue to look through the field a little bit, the Mobileye Lamborghini esports team, not quite where they expected to be, and they've had their share of drama in this race. A lot of it not really of their making, just unfortunately the wrong place at the wrong time put them back in P28, and unfortunately battling a silver driver. That's Chris Hartfeld in the 999 BMW right behind him, and Pratama in the 889 behind him as well. So has one position for class right there, but unfortunately not the direction that they would hope they'd be going in the mirror, because that AMG is getting bigger.
Yeah, exactly. And all the Automobili Lamborghini esports team will be hoping is that the BMW, the 999 could hold off the charging AMG a little bit longer, or potentially start battling each other. We mentioned that you lose up to 0.6 of a second per lap if it's a really hard fought battle, and then the Lamborghini might be able to just pull out a little bit. But we've seen the pace of those AMGs in a straight line, and sometimes that's all you need. If you are so close to the BMW that you're breathing down the neck and you come out onto the straight, there's a good chance that you won't be able to do anything about that AMG behind you, because it'll be by you by turn 1.
Got to ask you a serious question as a racer yourself. Would you rather have ultimate pace down the straight, or the ability to brake very late into the corner and turn very sharply as well? What would you like? Pace down the straight, pace in the corners?
Ultimately, the cars that I've always driven, and the ones that I've gone through, pace down the straights are an easier car to deal with in a race setting, I find, because you don't have to be absolutely on edge as a driver. You don't really have to worry that you're going to be a little bit slower through the corners when you put fuel in it. If that's your only card, then, and that card's taken away from you when you put race fuel in it, it becomes very, very difficult to hold on to your positions. If you're just fast in a straight line, well, then that's it. You formulate your pass to be right behind them coming onto a straight. You can't do anything about that. But those probably the cars that I've driven the most. Maybe I'm just not finessed in the world of mid-engined, very pointy, sharp handling cars. I'm more about the front engines with a big V8 and just power down the straight.
See, I'm going to go the complete opposite direction of you, Ryan, on that one. I want a car that sticks to the corners like glue, and that I can brake so late and downshift so fiercely that it feels like I'm breaking the rules. That's what I want. I want a car that is sharp into the corners. Give me a good handling car in the corners, and I know most of the time good handling and fast are two very different things. I'll explain why I'm so slow all the time, buddy.
I think I'm just used to driving the absolute barges of, front-enginedness. It's always what I've driven, really. I'm just used to not having it in the corners and then being a little bit heavy, a little bit understeery, but then you get to a straight and there goes your party piece.
Well, this is an interesting battle continuing. Chris Hartfeld, the GTWR driver, finds themselves the hot dog in the bun and probably don't want to be there. That's Essa in the 63 in front, and that's Pratama behind them. And unfortunately, he's in between two pro cars that are very imminently going to have a discussion on who owns the P28 spot. But hey, don't look past Chris Hartfeld, though. Chris Hartfeld might have a say in this and get P28 themselves before this is all said and done. Now, that is not what Essa needs or wants. They want to be able to pull away just a little bit, because if the 999 does get by the Lamborghini, that is going to throw them right into the 889.
And looking back up as well, while we're doing this race, we're being bombarded with statistics all the time, and you've got to really bring it out to Michael Hamlet. So far, the number 10, as much as they lost that time in the pit, they are averaging just under a tenth of a lap faster than the 51 at the minute. And you know what I mean? So that they're still not out of it, but every single time what I mentioned that they were losing it in the pit lane, that's kind of why that gap has done. And there is a pass for Luke Whitehead as well, the 88 on the 900, two fellow AMGs, but the move was done by turn one. So the Mercedes AMG Claudius by RG, they're up into P11.
That was a nice pass. Luke Whitehead trying to get back inside the top 10, has a decent amount of time left to do that and might have the pace in that Mercedes AMG to get that done. A couple of silver cars in between him and the rest of the pro field, but still Joe McCauley in front by 7.7 seconds to Luke Whitehead, but still, like I said, enough time if you have the pace in the car, and I reckon he does. Not too tall a task yet as we get closer to the 2-hour mark. Where has the time gone?
Yeah, well, just great left to run. So it's it's really starting to come into the strategies for some of these teams. But speaking of times running and what happened at the start of the race, this is the highlight reel. Welcome to the start of the race. 51 Velas Esports, Scuderia Ferrari Esports took the pole position, and I believe, Jesse, you have some information for me coming down into turn one.
Well, this is going to be absolutely brilliant. Nearly 3 wide with the 14 involved there. The 10, they're all trying to fight over P1. Ultimately, the 51's going to get it done. But look at the 55, the Chill Blast car, completely 360. You've heard of 360 no scope. How about 360 top 10? A 360 and go. And this, the problem spot, turn 13 and 14 all day long has been an issue for a lot of drivers. You see the 889 get involved here. You will get deja vu later on in this highlight reel. We talked about Mobileye, Lamborghini Esports having issues today. This was just a little bit of that, as a couple of positions lost here. And very close racing leads to contact, and the 63 goes spinning wildly off into the grass. And there is a lot of it on that particular corner. Day not going anywhere like they planned for the 63. Contacts have been the name of the game. Race control has been very, very busy all day long. They continue to be, and look at this dive over the curb. Said there was a couple of curbs you can't do that on. That's certainly one of them. The 21 getting over the curbs, getting brushed by the other car as well. Back to turns 13 and 14, the hot corner, as I like to call it. It's been like that. The Williams Esports team is about to find out why it's been so frustrating. Trying to get it broke down to the corner just a little bit too late on the brakes. A little bit of contact there. Realistically, not a big deal. The 333 here goes for a spin off of the nose of the number 4 AMG. just that one position lost there in that. We continue turn 14, a little bit too close. The Unicorns of Love team goes ahead and spins the 6 into turn 14. And that is the tale of the race thus far. It has been hotly contested. I primed Ryan Mawson before we came into this booth. I wanted him to watch that 55. That was a spin and go on the start of the race. Ryan, are you as impressed as I am?
That was incredibly well held, and like I said, just acted like nothing happened. It'd been one of those moments as a driver, if you get hit, you have a bit of a curse, everything spins around, and you catch the car and get a go. I definitely thought there was going to be much more of carnage versus what actually happened to that 55. So that explains why they have had this sort of alternate strategy that they've been on. And as we flick back to the racing as well, the Simware Pro team, the 332, in a battle between the 72 of Bierman, who's just up the road from them, but they've also got the 62, that is the BMW G2 esports car, bearing down on them, and there's a bit of a contact between them and the G2 car.
Novikov will not be happy about that. A little bit of a spin, well held though, to keep it out of the deeper part of the grass and the gravel. But all things considered, though, still a position or so lost, in the ever-presence of a lot of time lost as the orangey evening sky does set in. It definitely is a different atmosphere here than it was hours ago. The shadows getting very, very long as we look at our leader of the race, Kamil Pawlowski, in the 51 Scuderia Ferrari Velis Esports Ferrari. And what a lovely car. What a move happening in the background there. I said if you get close enough, you can make that work, and that was an extreme version of that Porsche. Maybe getting the job done and has done look there. But what a job, what a day it has been for the 51. Ryan, you talked earlier about it being almost dead even between them and Triton in the number 10 Bentley, but the real difference has been on pit road, and just almost unbeatable has this 51 team.
And as well, I believe the 51 were also they were one of the cars in the top 3 best pitters at Bathurst. And if you remember, this car, the 51, they had a big wreck at Bathurst, which gave them an extra 15 odd seconds, I believe. They had some issues that they had to fix, still finished within the top 3, which means that every other pit stop on that race at average was just bang on the money every single time, and they're doing exactly that today as well. So as much as the number 10 is falling back maybe a tiny little bit on track this stint, it's the pit stops where Triton are really losing out.
It really is, and pit stops can be a killer if you're racing and that you're separated by a tenth, and that's being generous. The majority of this race by the top 5 has been settled by less than a tenth, fractions of a tenth of a second. You cannot go into pit lane and lose 2 or 3 seconds. 2 or 3 seconds is an eternity in the measurements that we're judging today, and it's just that's what set them back just a little bit. And it would not surprise me to hear that the 51 team, they're practicing pit stops. They've got the choreography down. And believe it or not, folks, I know some of you might chuckle at that. Maybe you're unaware, but pit stop choreography is a thing in ACC. You have to know exactly what the other drivers are doing. And if you're getting in or out of the car, you have a job to do when you get in the car. It is a very intricate process to do an incredibly quick pit stop.
Not only that, but obviously you need to know, your car, as in where pit road is, how long it takes to get down onto the pit limiter, as we see the 62 make their way by the 72. That's Jan Bierman in the silver class, but BMW G2 Esports wanting to make their way back up the field. That will be setting their sights firmly on the 41 of Bykov, that Bentley that we've seen that has been on the charge. Well, BMW G2 is saying we can charge as well, so keep an eye on that gap. But yeah, the pit stops in ACC are very, very fine. You've got to really nail the pit in. And not only that, but a lot of sims, if drivers may drive on multiple sims and multiple disciplines, ACC, like the SRO, they are very stringent on where your pit box is. If you stop too far, you will be shuffled backwards into the pit box and then lifted up. And that is, a couple of seconds lost there. And as he says, it's a couple of seconds that you just can't afford to lose.
And I'll tell you something, I've called races here on this very channel where the race was settled by having to be moved back on a pit stop because you did not stop. One team did not stop on their board correctly. And that is the most deflating thing that can happen to a race team. It takes several seconds to get moved back. It's not an immediate thing. And I don't know if maybe that's happening. Of course, we're very much speculating, of course. Could be a lot of different things going on that has caused that. Isaac Price, though, by the way, for the BMW G2 esports team, they're on a little bit of a charge. They've had a chip on their shoulder since the start of the race. They had very early contact 3 wide going through turns 3 and 4. They got spun out, got set way back into the field, and they have spent this entire race coming back through it. And I think they just about are back in the points now. Keep in mind, you got to be in the top 15 in either class to get points, and they've just about done it. At some point, it became a recovery drive, and they're pulling it off, making it look nicely. Only one silver car in between them and Bykov now. That gap's certainly coming down. Speaking of Bykov, that 41, they're only 1.7 behind Jordan Grant Smith in that 99.
Yeah, so there's battles, so slowly starting to get the battles sort of reignited, as people come into the pits and sort of either gain or lose the pace. Some cars actually on fresh tyres are a little bit slower than necessarily, some of the other cars, that can go out and have pace immediately. So the battles kind of calm down and people sort of readjust, and now they're all starting to clinch back up together as we come up to the almost top of the hour. 2 hours and 10 minutes left to run of this race. So yeah, those are a couple of gaps to keep an eye on. And as he says, G2 Esports they've had those problems. They've got back into the point zone, and every single point that you can gather in this championship might at the end be the difference between where you want to finish and finishing outside of those top 10 positions, for example.
Yeah, I think this team started right around 15th or somewhere in there, so they're just about where they started, and unfortunately they got sent back, like I said, but now trending in the right direction. They've certainly got the pace to do a little bit more damage in the final couple of hours. Kamil Pawlowski has continued to lead this race, working lap traffic, no troubles at all, leading by 5.8. Sharkot in second place. The other thing we're keeping an eye on is Murphy in that 66 McLaren. They're 6 seconds behind Sharkot. They are about 12 seconds behind the leader, Camille. And you can't take your eye off the 66. They've been as high as second today. You never know. That is way too close for comfort. Ryan, I got to ask you, your comfort zone leading a race. I know you've done it before. Where do you start to... I know you don't like to relax. We covered that. You don't like to relax, and I respect that. But where are you comfortable gap-wise?
Anything of sort of 4 to 5 seconds, because then I think that if I come up against a back marker, it's not race ending. I don't have to do anything sort of foolish to make sure that I get by them immediately, as we're seeing, like the 51 slowly catch up to the Audi ahead. They've flashed the lights, they've known that they're there, but they're not making any brash moves because they know that they don't really want any warnings or 5-second penalties, this this late into the race when everyone is bearing down on them. And yeah, it's about 5 seconds. I start to think, now I can actually do something. But for the Scuderia Ferrari Velis esports team, their pace has been so high, they can afford to do this and still pull away from the Bentley behind. And I think this is going to be the move coming down into turn 1, looking up the inside, giving the Audi plenty of space, saying you can have whatever line you want, but I'm going to go through.
I'm going to throw you a wild card. I want to answer my own question, but I wanted to throw you a wild card because I know this is going to not make sense to you. The only gap I'm comfortable with is one that's going out. If it's stagnating or it's coming in, I'm nervous. But if every sector I'm just a little bit quicker than whoever I'm racing, that makes me comfortable. And I wonder if Camille might be the same way. That gap has been going out the entire stint, and now they must be just a bit comfortable. I don't care if I have a 25-second gap, Ryan. If it's coming in, I don't like that. If it's going out, I'm as relaxed as can be. I'm that fickle, but that might be, let's be honest, when do I have a 25-second gap? Camille leading the race, doing a very fine job of that. Chris Hartfeld in the 999. they've been busy in the last couple hours or so, and they've got Pratama behind them still. Isa in the 63 has gapped this group just a little bit. Pratama not able to get by the 99.
And I mentioned that a little bit earlier. You know, the Automobili Lamborghini esports team, they'll have wanted the Mercedes to be stuck behind the BMW and end up in this moment, you know, where they're now having to battle around them, but they haven't quite got just that magical something or that little bit of extra pace to just slingshot by them. So they're stuck now, and like you said, losing potentially, you know, a couple of attempts a lap here and there, and that's just allowed the 63 to scurry up the road really as well. And if you look up the road, I believe on separate laps, but they've also managed to get by the 123 of the FFS racing team, so they know that that's another car between them and the Lamborghini that the Mercedes, if they got by, would have to get through, as we can just about see them in the foreground, or the background even, sorry.
I will tell you, there's nothing more frustrating than the situation that Pratama is in as Hartfeld runs into the grass there a little bit. Easy to do that. Haven't seen a lot of that today. The only time I've really seen them in the grass in that section is when they're coming to pit road. That wasn't the case here for Hartfeld. And now, look at this, the big block down the front straightaway all the way down to the pit wall. Around the outside is Pratama. Will they be later on the brakes? You can almost ill afford to do that in a 90 right-hander. But has to fall back in line. Can't quite get the overlap. Thinking about going the outside of here, probably not the best move. You usually lose time trying to go to the outside here, but you can always try and round off the corner, or square off the corner in that case, and get a longer run. Hasn't worked. Hartfeld still remains out in front. Further frustration to the 889.
Yeah, well, the Legion of the Racers driver, they're having to, you know, try the alternate lines like you mentioned a while ago. You have to try alternate lines because no one really has got, you know, the set in stone strategy of passing here yet. You know, new track, a lot of teams still learning it, still trying to work out. And as well, every single person that you may come up across, you're not also coming up against a new driver. You might be coming up against a new car, you know, Mercedes versus BMW. We know that there's certain tracks where it is easier to pass the BMW as they run out of puff after fourth gear, for example. So the Mercedes, you just wait for a long enough straight. But you take it to Indianapolis, and you know that problem goes away. Then what do you start doing? You have to think about those different lines, and I think that's what we were trying to see the Legion of Racers car do. They were trying to set up a move coming so that coming out of sector 1, there would be, you know, either pulling alongside or already alongside, but this time it didn't happen, and I think they're just about too far back now. The other thing as well, that while this battle was happening, what we didn't notice, the Automobili Lamborghini team, they went down pit road.
Yeah, they're a little bit off sequence. I would say that's a little bit early, but even still, that just means that they will have a little bit more speed here in the early part of the stint. And surely they'll go back once everybody else pits to where they were. And of course, if they could somehow jump the 164, that would be just okay with them. You know, you can tell a lot about racing drivers, about how they're driving. You can tell what they're thinking by what they do at the steering wheel, and ducking, diving, making sharp moves. It shows a little bit of desperation. It also shows a little bit of will of wanting to get by you. And it's funny how a driver sometimes doesn't have to say a word to you, and you know exactly what they're thinking.
Yeah, well, you can often see that in the rearview mirror of how a driver is, and for the WPS racing team at the minute, in a bit of a no man's land, looking up ahead with the fellow McLarens. I believe that's the 110 is a car that they are actually for position. They're just trying to get back up to them, and I think that the 911. The Porsche will have the pace, but once you've caught up to that McLaren, that is when, you know, your real job starts coming in, because it just gets harder and harder. The 899 has managed to pass the 999. I think Chris Hartwell was pulling off into the pit lane. Yep, believe it has. So 899 has taken the lead of that race, and be interesting to see what they do, because if they keep up that pace, they will definitely manage to do the overcut.
It is quite interesting. It's the game within the race, isn't it? The head game, if you will. And what they're trying to do is outsmart each other, use strategy at this point in the race. A lot of teams will be thinking, well, we got what we got, but sometimes you can throw a Hail Mary play and try something different, and that might be exactly what some teams do here at the end. You might change your pit strategy too if you realize somebody will be doing the fuel calculations, and some of these teams that are slightly off strategy, or maybe they use strategy early in the race to gain position, they're going to have a rethink here. They've got to have enough fuel in the tank to get to the checkered flag, and you never know either until you get there. Will you have one more lap, depending on where the leader comes through, of course? So it's one of those things. A lot of these teams will gamble. We've seen that in the past, where they gamble and they sort of almost short fill the car, expecting to end on a lap number. I've never wanted to play that game. I'm actually quite bad at that. I always try to do +1 on the fuel till the end of the race, but we'll see what they do. And the reason I bring that up now is because sometimes 2 hours from the finish, you start to think about, you'll have been thinking about the end from the start, of course, but you sort of run the race backwards from now. What can I get away with to lose the most amount of time? Tobias Pfeffer, something has gone on. We talked about pit road incidents and having issues. Well, something has happened to the Mercedes-AMG Esports team, Unicorns of Love. Pfeffer in the car, but they had an incredibly slow stop, Ryan.
Yeah, it was almost a 2-minute pit stop from what we're being told. So the 14s definitely had problems, and you can see that they're just slipping further and further down the order. In fact, all the way back to the FFS Racing, the 123 almost. And in fact, there you go, the 123 as they come past the timing line has jumped them. The 14 has dropped all the way down to 23rd. So definitely problems late on in the race.
That was a massive stop, over 2 minutes, and something amiss there. Of course, we can only speculate what happened. That could be a driver not in position. It could be a technical issue. Really unknown. There's no real damage that we were aware of, so I highly doubt that would be the case of anything like that. Just a miscue on pit road, and that has all but ruined a large part of their progress today. It's definitely not. This is the point in the race where no mistakes. Earlier in the race, you could almost get away with mistakes. We saw the 55 almost immediately have an issue, right, where they spin and go at the start of the race. That's fine. A mistake now can't be tolerated at this point, but I'm being told out of their hands, Ryan, what happened on pit road?
Well, apparently for that Mercedes-AMG Unicorns of Love team, they had a game crash, which is why they had such a slow stop. They've managed to get the car back in the race and going again, but there you go. You know, a lot like real life, you have mechanical problems, you have issues with the car that might take you out of the race, is out of your hands. Well, it's pretty much happened here for that team AMG, but I've got back in the race and are continuing on. But sad day for the Unicorns of Love team that were looking like they were starting to pick back up the pace.
Well, as it turns out, my original assessment was correct. I had no way of knowing that, but driver wasn't there, completely against what they would have liked that pit stop to entail. But it's always a lonely feeling when you're scrambling. But I got to say, well done to them to get all that sorted and back into the race, down in P22 for the time being. But like I said, that has completely blown their strategy and their race out of the water, and now they run the risk of not scoring any points.
Yeah, so they've got to get the foot back down and potentially catch someone up. You know, there is quite a gap between them and the 333, I believe. It's 2.1 seconds between them and Valentin Barrier, but then the next car in their class is the 41, and they are a little bit away up the road. There you go, just under the timing board, 17.8 seconds, and then they're 2 seconds behind Barrier. So, 18, 19 seconds. It's not impossible to do with 1 hour 58 left on the clock, but it's really going to have put the brakes on their big points haul that they were going to have.
Yeah, I was just doing the math in my head there in P13, which means they should get 3 points, I believe you get for P13. But like you said, absolutely, they were in for a haul of points there. Certainly not looking like that's going to happen. Gregor Schill back in the BS Plus competition blue team. That BMW going very, very well. And driving in P2 for the moment. Looks like the 10 has been in. Most of the cars coming in now, and some of them are a little off sequence to what we expected them to be, and I think that's just them doing exactly what I was talking about earlier, setting up for the finish.
Yeah, I think now a lot of teams, if you are either so far off strategy that you're gonna, it's gonna affect you at the end, or what your car's doing, like I said, maybe that we could do a splash and dash if we fill up now, or if we completely brim the tank now, we could do X. A lot of people, you have to start thinking about that as the time has ticked under 2 hours. You're only going to have potentially, or a lot of teams are going to try somehow engineer, maybe 1 or 2 stops at the maximum in.
Yeah, it's certainly the case. Blair, by the way, is back in the Triton Racing Bentley, and quite curious, they were one of the fastest drivers I have seen. And keep in mind, it's all relative. They're all within about a tenth, but even still, the magic was on their side when Blair was in the car earlier. Wonder if we might see just a little bit of that here late in the going. Not too far away. They pitted. They were about 7 seconds off of the lead, but do bear in mind, they had slower stops all day long in comparison to the 51. We'll see if that is the case, as Pawlowski is in the pit lane with the 51 Ferrari.
Yeah, so more sort of pit lane races now to watch on. But that 51, they've been on the money all day long. So I really don't think that the 51's going to lose anything. It's just, can anyone else catch up to them? And this car has also been in the Race Anywhere Sim Sport car. Jordan Grant Smith has been taken out of the car and been replaced with Cody Blanton now for the 99 Honda, and they are in quite a predicament. They have the 900 of Cherepin just ahead of them, but then bearing down on them, which has been, this car has just been tearing it through the field, is that 41 Bentley that has been, so they've really picked up the pace, they've really picked up their heels in the last sort of 2 to 3 hours, and they are now right up behind the Honda, which is for class position. So the 99 is, it's a position that I do not envy in sim racing. You've got someone in front of you who isn't for class position, but you've got someone bearing right down on you who is for class position.
It certainly is the case. Abeladze, by the way, is in that 41 car, and they are a fresh driver in the Similar Pro car. So it's a fair fight between the two of them in that shake. Gregor Schill out in front of the field in the BS Plus competition, number 1 BMW, enjoying it out front. I would like a statistic. We have all these lovely statistics. Michael Hamlet doing an excellent job for us behind the scenes. I would love to know how many different leaders we've had today. It has been a bunch of them.
Definitely been more than a few, which is what what we normally have, and partly because of the different strategies and what's happened to people at the start of races. But here you go, the 99, the Race Anywhere Sim Sport car, under attack from the 41 behind. They're going to have to think about it. They were trying to go alongside. Will the 41 look up the inside? They will. It's going to be a late braking maneuver alongside into the 90 right. There's a bit of contact there. Nearly sideways is the Honda of the Race Anywhere car, but they're going to be hung out to dry there on the outside line. The 41 Bentley muscles their way through.
A little bit of a shake of the head from Cody Blanton right there, realizing, okay, that's how we're going to race. Expect a fierce retaliation down here in turn 14. Nat can't quite get it, not close enough. Abeladze is trying to drive away, and it might be the only safe thing for them to do, as that was a rough argy-bargy style move, but a move made nonetheless. P17 goes to Abeladze.
And there you go. I think we'll see that Bentley start to pull away again, because they've just been so on the charge. In the 99 as well, they've actually got the 6 right behind them. So it looks like they might end up being bullied twice by a bunch of Bentleys. It does seem that the Bentleys are quite on form today.
They sure are, and we don't unfortunately get a lot of those here in America road racing, and it is a absolute shame. They make a lovely sound. They cut a very striking figure, and they are very formidable on the racetrack. We just don't get a lot of them, and it's always a treat when we do, though. A lot of Americans have an affinity for those big flying bees, as they are. lovely cars, and absolute treat. I think we used to last year. We had one of them in the GT Challenge America Series, and I believe this year, unfortunately, no entries from that particular make, but fantastic field this year, I will say. I've been following the entire season, and wow, just great racing every single round. Got to stick around to the end of those races because you never are quite sure how it's all going to shake out. And while we're on that subject, you all might want to stick around tonight because we're not still sure. We're not handing out trophies just yet, because I think it's still very much in doubt. Ryan, what about you?
Very much in doubt, and still battles up and down. Looking at the 164, Michael's really starting to pull onto the back of the 63. That's Giglioli in the the Automobili Lamborghini esports team. They've managed to catch back up and are towing along their fellow Aston Martin of the 123 FFS racing team, who've just sort of been here, there, and everywhere of FFS, but using the slipstream and pulling themselves along. Yeah, you were mentioning about Bentley not racing in America anymore. I remember the one time when they came in I believe it was the America's Championship, when K-Pax Racing had a Bentley here, and they had that monumental problem coming down this very straight where the wheel almost detached from the car.
Well, I gotta say, we have there are certain cars that stick out to us here as Americans that are rare delicacies, and Bentley's always been one of those. We've always wondered, well, how would they match up against Aston and Mercedes, and turns out very, very well. Of course, BOP does wonders, all things considered, and it's, again, I go back to it. We talked about it earlier. The BOP has done such a fantastic job with BOP for this series as well. Very nice mix of manufacturers. Ryan, what do you got for us?
Oh, we have a replay queued up apparently for us of the Ferrari. What's happened to them? So in the 51,
everything's normal here.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness, cold tires. That's after pit stop, and that's not good. Oh, excuse me, that's before the pit stop. Maybe they stayed out a lap too late. That was very dangerous. A lot of cars doing the right thing, stopping there, letting all the cars cycle through. This is before a scheduled pit stop, and they don't come in there.
No, the 51 continued on. That'll have been the horrible moment when you feel that banking is quite vicious, what you don't really see on the broadcast cameras, but you feel it as a driver. It's not a smooth transition from the road to the banking. It is a nice 45-degree sharp incline. So obviously the Ferrari's splitter has just caught the road there, bounced the car up, and once that's happened, you kind of out of control there. There's nothing you can do as a driver. You just saw them lock the brakes down to not spin anymore. Slight touch of the wall might have given them a couple of points of a second of damage, but what you're more worried about is what has that done to the tires. Obviously sliding sideways will have not done the Pirellis much good, but good avoidance from everyone there to come around a blind corner and just see what was the leader of the race sat sideways.
Yeah, that was a very scary moment. I thought for a second that was after the stop and that was cold tires that did that, but no, it turns out it's warm tires that had done that. Caught him out just a little bit, and you might have, commentators cursed them earlier. You said you didn't see anything like that happening, and it's little things like that. And might I also say, didn't I say don't go anywhere, because we're not quite sure about the result of this one, and well, we certainly aren't now. What I can tell you is the 10 is definitely in front of the 51 right now, and that is completely shaken up this race.
Well, the 51, they've managed to catch up to the 10 once. It's just one of those, they're now going to do it all over again, but they don't have that luxury. Earlier on, they still had 4 hours to play with. Well, now, time is slowly ticking along as we get showered with sparks from the AMG in front, but 1 hour 48, the sun getting ever lower in the sky as 6:20 p.m. just has ticked over here. And yeah, it's definitely going to be even more and more interesting, because whatever strategy Scuderia Ferrari Velas esports team have picked, I think that's why they haven't come in, because they don't have enough time necessarily in the race to make any drastic changes. They've decided that this is what we're sticking with. That's just an unfortunate accident. We have to keep going.
It is very interesting. They have stuck to their guns, and a couple of other teams have just decided, well, we're going to do what is approximately 2 1-hour stints and be done with it, no matter what strategy they were on previously. 51 stuck to their guns, definitely haven't done that. Might that have bitten them just a little bit right there? Something else that is quickly becoming a problem, we saw it a little bit, was the sun going through turns 6 and 7. That cannot be good, blinding the drivers up into that section of the racetrack. Completely shaded is the front straight here, and some of the inside grandstands as well. And I am quite curious what that sun's going to look like when we turn around at the bottom, or the top rather, of the racing circuit. We ride on board with Abeladze, the Keepers Engineering Simware.Pro car, 15th place. That's Sharapinen in front of him, and that's Klinkmuller in front of him, and that's what he's most interested in. A position in class, more points, of course, and that is the sun. I was very curious. That's only going to get worse before it gets better.
Yeah, it's only going to get a lot worse. It's actually come down quite a lot in the since the 2-hour mark, and we're only maybe an hour and 3/4 left. But look at this, darting right, darting left is Cherepin in the 900. They won around their fellow AMG, but this is the problem. Is when you're in this same class battle, or same manufacturer battle, as I should say, you don't have anything over your opponent ahead. You don't have better acceleration, you don't have better braking, you don't have better handling. And now, actually, attacking them, that's put them into the clutches of the 41 and puts the indicator on, decides this isn't my battle. Might be hoping that the 41, with the amazing pace that they've had, maybe they've said, right, well, you have a go. You try and get by the 4, and I'll follow you through.
Sharapinen doing the smart thing there. You get late into a race like this, it's easy to lose your head. The 900 AMG not doing that, turning on the indicator to say that I'm staying over here, basically giving Abeladze the nod that you can go on, son. Go chase that car in front. That's a very classy move. You love to see that. You love to see drivers using all of their resources, including the ones on their steering wheel for that particular venture. And shall we see that some more throughout the end? That's definitely released Abeladze on the back of Klinkmuller here. It's going to be a nice battle in about a lap or so. Big shout out to our very own version of Iron Man here, Mike Yao, our broadcast producer. He's the one bringing you all the lovely pictures. He has been doing all race long, 8 consecutive hours. And folks, that's not even nearly the longest race he'll do this year, or has done to this point. My man, he really, really brings these broadcasts to life.
And it's all I mentioned it earlier, but the amazing camera angles that we can get here at SRO, not only with the TV track cameras, but some of the additional ones that we've got. Like I said, we rode on board earlier with the Ferrari, on the front left wheel. You get the onboard shots. You get to see all the action here, and that's also what I really love. Is that you bring the race to life as much as it is. We're watching the battles, we're watching the races. They feel a little bit more as the 14. Ooh. The Mercedes Esports Team Unicorns of Love takes a alternate line coming out onto the back straight. The 14 obviously had that issue, and they're trying to really, push back and regain their positions. But yeah, that was a definite interesting moment for them.
Certainly was, and they're definitely out of position and out of place right about now. This is not where they've raced all day long. Back in P18, tried to make a move around the outside. There wasn't room, goes off into the grass. Insult to injury, surely, and the icing on the cake, potentially the 5-second additional penalty that they still carry at this point in the race. So trying to work on Valentin Berrier. Berrier, of course, trying to work traffic of his own. Close quarters racing back in the pack. I always said this about racing commentary and broadcast. I get asked that all the time. Why do I do it? It's just a passion. I absolutely love it, and there's nothing better to me than fantastic broadcasting, and just to be able to call over pictures that we have here with all of our lovely group that help put these races together is an absolute privilege and an honor, and it is absolutely an art form.
I very much mirror that, and getting to see how these guys can push the cars this hard. Like you mentioned, I do a little bit of racing myself, but I'm nowhere near anything the speed of these guys. And you watch, like we're watching currently, Tobias Pfeffer millimeters away from the back of Valentin Barrier, pushing that Mercedes as hard as they can, and you see the lap times that they can get out, and not only that, but they can hit it every single time, with stint times being within a tenth or so of a second, as the 14 is going to look at the inside of the 333. Still not going to be alongside, but they're going to try to set themselves up for a run down into turn one. You can see the 333 running out a little bit wide. The 14 is going to have the slipstream again, and I think now is where that Mercedes is going to start pulling, tucked very firmly into the slipstream. It's going to be a late maneuver, pulls out, and the Aston Martin decides, I'm not having any of that, I'm going to brake early.
Barrier did not want anything to do with that. As soon as he saw Tobias Pfeffer pull to the inside, he had already had his mind made up. If he doesn't pull out, I'm not going to give it to him, but if he does, I don't want anything to do with that. I've got a top 4 position here for the 333. No reason this late to worry the team or ruin that. That's a boatload of points that you'd take home for that position. Not willing to risk it for another car. Smart driving there. Sherapinin in the 900 S&P Racing Esports Mercedes AMG. This car in third place in the silver class. Has a decent chunk of time up to P2. Willem van Oomen in the 23. That's P2 in the silver class. Several cars up the road, but it is not deterred. The 900, they are behind Klinkmuller now, continuing to try and get the 12th place position.
And they've not managed to follow the 41 through. We thought they might have, let them by and try follow them through when they did eventually pass the 4. That has not happened though. So it's back to Mercedes on Mercedes for Sherapin in the 900. Is going to have to pass the HRT Harpt car on the track rather than going for a move, when the traffic comes through.
That is the case, and you got to be careful getting to the part of the race where racing is a lot of give and take. I don't think I have to explain that to anybody, but we're getting to the part of the race where there is no give and it's all take.
Everyone's still trying to take anything that they can that's left on the on the table. And looking up the top as well, it's definitely going to be interesting what happens with the top 3, or potentially up to top 5 coming towards the end of this race, because as we mentioned, nothing is really settled yet. And now the 51 had that had that problem and that spin, but they still haven't come in. They are very much stuck to their strategy. Whatever happens has happened, and they are still going on. 7.8 seconds is the gap to James Baldwin. And actually, speaking of James Baldwin, remember how I said, Veloce GT, it might be a while until they start pushing that car? Well, have you noticed who's ahead? That's the number 10, that's Triton Racing. So Veloce have definitely put their foot down in that car now.
Yeah, do bear in mind, Fidel Moreira in the 5 Bentley leads this race, but they're off sequence of their pit stop. Blair in the number 10 Bentley, the Triton Racing team, they're technically, we believe, to be the leaders of the race, or will do when Moreira brings that car in. But the problem is they've been caught by James Baldwin. The McLaren Veloce GT team has run this race just about as perfectly as anybody else. They fell off in the middle, but they were never deterred. They were always in the top 5. They were digging and fighting, and right now they have been gifted a fantastic opportunity, 1 second out of what we suspect to be the lead. Now, we're not entirely sure of that. We don't know what the 5 team is doing, but we expect them in the next, or I expect them in the next 5 or 6 laps or so. But that is no guarantee, because again, you could be changing your strategy here late in the race, and the 5 is the wild card in all this. But James Baldwin, they're in the driver's seat right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, and the pace that the 66 has, they're definitely catching the 10, number of tenths a lap. So Baldwin definitely has the pace to catch up to the Triton Racing. You can see them running a little bit wide. Sparks fly once again, a very bumpy part of the track that I even sort of noted that the first time I drove here. But yeah, the 10 possibly falling off a little bit towards the end of the stint. The Bentley might have used up the tyres, and the McLaren is pretty good on tyres. And James Baldwin, no stranger to this car, no stranger to this car in real life either. So it's, very much a person who is in tune with McLaren in all forms.
Absolutely the case, and also too, as the sun starts to set here at Indianapolis Road Course, also consider that the tire swing as well. The temperature is coming down. Maybe certain cars are going to handle, they're definitely going to handle different, and they've definitely changed since then. And maybe, like you said, swinging into the McLaren camp as this is coming right to them. You want to talk about a race that has been just put in your lap. That is what's happening to James Baldwin right now.
And we are being told, as you mentioned, the track, the sun has started to set and the track has cooled down quite a lot. So it does seem to be that certain cars are coming alive, and that being, the Bentleys, the McLarens, and the Ferraris. It seems that the hotter temperatures that we had at the peak of the day, when the sun was blaring down on everyone, those cars weren't really having the best of times. But now, cooler air, the turbocharged engines can chew on some nice cooler air and really start to power along, and the tires cool off, they start to handle a lot better, and then you can start pushing a lot harder as well. So yeah, it's going to be incredibly interesting to see what happens. An hour and 36 left to run, and this is what we believe to be the battle for P1, what separates them, 7/10 of a second.
Well, we talked about Triton Racing earlier. What would they do? How hard would they fight and defend halfway into the race against the Scuderia Ferrari Velis Esports team, that 51? Well, it turns out significantly, but now you are going to fight tooth and nail. There is no way Blair is going to allow Baldwin to just drive around them.
You wouldn't think so, but Triton are going to have to try and make that Bentley as wide as possible. It already is a pretty wide car, but look at in Sector 3, every single time the 66 really seems to pull in. You can see the back of the Bentley starts to want to step out there. In some of the slower speed corners, just looks like it wants to rotate that a little bit more than necessarily the driver wants. So it's definitely going to be one for Triton where they have to start thinking about the what are we going to do. And speaking of people who are battles that are starting to hot up, this battle hasn't stopped at all. The 900 Cherepin still hard on the back of the HRT team, the Haupt number 4. Mercedes on Mercedes had a little bit of a look up the back straight, but they're just not close enough yet. And as he says, Mercedes versus Mercedes is so much harder to get by someone who is, equally as paced and in the same car.
I was just going to say something a lap ago, or a little while ago, we rode on board and we were going through turns 5, 6, and 7, and I made a comment that the sun was probably going to be a problem. It already is a problem through turns 12, 13, and 14. I didn't even consider it because of the grandstand, but there is a gap there that the sun is right in your eyes, and that's really unfortunate because you have to nail that braking point down into that right-hander as you come off of the oval banking, and wow, it is going to get tricky here in the final hour and a half. Cherepin not at all phased by anything. That's a quick car trying to continue to move up the field. Moving up the field ourselves, Baldwin less than half a second behind Blair. In front of them, Herrera continues to lead in the 5 Bentley. We expect them to pit at some point, and I don't think they will be able to make it to the end if they do, so they might still have an additional pit stop after the stop they're going to make. Here will the 5 Bentley. We'll have to see how that all shakes out. We suspect all these other cars, the 10, the 66, the 51, and the 1, will only have, the 51 is in pit lane right now.
So the 51 has decided to come down at pit lane. Very interesting to see what is actually happening to the Scuderia Ferrari Velis Esports team car. As they had that spin earlier, and we thought that they might have pitted immediately, but have continued on. Maybe some kind of strategy going on there. We we really don't know. We're definitely just going to have to keep our eye on what happens with the 51. But looking up ahead, and for cars that are starting to think of necessarily a strategy and thinking of what they need to do for their strategy, 66 James Baldwin still chasing down Triton Racing incredibly hard. But we've seen Triton Racing, they were in this exact position a while ago with the 51 right behind them. So they are no strangers to having to defend from a hard charging car.
Well, this has happened to them before. They're going to have deja vu. The car behind them in the mirror is going to look completely different as opposed to last time, but the goal is absolutely the same. Now, I don't know what the strategy for the 51 is. I'm not entirely sure. There's no way, according to my math on the paper, that they can go an hour and 32 minutes on a tank of fuel. So they're going to have to come in. Now, everybody's going to have to come in, I think, one more time, except the 5, where they may have to make 2 more stops at this point. But even still, I can't see the 51 taking this on this strategy. I fear and feel the 66 and the 10 are on the winning strategy right now. But you know what I've said in the past, folks? I've been wrong before.
You've been wrong before, and you never know what teams have managed to, to hold up their sleeves. They can be very, very sneaky with the strategies. As he says, having raced a couple of times with, Ferraris in the strategy, I don't think they've got a big enough fuel tank. Even if you were to fuel save to do a full hour and a half stop, you would have to do most likely at least a splash and dash. Maybe that is what the strategy is. It might just be that they've decided that's going to be the faster one for them. So the 51 back out on track and actually has ended up back behind the 49. So as we are confirming, they have been down pit lane and they have done an actual stop. So it's definitely an interesting moment what's happening very late on in the race for the Scuderia Ferrari Veloce Esports team. I'm being told it's actually due to stint timer, so they'd run out of actual stint time in that car, so they had to come down pit lane no matter what they did. Otherwise they'd have a hefty penalty. So for that car, it's kind of put a little bit of a break on their charge. 15 seconds is the gap to the next car in their class. That's the 149, and it has definitely put them off sequence for the remaining pit stops. Not necessarily what the Ferrari team might have wanted.
No, and I wonder what their strategy is. I've been trying to figure it out. I've got several sheets of paper in front of me. I'm trying to run the numbers here. What if they come in 30 minutes? And a lot of teams you saw, they came in at the 2-hour mark, and that was where they reset their strategy. I wonder if the 51 might do that here, where they come in, keep the same driver in the car, but make a stop at the hour mark. You can absolutely make it from there, and they're just doing it an hour later than everybody else. That's also a possibility. I think that's the best case scenario at this point. But right now, the biggest task, they're going to have to get by the 5. Well, let's take you back all the way to the beginning of the race. Let's show you how we've got here. It has been a fantastic and wild ride. And this was a little bit earlier ago, the 33, a little contact right there. And you're going to see that continue here. The Unicorn and the Love team gets into an altercation with the 6, gets spun. The 14, I believe, got a penalty for that earlier in the race. Since then, their race has been completely undone. Has the 14. The 322 losing it all by themselves. Loss of traction and grip there, giving up a spot. And moreover, battles all over the place. Down the back straight, the 99 not defending down the inside. Getting a fantastic run and a little bit of contact here. Almost spoils the moment, but pass made rather regardless. The Bentley getting through there, albeit with a little bit of contact. And this, the most recent drama that completely changed the race. The big bump there coming out of the corner in 12. Maybe a tap on the wall as well as several cars goes through. The 51 rejoins, but now is not currently in contention for the win. Another one of the Unicorn of Love teams, Tobias Pfeffer in the car, maybe thinking about it, making a move down into turn 1, pulls out, and nope, the silver car not having any of it, doesn't want to ruin their race. Wow, it has been a race with a lot of passes. I think we could all agree going wide there is one of the HPD machines, giving up several spots. A little mistake can lose you several spots, and there it all goes wrong. Trying to rejoin at pace, getting sent sideways. The tail of the race for some of the HPD cars, and that has brought you up to speed the last 3 or 4 hours or so of the race. And that's how we've gotten ourselves into this position, with the number 10 leading over the 66 and the 51 pitting most recently. Everybody in this race, as far as we know, still has a stop to give, Ryan.
And speaking of stops, the number 5 has finally come down at pit lane as the 900 fires themselves up the inside of the number 4. They finally saw that little gap, and they didn't need to be told twice to take that opportunity. So there you go, the number 900 up the inside of the HRT Mercedes team, and I think they probably have the pace to pull away now that they've been released. Won't be a pass for class position, but they're not a million miles away from Jan Oman in the 23 Aston Martin, so they'll want to get up into their class battles. But yeah, speaking of pit stops, number 5 has come down the pit lane, changed the driver to Tinko van der Velde, and they're back out in P5 overall.
Late race moves, strategies, and everything all considered here late into the race. And now, as we are about to enter the final phase, man, the strategy has been everywhere. The racing has been absolutely fantastic. I cannot think of a more perfect way to welcome Indianapolis Road Course in the race that we've had today. The sun setting on the race course, but we still got an hour and a half of racing to go. 6:41 p.m. in sim time, and a champion of the 8 hours of Indianapolis yet to be crowned. And perhaps more interestingly for us here in the box, we have no idea who that's going to be.
No, we had what we thought was a relatively solid idea. That's been completely and utterly shredded and thrown out the window, and now we're just sat thinking what is actually going to happen. I did think that Veloce would start to come into their own at the end of the race. I always felt like they were maybe holding back a little bit, just playing the smart game, and that's kind of shown. They've driven all the way back up to P2 when it mattered, 0.5 of a second right behind the leader, and we know that number 10, they've not had the greatest run in pit stops today, have they?
No, they really haven't, and that's what separated the entire field today. It's not been done on track. All these teams are so immensely talented that this has been settled on pit lane. Some teams have ranked supreme in that category, and that's really what has separated out the field. It has not been done, at least for the top 6 or 7 I'm speaking for. It's not been settled on the racetrack. It's been settled in the pit lane thus far. And I have the strangest feeling our winner tonight might be settled by that too.
I think that too as well. I think it's going to be another case of pit stops and just average deltas. And speaking of average deltas, we got thrown a few more, and it's getting even closer now. But the number 10 Bentley, that was the early charger and what was the fastest car on track for a long time, now coming down to the end of the race, the average stint time, they've been caught all the way back up by the 66 McLaren. They are now less than 12 thousandths of a second slower on an average stint time. And that's not average as in for the 1 hour, ladies and gentlemen. That is over the 6 hours, or whatever we're now running at, 6 hours, 7 hours. That is incredibly close for how long they have been running, including pit stops, including traffic. So the 66 McLaren have got the pace, they've got all the way back up. Number 10 maybe falling off a bit, and obviously the 51 had that spin, which has dropped their average just that little bit.
It's certainly been quite interesting to see what the racetrack has gone through changes, but also what teams have gone through changes. Can we talk about William Van Omen for a second? That 23 for FFS Racing, that team qualified P18 in class. They have gained 30 spots on track since the start of this race. That has to be the biggest mover of the day, sitting P2 in that silver class.
Yeah, I think so. And it kind of showed that necessarily some teams were still learning the track, maybe not have had the best qualifying pace, but they've made the most of it in the race. They've just made the good decisions, and with all of the chaos and the carnage happening around them, sometimes the best way is just to keep your nose clean and keep out of it, and that is, I think, what the 23 has done very well in.
Yeah, it's a total team effort when it happens like that. Obviously, they didn't have the qualifying that they felt they wanted, obviously, but beyond that, you have to get over that and get to the race and realize it is very long. We heard Paul and David talk about how important is qualifying, and the answer for an 8-hour race is it isn't immensely important, but around a racetrack like this, it is still somewhat important. But if you have pace is going to trump all, and it certainly has for the 23 FFS racing team, and it's a total team effort by them. Every single one of their drivers has done a fantastic job to get them in the position. They're not going to get the win tonight. Doesn't matter. It's a win to them. Finishing second sometimes feels like a win. They're going to be celebrating this. They still have to make it an hour 22 around the clock. James Baldwin's got to do that exact same thing as well. The McLaren Veloce GT team hung around all day just outside the topic of conversation and showed up right when the pay window opened. And that's what a professional does, Ryan.
Very much so. And, there's a lot of teams that we're still trying to work out what their strategy is. I'm looking at the 5, for example, still not quite worked out what they are happening. Race control, that's been a bit of a break as well between race control. Cars 322 and 51 on 223. Racing incident, obviously a bit of a argy-bargy, but nothing to be had there. And 93 and 164 on the same lap. No further action. So race control still checking everything, but has decided that those two didn't warrant any further actions.
I believe we saw a little bit of that earlier, and I wondered, that's kind of what race control's done all day. If it's a little bit of fender contact, but nothing too untoward going on, they're going to let that go. I love that style of racing, and personally, I've always had a better relationship with the stewards group that deals that way of we're going to let you race. Said that earlier, and it's very much the case here. You love to see it. Don't go too far, though, obviously, if you get yourself into trouble, but nothing doing on either of those two. And like you said, it had been quite some time, but business has picked up a little bit here late in the going. Share Pinnon, P12 right now, has got by Klink Muller and now has P12. He's a little distance off Abeladze in front, but still holding a very solid P3 in the silver class. Exactly what S&P Racing Esports wanted today.
Yeah, very, very solid. The top 1, 2, and 3 in silver have just been really, out there. The 67, the Race Anywhere Sim Sport car, for example, they've just been on it all day in that Ferrari. And the 23, like you mentioned, didn't have a great qualifying, has driven all the way up there. And the 900 as well, they were a little bit further back. They've had to battle various pro cars on their way up here. But, they're a very solid P3, plenty of pro cars behind them, and just sort of doing great work in that Mercedes AMG.
Well, you like stats. We love stats around here. So here's some for you. After the current round of pit stops, the number 1 BMW is spent the least amount of time on pit lane, 9 minutes, 11 seconds. 0.1 their time on pit lane. The 51 Ferrari has done 1.7 seconds longer than that. The 66 McLaren, 4.2 seconds longer than that. For those of you wondering, the leader, the number 10 Bentley, is 15.7 seconds longer than the number 1 BMW, so that's around 14 more seconds on pit lane than the 51. And of course, we talked about the 23 FFS racing car. Well, it's little wonder they've gained so much ground. They're actually in the top 5 overall for least amount of time spent in the pit lane. 9 minutes, 22 seconds, just over 11 and a half seconds more than the fastest car on pit lane. I told you earlier that's where the race has been played out today for the Deltas, and it certainly is the case. Those gaps, the biggest gaps that we have for you.
And looking as well, the time is ticking down, and there you go. Look at the sun as it blasts by the camera. Time's ticking down. 1 minute or 1 hour, 18 minutes left on the clock. I'm wondering how many teams that are staying out now, and the 10 and the 66. They might be trying to stretch it to where they only have to do this one last stop, or potentially just like a splash and dash, or even a drive-through. If the car can hold enough fuel in the tank just to reset the time. It's not out of the question. We've seen people do that before, but then the question you've really got to be asking, at least if you're the driver, will the tires hold up?
That's an interesting question. We've both been in the box together when we've seen teams do that, where they intentionally give themselves a drive-through penalty just to reset the stint timer for the driver. There's a maximum drive time per stint that you cannot exceed, and to reset that, even if you don't have to get out of the car, you just have to come down pit lane. The second you are at pit in, your timer basically stops and resets itself. It's effectively giving yourself a drive-through penalty. Will we see anybody on that strategy here? I wonder. I don't think that's the winning strat. I still say the winning strat was to come in with 2 hours to go reset your cycle. Now, I am curious what the Scuderia Ferrari Velis Esports Team 51 car is going to do. If they do come in with an hour to go, I would say that they're back on an even keel. If they don't, I don't think pitting with 30 minutes to go is the winning move, personally. But like I said earlier, I've been wrong before, and I am quite curious what their strategy is because, quite frankly, I haven't been able to work it out yet. Little bit of race control action going on here. Incident involving the 164 and the 42 back on lap 237. 5-second time penalty to car 42 for causing a collision. Incident involving the 164 and the 41 on the lap 237. 5-second time penalty for car 164 for an unsafe rejoin. That's a double whammy on that one, I'm afraid.
Yeah, a bit of a double whammy, and that's what I mentioned earlier. Race control will still be looking at things and still be dishing it out, as and when necessary. So there you go. You can't let your guard down even this late in the race. Some people might be trying to turn up the wick a little bit, might be trying to push that little bit more, but that is when it starts to come undone. The 164 for the GTWR RGB Academy car now under fire as well from the 977. That Porsche behind has managed to catch back up. They would get the position anyway because of the 5-second penalty that the 164 is currently carrying, but the 977 wants to get by on track and pull a bit of a gap. You're just even safer then, aren't you? And it's not that far up the road as well that the 999 for that BMW is up the road. So if the Porsche's got the pace, they'll definitely want to get by. And look, they're going to go up the inside. It's going to be a late maneuver. And it's going to be contact. The 164 spins out backwards.
Oh, and he's got to wait here. Does Romagnoli? They cannot rejoin too soon, or he'll suffer the same fate as the previous incident that just came through race control. But I feel that's going to go straight to race control as well. You could almost see that happening. Eater was trying to make that move, wanted to get that done as quickly as possible. It did not come off, and it sends Michael in the 164 GCW-R car absolutely flying there.
So the 164 ended up sort of being bearing the brunt of the Porsche, ended up spinning round, and like you said, you had to wait to rejoin safely. We just saw a warning for an unsafe rejoin, but not wanting to get that sort of penalty down on your head, they had to wait, and that has put them a long old way behind the Porsche, and with the number 6 in between them now as well. So it's going to be one for race control to look at, but I would not be surprised if we see a penalty come up for the 977 at some point.
Yeah, that's aggressive. We talked about it getting late into a race. At the beginning, there's a lot of give and take, but at the end, it's all take, and that's exactly what you saw there. You also mentioned not losing your patience and keeping your focus in here late in a race. It's been a long day. It doesn't really matter where you've been. Usually we say the mid-pack takes the brunt of that. It's very exhausting racing in the mid-pack because you're always racing somebody. but you could extend that today to the very sharp end of the field. This top 5 have been racing each other all day for various different positions. You have to stay sharp here at the end of the race. James Baldwin is just about the best driver I would think of to be in this position, absolutely hunting the win. Don't count out Blair, though. Blair has done such a great job. That entire team, though, as well, has done such a great job to keep them in contention, not make silly mistakes. Yes, they've given up time on pit lane, but to this point, it really hasn't mattered too much.
No, they've kept it clean on the track, which is exactly, where it counted. And they've been no stranger to having to defend.
All the way to the wall!
Here we go, all the way down. And the Veloce 66 is going to be alongside coming into turn 1. You're on the outside, but then you take the inside for turn 2. And you can swoop back across, and there you go. The McLaren Veloce GT team, number 66, driven by James Baldwin, up into P1.
That was a brilliant move. That's knowing the track. James Baldwin knew that, hey, if I can hang it around the outside of 1 and stay there, keep a fender in there, I'm going to have the proper inside corner for turn 2. And that's exactly what converted him into the lead of the race. What an excellent move with an hour and 12 minutes left to go. What can Blair do? A retaliation maybe? Or will James Baldwin drive away? Looks like he's going to drive away a little bit.
I think that 66, they've definitely had the pace. They've caught their stint timer all the way up, the average pace, let alone through traffic. And now that they've been released from the Bentley, I think we're just going to see this car slowly start to inch away. It's exactly what Veloce needed. They needed to, be ahead because, at least at the minute, the potential is looking like these two, the 66 and the 10, are on very similar, if not the same, strategy for the final pits. You don't want to leave it up to that chance, though. You don't just want to leave it up to maybe they're on a different strategy, or maybe they will not get the pits the same. Passing them on track, there you go. It is now job done. And the 66 McLaren, although they haven't been the winner in the pit stop delta, they haven't been far off it either.
You want to know what else the 66 McLaren Veloce GT team's doing right here? They could end up your championship leaders when we leave the track tonight if they can keep this up. That's, of course, not official, but it's looking like they're going to be a real contender to be the championship leaders as we head into the meat of the season after we leave here tonight. Incredible stuff. Ryan, I got to ask, what can the 10 do here, if anything, to maybe shuffle the strategy with an hour and 10 minutes left to go?
Well, they're going to have to hope that this time that they don't lose any kind of, time in the pits, what that team has been kind of struggling with. And although the 66 Veloce, they haven't had a perfect bout of pit stops, maybe if the 10 got a perfect stop, the 66 just had a little bit of a problem. Or maybe, we have seen that Bentley has had some phenomenal pace with some of the other drivers, but it does seem to drop off a little bit towards the end of the stint. Maybe with some fresh Pirellis, if you can keep within the striking distance, if you can keep almost this gap coming into the final hour, when you just come out of the pits, maybe that's the Bentley's time to shine.
It very well might be the case, and this race has just completely come undone for Santoro and the 51 team. They're behind the number 5 Williams Bentley team, and that is not where they want to be. The only thing I can think of is maybe the 51 working an angle here late into this race. Well, Valentin Berrier found himself in a similar situation earlier. He let the cars go, but now he's the one on the attacking side. Tobias Pfeffer in front of him with that 5-second penalty, trying to work the car in front, get the position away from them. And with an 8-second gap to gamble behind him, he's got to be very careful about how he goes about this.
Yeah, you can't gamble too hard. Obviously, the 14, the Unicorns, the Love AMG team, they're trying to recover themselves. They had that game crash earlier on, so they're trying to sort of find any kind of points gain in the pro class. 2-point, they're quite a far way back. But here you go, Valentin Barrier, the 333, isn't going to take it for an answer. And actually, the Mercedes has pulled well off and decided that they didn't want anything of that. Probably also saw Veloce and the number 10 in the mirror, decided that, our race has not gone as it intended. We're going to get out of the way of the people who are still really fiercely battling it, and it'll be interesting to see what Valentin Barrier might do here. He's got the two leaders, or the P1, P2 bearing down on him. And you're going to have to, think about, are you going to let them by, or what is going on here?
This is very interesting. Will Barrier, remember the last time we were in a situation like this, Barrier kind of went to the outside and let them have the inside of turn 1 and didn't try to do too much. And there it is. You can see the turn signal on for the virtual drivers by TX3 team, letting them know I'm staying up against the wall. You could go down to the inside. And in fact, they do a flash for visibility's sake there, surely, and the two leaders get through without any incident. That is excellent driving by a man in the 333. Barrier doing a fantastic job. Veteran move.
Yeah, so exactly like what we saw him do, a while ago. Exactly the same move again. Just let the leaders by. Very easy, nicely signaled, and off they go. Minimal time lost to everybody. And we're being told as well, once again, by Michael Hamlet, who's just been bombarding us with stats sort of all day, and how he keeps up with all of this is beyond us sometimes. The cooler temps, obviously, we're now at 7 p.m. The sun has really started to go over the horizon, and obviously the track will be starting to cool off. That is giving an edge to the McLaren ever so slightly, but it is enough.
Yeah, it's one of those things. You get into a race that's this long, and mentioning earlier that I would be surprised if anybody has been in a race of this length thus far with these new racetracks, and everybody's going back to school, everybody's learning, but one thing is the constant. Traditionally how certain cars are going to handle in certain situations. You talked about turbos earlier. They like cooler air. That's absolutely very true. Some cars like certain atmospheric temperatures better than others, and you get a race this long, you're likely, even if it's not perfect at the beginning, you might be in the best spot at the end of the race. Talking about coming back through the field, this team has had the lion's share of that to do through the mid-pack today. The BMW G2 Esports team, Robbie Stapleford behind the wheel of that 62 BMW. They're in P15, looking for P14. Cody Blanton right in front of them.
Yeah, they have had definitely the ups and downs of this race as the 62, but they've kept on it. They've kept chipping away, and they've been slowly working their way up the timing board. Every time we've looked, they've been either a lot closer, or they're one position higher, just been getting through all the silver cars. But now it's starting to get the traffic that is for their position right on the back of the 99 Race Anywhere SimSport Honda. And for this moment as well, you're trying to look at where the BMW is, stronger than the Honda. I think right now Robbie's just trying to find where that position is, as we have another penalty come through. That was the one that we saw a little bit earlier, involving the 164 and the 997 on lap 246. It's a 15-second time penalty for that 977. I told you that I thought a penalty might come up, and it's quite a fierce one for that 977.
Yeah, but I feel it's fair, Ryan. Honestly, for what happened there, it was a mistake. Surely, nobody means to run into the corner like that and attack a car like they did, but it did happen. And you do the crime, you do the time, as they say. And certainly the case. I feel like that's just considering what occurred there. And obviously, they'll probably serve that on the final pit stop. I don't think anybody has made their final stop yet, but we're certainly now creeping into that window where it's possible. Quite curious who will come in as early as possible. I don't see anybody too keen to do that at this time. No,
I think a lot of teams as well, especially if you're locked into a very fierce battle, the undercut, when you get this close to the end of the race, you've really got to weigh it up. Will it be beneficial? Because you will obviously then be on the older tires later on, at the end of the race, and you will have to take a little bit more fuel. You've got to weigh up: is the person that I'm chasing, can I just outpace them while I'm fresh out on the track? Because at the end of the race, they're going to be on newer tires, on lower fuel, and they might just breeze past us. It depends. How good are you at defending, and where is your car, good, or is your car great at defending?
a lot of things to take into account late in a race like this, and well, the sky is almost a purple color as a huge defensive line down towards the wall as Robbie Stapleford trying to go around the outside. We saw this work to get the lead a little bit ago. Will we see G2 Esports do the same thing in the BMW? Yes, we will. Excellent pass.
And that seems to be quite a solid move, really. Is push the car you're battling down low. You make them defend, go off their optimum line. It seems that going around the outside of turn 1 is not actually the worst thing that you can do. You end up with the inside of turn 2, just swoop across their nose, and then you're ahead for all of this section where it is quite single file unless you make a bit of a mistake. So you start slowly starting to learn the moves, what does and does not work on this racetrack, and I think that is going to be a move that we're going to see plenty more times, really.
Yeah, we're not done with it, surely. As the sun is setting, the darkness setting in, and the lights on the cars are no longer for decoration. They are almost compulsory at this point as we head into the evening section. There's still an hour to go. Looks like we were off on our prediction. We thought we'd get a sunset finish to the race. I think we're going to make it all the way to darkness here tonight, buddy.
We might be so. Like you said, the headlights on the cars are now probably starting to be needed rather than just driving around for the decoration or for as a bit of a distraction technique. And I've done that a couple of times. And this battle still has not sort of ceased. Remember how you said that it's very, very, very difficult to pull away from someone? Well, Veloce drove all the way up there. They took the lead, but now they can't seemingly get away from the number 10 of Triton Racing.
This is interesting. I like this. Blair has done a great job to stay right behind Baldwin, and I thought there when Baldwin made that move, such a decisive move into turn 1, able to get that pulled off. I thought that there was no reason the 66 would hang around, but either they have turned the wick up, Dominic Blair has done something, either that or Baldwin maybe backed off. I have no idea. Keep in mind, like you said, you want to put as little fuel into the car as you possibly can. Maybe somebody here saving fuel, don't know, but they've kept this really close, a little bit too close for comfort. If you're Baldwin, I would have to say.
Yeah, I mean, Baldwin obviously will be able to see the Bentley in the mirror, and you've got to start thinking. It puts that little bit more pressure on, because not only now are you know necessarily that you can keep behind them, or you can keep them behind on the racetrack, but you've got to then be thinking about, right, I need to nail this pit stop. We can't afford to have any kind of issue at all, because the slightest misjudgment in the pit stop now will lose it, and then that could be too little, or that could be too late, because we've seen Triton are very, very good at defending and managing to keep cars behind them. If you end up stuck behind that Bentley again, unless they make a mistake, it's going to be very difficult to pass them.
It really is, and a couple of the cars are now coming in. You can make it from here. None of the leaders are in the pit lane. You wonder how long they would go. I would have expected somebody to come in there, but like you said, maybe they're going to go as long as possible to put as little fuel in the car as possible. Shorter pit stop, all of that as well. Lighter car at the end, more agile. That could all be a part of the plan. And interestingly, the 51 also not in. Thought they might try to do the 1 hour strategy to get back with everyone else. They've not done that here. And I'm quite curious when they will come in. Now, they're owed a pit stop if they go the maximum length around the final 30-minute mark of this race. But we'll have to see what the strategy entails. The 66 and the 10, the top two, pictured on the screen right here, and cannot say enough about the job Blair has done, keeping right on the back of the 66. You almost wonder if there's tactics involved here.
And you never know with some of these teams, how they're keeping their cards to their chest, and even sort of usually by now you can kind of work out what some teams are doing strategy wise. But with this new circuit, and we've seen such a range of strategies, even I'm a bit sort of confused of what's actually going on And I think now we're slowly starting to see people cycle through the pit stops. The 149 has come down the pit lane, and there you go. We just saw on the right side of the screen, James Baldwin, the 66 is also in, the 900's in, the 999 and the 6. So these are starting the wave of the pitters, which I believe is the people who, like you said, Jesse, are the final hour people. They've come in, they've decided that, nope, we're going to run 1 hour and that's that. We know what the car can do, and everyone else who's staying out now is either off sequence or is trying to push it a little bit more, like the 10.
Now that is quite interesting. That was a lap later than I expected, but it's a lap of insurance. You may recall nearly 3 hours ago I mentioned about pit strategy and not wanting to be caught out at the end of the race. I always like to have +1 lap than I need just in case the leader takes the line at a very awkward time. We've seen that in the past as well, the leader coming to get the white flag, but it isn't the white flag because they get there with 1 second to go, so it's technically the white flag, but it is 1 additional lap. They get the white when you expect it to be the checkered. It does happen all the time, so everybody can make it from here if they brim the tank. Will everybody else come in? I don't think so. I think you'll see some people execute more strategy here, stay out as late as possible, put as little fuel in the car as possible. I wonder if Baldwin was saving a bit of fuel for that very reason, so they could come in on the hour. And I wonder maybe as well if the 10 was doing the opposite, just going as long into the stint. I love strategy. I love how we can race for 7 hours and we get to the end of the race, and this happens more often than not, and we still don't know who's going to win. We still don't know what the right strategy is. But I'll tell you something, the flag man, in about 57 minutes time, he'll tell us what the right strategy was.
He'll tell us what the strategy was and who's going to be walking away with the boatload of points and potentially championship lead leaving here from the Indy 8 hour, but we've still got some racing to do. The 322 right up onto the back of the 72. You can see them right ahead of them, the Simware Pro Bentley chasing them down. They've got a 5-second penalty still on their head, so they're trying to do the same thing we've seen earlier, get out ahead of them and try to pull away, because with the pit stop looming, they know that they're not in risk, at least right now, of losing the place to the 144, sort of the Audi behind them, who is in their class. But they don't want that risk or that to give the 144 that opportunity. So I think it's going to be, once again, it's going to be a drag race between the Aston Martins. The Aston Martin breaks potentially a little bit early. The Bentley goes as late as they can, barely makes the corner. But
the crossover! Contact!
The switchback
incredible racing.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness, I nearly jumped out of my seat. I wondered if that was a little bit too deep into the braking zone. It was the crossover move, and the 72 gets it. Gamble holds after all of that. Man, this racetrack is putting on a show. Down to the inside is Carroll. Gonna try and do it again and get it right this time. Another crossover move. Around the outside is Gamble. Will he be able to hold it? I don't think so. Finally getting the move done in the 322 is Carroll. Excellent driving here in the final 2 sectors.
Well, that was a moment. It shows what you can do with this racetrack, though. The crossover points that you've got, and it's, how often you can go side by side. It is really a great, and actually deciding that they have to go a little bit defensive is Kirill, almost back to the outside as the 72 Aston Martin. A little bit of a touch again, and they're going to be spun around.
Oh dear, that is not how we wanted that battle to end. A double tap in the 322 goes around. Sidorov will not be happy with that, but look at this sportsmanship. The 72 slows down and allows the 322 back in front of them. Gamble there did not want to take the place like that. Just a mistake.
Yeah, it just looked like they tried to go around the outside, and they had the better line. The Bentley was probably a little bit slower than they expected, and 2 touches round. That can very easily happen when you're racing that close.
The number 10 is in the pit lane, and they will relinquish the lead. Nils Knox in the number 1 BMW assumes the lead of the race, but they still have a pit stop left to give. Now, who will win the battle off a pit lane? Will it be the 66 or the 10? We won't know until the timing and scoring pylon updates whenever they get to the Sector 1 line. But for right now, obviously it's showing the 10 in front, but we're unsure if that is the running order that they are in. Several cars have already completed their pit stops to this point. I would say just about half the field still have a pit stop left to give in tonight's finale. Man, this is incredible coming to the line. We have several cars in it, a couple of strategies that have yet to play themselves out, and I can confirm to you Murphy in the 66 is in front of the 10, but only just.
Only just. So, like I said, the 10 knew that they had to have that pit stop nailed down, and they have managed to do that. It's put them still in striking range of the 66, and maybe just a fresh set of Pirellis is all that Bentley needed, and a fresh driver. 53 minutes left on the clock. It's definitely not over. And as he says, I'm looking at the 1 and the 5 and the 51. We still don't know what's happening with their strategies.
We certainly don't. Race Control has another incident involving the 67 and the 322 lap 253. 5-second time penalty to car 322 for ignoring blue flags.
So that is the car ahead of them of this battle with the 72, the Rem-Wentel and Esports orange car, and that is why they've got that 5-second penalty on them, which was they got it slightly before this battle started. But Rem-Wentel know that all they've got to do now is just stay within that 5-second radius, and they'll still get that position back. But we don't know what Race Control might think of the incident down into turn 1 yet.
I was just going to say, what if the 72 Rem-Wentel and Esports orange car gets a 5-second penalty for the incident with the 322, and those penalties offset, and they actually have to race it out to see who gets P11. That would be poetic justice, I think, is what they call it.
It'll definitely make it so that the race hots up a little bit, because we've seen both of these cars, have the strengths and weaknesses, and they can both overtake each other. So there you go. 50 minutes left, or 51 minutes left on the clock. It's still plenty of racing to be had.
Most teams, most drivers will compete in hour races, and that's how they usually train up. They don't usually go much longer than that, hour 10, hour and a half sometimes, but realistically, that's what you get. Tonight, what we've been treated to is 7 hours of 1 hour sprint racing, where every lap is a quali lap, and you would only need to look at the average stint times to confirm that is what they've been doing. Endurance racing has changed so much in the past 15 years. It used to be about making it to the finish, and it still is. But now it is definitely about making sure you can run the same lap after lap, for however many hours the race is. Tonight it just happens to be 8 of them, and some of these teams have just about done that. They've ran almost the same exact lap the entire race, and it's coming down to this. 50 minutes, you better hope you're on the right strategy. Ryan, I will ask you, because I'm quite curious, what do you think the right strategy is, as Nils Knox has entered the pit lane in the BS Plus competition, number 1 BMW?
So as the BS competition car comes down into pit lane, kind of cements them doing one full stop, and that will be to the end. I honestly do not know what the strategy what the strategy has been this entire race, but I think the combination of what's happened with the 66 and the 10, I think that's got to be the strategy that's played out. I think we're going to see the 66 Veloce car come screaming by the outside of the pit lane, and they'll retake the lead as we actually swap to them. They're coming onto the back straight now. Look at the gap that Eamon Murphy has managed to pull out. 2.3 seconds. They came out of the pits basically nose to tail, did the 66 and the 10, but Veloce have decided that they really want to get on and run away from them, because they do not want any kind of gap to be had.
The most shocking thing to me in general was the fact that they came out nose to tail the way that they sort of went into the pit lane. I wouldn't have expected or called that, especially with the 10 staying out. Triton Racing stayed out several laps longer, and usually the overcut doesn't really work that effectively at the end of the race. You want to be the first one in. Of course, that kind of changes if you pit halfway through the stint. Of course, we could make an argument that at that point it's completely negated, but they came out the same way they went in. But now it looks like Murphy has a little bit more pace in that car, especially new life in the tires, and has been able to pull away. Something else I was wondering too, maybe Triton Racing, that Bentley was able to stay with them because of the draft a little bit. That is a long old front straight here, and maybe the draft saved them, but I don't know. They were sticking to them nose to tail the whole way around here, so I don't know if that theory has any legs.
It might have been. It might just be as well that if you've got someone to follow, that it is just that little bit easier around this track. We've seen people, who've managed to pass many people, but then they just can't pull away. I'm wondering if you lose that toe and you lose that rhythm, that then you really start to struggle. But 2.5 seconds, they're still within earshot. They're still within within viewing range as well. So it's not over for the number 10, but you've got to hope that Bentley sort of picks its feet back up and continues on. But Veloce will be looking at that timer, willing it on towards 0 and thinking, we can leave here with potentially the championship lead.
And I'm going to tell you something, being in a position like this in the past, I know that all those seconds on the second hand of that clock are equal, but I'm going to tell you, you get within an hour of the end of the race, no matter how long it is, if it's an endurance race or in a position where you have a chance to win it, you're sitting here thinking about everything that could go wrong. The car sounds different. Maybe you're a little bit distracted. You're looking at the clock, and I swear to you, time slows down. I know it doesn't, but some of those seconds take longer to go than others, and it's just not true. But that's the mentality here late into a race. You don't want to make a mistake. We've already seen the 51 make a mistake earlier, that taken them out of this. Imagine if this was a three-way fight. It certainly would have been otherwise, but the 51, with that spin that they had getting back onto the banking, that took them out of this. That could just as easily happen to McLaren Veloce GT.
Yeah, so you've got to keep your eyes on the prize and, really focus on your driving. You just can't let it down at all, because like I said, we thought that the 51 was just in it to win it, and well, look what's happened to them. In fact, they are just in front of the picture. There they are, and they've been caught up by the 67 by a Fabian Piffet Race Anywhere Sim Sport car, who's your leader in the silver class, just trying to sort of keep themselves going and in contention. We've seen this team, they don't want to make any crazy moves, because they know that they've got quite a comfortable P1, and why would you want to really sort of ruin that away? And they got the 977 behind them as well.
Can't say enough about the Race Anywhere Sim Sport Ferrari. That car wasn't in contention for pole position in their class. Didn't need to be. They have raced so intelligently and so well, so consistent all day long, and they put themselves in a position quite early on, actually, to get this win, but they've had to hold on, and they've had to be just as perfect as everybody else, and they've done that. They've not let anybody else in that silver class come close to besting them today. They want this win, and they just might have it in another 45 or so minutes.
So yeah, 45 minutes left to run, and what a shot that we have there of the two Ferraris, swooping over one way to the other with just about the headlights being seen. They, like I said, they are very menacing cars on the track, followed by the Porsche, who's trying to keep with this little train as well.
Very, very nervous moments here in the race. You don't want to give up too much, and you don't want to lose too much, but at the same time, you've got to come at it with a level head. This is where the majority of races are won and lost. You get yourself in a position, you work every hour of a race like this to put yourself in a spot, and it can come undone in a blink of an eye. Fabian Piffet looking completely composed in the cockpit of that car. Completely a man on the task, knows what he has to do, knows he has some space afforded to them, and probably have somebody in his ear letting him know of some of the other cars, what they're doing as well. Here we are, Daniele Santoro in the 51 Scuderia Ferrari Villas Esports Ferrari brings that car, former race leader, into the pit lane for the final time. They didn't quite make it to the 30-minute mark. They pitted at the 44-minute mark and some change. That will put them back a few positions, but they will likely also have a shorter pit stop than some of the other cars now, because they've waited quite this long.
Yeah, so that will be sort of the final card laid down on the table for the Scuderia Ferrari Veloz Esports team. That is exactly what they're going to do. Fill the car up, and 43 minutes left on the clock. As he says, maybe we'll gain some slight time to some of the other cars having a shorter pit stop, but I think the writing is now kind of on the wall for this team as they come down the very long pit straight. This is one thing that I did notice the first time I came here, is that the pit boxes that the GT3 cars use are all the way at the bottom. So you finish your stop and you have quite a long time to sort of crawl down the pit lane and really think about, how you're going to attack what is turn one coming out into traffic. At least you can see, who is coming, because when you come out, you've got all the barriers to your left-hand side. As you can see, you've got plenty of visibility there to see who's coming.
You have a lot of time, surely, to think about what you have to do and the task at hand. Well, there is the leader of the race. Murphy comes through, and my, what a difference a stint makes. A car that was previously in the lead, about to go a lap down. I don't think they will, by the way. Tunisia is a very quick driver and will probably scamper away. Or we suspect that there might be a three-way battle, I've been told, for P4 between them, the 149, and the 1 here at the end of this race. If it all shakes out accordingly, I'm very much looking forward to that, if we could get that. What does Murphy do in this situation? Sees the 51 in front. I mean, do you overtake them? I mean, surely you have to. By the way, the number 10, Triton Racing Bentley, they're catching up. That gap was over 2 seconds a lap ago. It's 1.8 now. Surely Murphy has to get a move on.
Yeah, so the Bentley's now slowly starting to come into its own. What I mentioned with a bit of new Pirellis and, just a little bit of fuel burnt off, they're now slowly starting to pull back in. It's one of those where that Tunisia has the pace, but for Veloci, do they really want to sit behind and wait until the Ferrari's up to pace? I don't think they will. I think with the McLaren having the advantage in the cold weather, if the opportunity arises, they are going to want to completely blast by. And we're being told, a three-way fight for P4 is possible. It's between the 149, the 5, and the 51. But the number 1 is fairly comfortable for P3. That's the Camera car.
Right, so we expect, the 5 car to have to come in again at some point, or... and that will leapfrog the 1 through. It's going to be a wild finish to this race, and this is the car that I'm currently thinking about, the 5 car, Tico van der Velde, the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, back in P3. What will their strategy to the end look like? They are 18.5 seconds in front of Camera, but maybe they have a pit stop left to give, because, like you said, I was told that the 5 would not be, or would be involved in that fight for P4, but they're currently P3. That leads me to believe they will be in at some point. 51, though, like we said, has to get a move on. The 66 doesn't have a choice. They got to get a move on. A further 2 tenths out of their lead. A tenth a sector. Tenth a sector in the last 2 sectors for Triton Racing Bentley. And just had it confirmed in my ear, the 5 does have a pit stop left to give. Should be in the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, they're going to run out of stint timer, and that was also a thing that's plagued a few teams. That was also why earlier on we saw the 51 had to come down pit lane after the spin. They stayed out for a while, and then we wondered why they pitted on such an odd time. They ran out of stint time, so rather than get the hefty penalty, you have to pit.
That's very interesting. Yeah, that. You hate that. Sometimes you can do all the best planning ever. Typically, I'm very familiar myself with the timing stints with spreadsheets and fuel load and all that, but it's funny how sometimes your best laid plans, they don't work out, and all of that has to be sort of erased and forgotten, and you get yourself into that situation, and all of a sudden you find yourself completely off sequence, and you have to make an emergency stop like that.
Yeah, so like I said, the number 5, what they might have done, you just don't know at this point. Have they even got enough fuel to just do a drive-through, or have they decided to splash it and then they know they're going to do like a proper stop, put some fuel in and go. You just don't know. And I'm going to keep my eye on the Williams Esports Chill Blast team, at least their Bentley, because it's definitely an interesting interesting end to the race. It's going to be almost 15 minutes left, or just over 15-20 minutes, when that car has to come down at pit lane for the last time. And like you said, that's going to put them definitely into the clutches of at least the 149 and possibly the 51.
Well, I got good news and bad news, and whether what car you're in rather determines if it's good news or bad news. Another 2 sectors and another 2 tenths out of the lead of the race. Murphy has now lost 6 tenths of a second or more to the car behind, and now another sector, and you guessed it, another tenth. The number 10 Triton Racing Bentley is coming to the front again.
So there you go. And it appears though that the Bentleys do take a little bit of time to almost warm up. There are some cars like the McLarens and the Ferraris that come out of pits and can just charge away. They are very, very fast out of the gates, and they pull away really, really hard. But then the Bentley, once it's got some fuel burnt out of its tanks and it's got the tires up to pressures and up to temperatures and everything's kind of settled, then the Bentleys really start to pull again. And the driver as well for that number 10, they seem to be settling back into Triton Racing.
It is quite curious because we're not in the car, we're not in the team communications, we don't know what the strat was, but this could have been their strategy all along. They realized they were going to be challenged by the 66. They could have completely changed what they were doing and maybe a little bit lighter on fuel here, getting them back into the race. Now, they haven't gained a further tenth in the last sector, and I wonder maybe if that's a response from the McLaren Veloce GT team.
Could very well be, and like I said, you wish you were in the car, or you wish you knew what the driver was thinking, but all we've got to do is just sort of watch from the outside. 36 minutes left on the clock, though, and like I said, the sun's definitely gone down. It's Veloce's to lose at the minute, I'd say.
Wow, you're going to go that far? I'm not going to say that. I can't be throwing predictions around like that, Ryan. You know me better than that. I can't risk it. I have no idea. Any of these drivers in the top 5 can win it.
Jesse can't do that. You see, I'm putting my money in the McLaren. I'm confident. Well, I say I'm confident. I believe in the McLaren. I believe in Veloce at the minute. But as he says, the number 10, they are catching up tenfold, and we've really seen what they can do when they've caught back up. Number 5 and the number 1, the 149 and the 51. What is that battle going to start to form out? It currently doesn't look like a battle, ladies and gentlemen, but just wait until the pit stops start cycling around and what people have to do for the final lot. It's really going to start to hot that battle up.
It sure will. This is one of those cars that we suspect will be a part of that battle for P4. Stat Cinco in the Yaz Heat 149 McLaren, holding P5 currently 6.6 seconds to good over David Teniza in the 51 behind them, and has a little bit of a distance to them at Kramer in the front, but we'll keep an eye on that. Battles all up and down the top 5. The top 2 have sorted themselves out. The gap has gone back out to 1.4 seconds and has sort of stabilized there for the past lap or so. Don't know if that was Murphy sort of stabilizing the gap or what exactly has occurred. It's sort of going in and out between 1.3 and 1.4. This gap, of course, coming down between the 51 behind, trying to get a top 5 spot, something to salvage the day.
Yeah, very much so. And this car as well, they've kind of driven up here as well as the Yaz Heat team. We haven't really said much or seen them much on the cameras today, but the Yaz Heat SRO 22 car for the 149, they've been quietly chipping away, and they've driven themselves all the way up into P5. I believe this car has also been quite low in the standings at a few points, and has slowly but surely in the background driven the way up, a bit with some of the pit strategies and a bit with just the pace, and the McLarens getting happier and happier as the track has got cooler and cooler. So yeah, a good day for Yaz Heat as well, at least at the minute.
Well, as you know, I like to do the maths, and I have done them on this occasion as well. It's 6 seconds to gap. It was 6.6 a lap ago. Back to Tunisia in P6. It's 5.8 now, and there is too much time on that clock. That gap coming down the way it is, there will be at least a battle for P5. And you are absolutely right, Ryan, as well. The 149, they qualified outside the top 10. They were P13 on the grid. And, of course, they've had their trials and tribulations today, but they're somehow in a position to fight for a P5 spot. That's excellent job by Jan Heed and that 149 McLaren.
And looking back at the gap at the front, you mentioned, what was Murphy trying to stabilize it? Well, Triton Racing has responded again, just over a second. That's 0.4 of a second taken out from the last time that we looked. Now, obviously, some of this can be lapped traffic. Some of it can just be a little bit of a pace drop-off. But what's the fact of the matter is that Triton Racing, the number 10, are slowly pulling their way back into this race.
Well, I always said that motorsports is like an accordion. What comes apart must go back together, and races typically do that. Doesn't matter the length, doesn't matter where you are in the world. Races will go their own way in the middle of the race, but they always tend to come back together. And one of the really fantastic wonders of GT Tin Top racing is it happens more often than not. We're going to be treated to a fantastic finish tonight. And we're always so spoiled for that, Ryan. Why is it every time you and I are in the box, we get grandstand finishes like this?
I think it's just some of the races that we've managed to get the seat for and have the finishes for. Like I said earlier, really glad to be part of this production and get to watch what is essentially watching the first big race at Indianapolis for these GT3 cars. It's been really interesting to see how the teams have coped with it. Cars, that have responded to it. As it says, that incident for the 51, I would have never guessed that the Ferrari splitter could dig in there, but hey, I was wrong. And just what some of the teams can do. But we've had some grandstand finishes before. I think we've called. I think the closest one that I ever remember was down to 1/10 of a second.
Yeah, I called one once where they basically had a altercation across the line, I think is the nice way to say that. And it was very heated that entire race. And today, I don't think we're going to get anything like that. These drivers are too professional and too polite to do any of that. But what is happening is Triton Racing is still closing down that gap. Remember when I said it had stabilized at about 1.4 seconds? Well, it's under a second now, as Triton Racing has pretty much closed up the gap. Murphy in the 66 McLaren can only watch at this stage. This is incredible what the strategy they must be doing. I don't think this is the 66 trying to save fuel. Surely you wouldn't be doing that at this stage.
You wouldn't think so, but that, like I said, I think it's Triton Racing have just managed to pick back up the pace again. The Bentleys do like the colder weather, and we have seen that team when they've really got on it. They have been flying. There has been no question that the 10 can and has been the fastest car on the racetrack before. The 66 has been very consistent, though, has made the right decisions, and that's kind of what has put them up there. But with 30 minutes left to go, you've really kind of thrown any, you'll have enough fuel in the tank, and by now, either the tyres are going to make it or they're starting to drop off. If you've still got some feeling in the tyres, you may as well go for it, go for broke or not.
By the way, Tunisia back in P6, now 4 seconds behind Statsenko for the final spot inside the top 5. Do bear in mind that gap was more than 6 seconds at one point. Nearly, it was more than 7. It's now 3.7 seconds the gap. That battle will eventually come to a head, as we suspect the battle for P1 might also do the same. Arthur Kammerer in the BS Plus competition blue BMW. They continue around in P4. Do bear in mind the 5 Bentley of Tico Vandervelde, that car is likely coming in the next 5 or 6 laps to the attention of their team. Now, we don't know what they're going to do. They might need a little bit of fuel. They might not need a little bit of fuel. We really just don't know. The strategy has been all over the place today. It's kept it very exciting indeed. Mateus has all but caught Ian Murphy up and the front of the field.
So this is now switching back to what will be the battle for P1, or what can potentially be. That is the gap that Triton Racing have to chase down. There you go. There goes Veloce Esports, and there goes Triton Racing. And up ahead as well, we asked the question, can Tunisia pull away? Well, the answer to that question was an outstanding yes. The 51 has managed to pull away from that, so they're not really going to get much in the way of traffic to throw this battle off. I think it's really going to be, for most part, a straight battle of who's got the more pace. And right now, looking at it through each sector, each time it appears like the Bentley manages to gain a chunk, and then Veloce have to respond. But over the time, they are slowly bringing that time down.
At some point, you get too close for comfort. I would call this way too close for comfort if you're Murphy right about now. This is not where you want to be. You want to be, ideally, you told me earlier you wanted about 5 seconds and you start to relax a little bit. Murphy is well within that, and certainly 1 second gap, and especially one that's contracting instead of expanding, is not comfortable at all. My question is, can Mateus and Triton Racing keep this up for another 27 minutes as that gap continues to go in and out and in and out? Now it's back over a second, but only just. It's one of those, it could be. We talked about it all day about making a tiny little mistake. It could be the difference. I would hate for that to happen here.
You would think so, and as well, running into the night will bring in into the evening time. That will bring a new, a new twist to the racing, because you start to see your braking points maybe disappear. The track starts changing. Things that you might have looked for in the day, disappear. So you can see people start to make tiny little mistakes when the sun goes down, but Veloce can't afford any of those mistakes right now, because they've still got Triton Racing chasing them down. 1 second is still currently the gap. It looks a little bit shorter than that. We'll see when they come out of the Sector 1 timing zone, but Bentley on McLaren is going to be very, very close for this finish, I think.
You are a good judge of distance. You said it had contracted a bit, and it did, only just a little bit. You got a good eye right there. We saw David Tunisia making a pass on the G2 BMW. They've just about got that done. They're within 2 seconds of Stat Cinco, that 149 McLaren. That'll be just up the road and out of shot, but it's not out of eye shot of David Tunisia. You were talking about the night creeping in here at Indianapolis Road Course, and right you are. And one of the other big things that does, even with headlights on these cars as bright as they are, it changes your sight line a little bit. Your points, your braking markers, things are not where they used to be a little bit. You've got to reacclimate yourself. The only positive here is the drivers that are in the car right now are likely going to be the ones that finish the race. You're not going to put a cold driver into this situation where they have to relearn the sight lines of the racetrack. You will have figured that out as the light level has decayed here tonight. You will have figured that out yourself, and with everybody in the cars now, it's not that big of a deal, but even still, it is a very different kind of racetrack than it was before. The grip level is completely different. Obviously, the cloud layer is slightly different to where it was. There's no sun in your eyes. The track is hard to see in certain points. And also, by the way, we're coming to get the checkered flag here in about 25 minutes. The pressure is as high as it's ever been.
Yeah, and the pressure is really on as well for David Tunisia in the Scuderia Ferrari Veloce esports car. Obviously, they have had the issues. They've been down pit lane, and that's really put them out of contention as they're right up on the back of the number 4 Mercedes. They really want to get by, because not that far up the road, we could see it as we rode on board, was the bright yellow car of Yassi, the 149 McLaren. They have been catching very slowly, but as you see the flashing of the lights, they need to get by the HRT team to really have a shot at catching up to the 149, and they are running out of time. 24 minutes left on the clock. 4 more minutes and you basically can call it a qualifying session.
That is pretty much the case. We're running out. The sands are accumulating in the bottom of the hourglass. The light is failing us, and the headlights, again, are very much precursory at this point. Look at that beautiful timing tower, all LED, very modern, and sporting the American flag on it. I almost saluted it right there, I have to admit.
I was just about to say that is like the most American timing tower that I think I have ever seen.
I'm quite a fan of that, and I'm not entirely sure why exactly. It might be from where I'm from, I don't know. But beautiful scenes here in the evening. Certainly, the drivers will be ill-prepped for this. Not a lot of night driving here in the past, surely, for almost all the teams, but they know the task at hand. And for David Taniza, it's all about salvaging a top 5 today. This would go very nicely for a points haul for them today. Not quite what they expected to be fighting for, but still a nice points haul, all things considered. A couple of other teams having issues today. Among them is not the number 1 BMW, that BS Plus competition car. They might, and I don't know this, but they might leave here, the championship leaders.
Yeah, so it'll be one of those where you will have to do the maths after on. But we did question what was the number 5 going to do. Well, if you look, they have actually had to come back down pit lane. 22 minutes was when the number 5 has finally called it. So as the 51 and the 149 roar down the front straight, we still can't see the number 5. We saw another one of the Ferraris in the pit lane. It's going to be swooping out. The P has disappeared from the number 5. There they are in the background, but it's going to be the 149 and the 51 take the position away. So the number 5 will drop down to 6th place.
Yeah, well, Taniza's going to get that top 5 without a fight here, but now we'll be wanting more as a racing car driver. If you're not in P1, you're never satiated by anything you have on the racetrack, and he will not be. He will realize P4 is absolutely on the cards, and honestly, I don't know if that Cinco can hold this for another 22 minutes. That 51 just looks a little bit too fast.
That was incredibly close coming out onto the back straight. That Ferrari is really poised, and like I said, you can tell how in tune they are with this. You can barely see David Taniza as the light has not only faded at Indianapolis, but has faded over there as well. Basically, has blacked himself out. But yeah, the 51 really does look like they are absolutely on a charge. It is going to be a difficult task to hold them through. Now, this is not what Eamon Murphy wanted to see out of the windscreen.
Eamon Murphy did not. Well, I was just going to say that. You took the words out of my mouth. This is an absolute nightmare situation for McLaren Veloce GT and Eamon Murphy. This is not what you want to see. 3 or 4 cars fighting for position, fighting late in the race. They may or may not get out of the way, and you have the number 10 car right behind you within a second. The lights furiously flashing, but will they fall on deaf ears and hands?
Well, the 66 is going to pull up to the inside. They're going to have to brake as late as they can. Late! Make turn 1, but they needed to do that. They knew that they could not afford to sit behind that HRT team. And a similar thing has happened again to the Triton Racing, where they end up boxed in between that one car again. I think that happened to them when they were chasing the Ferrari, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, a brief pause, but that's one car done. Still got 2 in front of you.
Yeah, the task only gets harder from here. Incident involving cars 149 and 22 on lap 266. 5-second time penalty for car 22 for ignoring yellow flags. Incident involving car 164 and 977 on lap 266 as well there. As you see, a late couple of race control inquiries as Taniza continues to fight for P4. They continue to fight for the lead. Fights all up and down the grid. We have never been starved for action here today, and it's looking like a couple of battles for the top 4 positions on the cards. Final 20 minutes of the race. At what point do you get a little bit forceful? Can you afford to get a little bit forceful under the watchful eye of the race control? I don't think you can.
Very much. I don't think he can. It's just they have been on it all day long. And could this be the moment that the 51 makes the move? The 149, they're going to think about it. It's going to be a switchback, a bit of a late defense there. We've seen that you can go around the outside. There is contact there between the 51 and the 149. They're still side by side. The 51 needs to get ahead for this corner, and they do. Scuderia Ferrari Velis Esports are back up into P4, and that demotes the 149 after a great battle down into P5.
It is a very nice consolation to be where they are, P4. That's still going to be a lot of points, and it will still put them on the hills of the BS Plus competition, number 1 BMW. And as this season, again, this is race number 2. We're going to get into the meat of the season a little bit later on next month. And being in a good standing leaving today is almost imperative to your championship hunt at this stage. It's not the end of the line, though. Still a lot of racing left to go in the series, but still, you want to leave today in good standing. If you had a not so great race number 1, like so many teams in the top 10 did, finishing well today is absolutely the best medicine. But again, still yet to decide who is going to be your winner today in overall, and it's still very much in doubt.
Very much so, and Triton Racing have pulled away from that, that second that it was, all the way down to 0.3 of a second, well, just about 0.4 of a second. So the number 10 Bentley, they aren't done with this. It's 17 minutes, and as he says, when you're sat in the driver's seat, you're looking in the mirror, you know you've got someone bearing down on you. That 17 minutes is going to feel like almost like you're driving this whole 8 hours once again, where you've got someone that hard chasing you down.
Well, Eamon Murphy does not want to have to pass these cars in front, but rather unfortunately, I hate to tell him, he's going to have to at some point. It's all about how they play this, the cars in front that are on a different lap, and if he gets held up anymore, I would have to think Mateus in the 10 is going to try something. Race control incident involving cars 4 and 62 on lap 280. No further action. I would have to say, though, if the 10 of Triton Racing, if they get there, you're going to have to do something. It's getting late in the day. You might not have more than one shot at it. It might be desperation move time.
Yeah, it might very much be so by the time that you've got all the way, you've come this far, you've nursed the car along, you've had the strategy, you've looked after the tyres, you've done everything that you possibly can. And that is where, as we're riding on board with both of them, looking back from the 66 and looking forward from the number 10, that is the gap. That is all you've got to get down, and the clock is ticking away. Like I said, it might be time for some late braking maneuvers and really push the Bentley. What has that car got left in the tank to give?
The last time I saw two gentlemen that intensely focused, they were taking a final exam in college. That is the focus here. A little bit of a relaxation. Eamon relaxing on the left there, you saw on the front straight, taking a moment, shaking it out and getting his head straight because he knows there's work to do, but still just an excellent little glimpse there, side by side of the two different approaches by the drivers. Murphy able to relax just a little bit, realizes the task at hand, recenter himself, but absolute laser focus from Mateus in the 10 though.
I think you have to be laser focused because they're on the chasing end. If anything, it's up to Veloce to keep the cool head and to keep just running the pace that they know that they can do, and they can't afford any mistakes. Especially because now Eamon Murphy's got to calculate getting around the G2 Esports BMW, and obviously that car. The reason that they're down there is they've had their own problems and throughs throughout the field. But, the G2 Esports car is not a slow car, and they're not going to want to necessarily just let Eamon Murphy by when they're still trying to, make something of their race. But, but with the 10 right behind you, it might be a moment where they have to, where the 66 has to kind of muscle in and say, I am having this position, and you can't do anything about it.
Well, they don't like to hand out, does race control, blue flag infringement, but as long as they maintain the pace that there currently is, I don't think that will be an issue. I think it's perfectly fine the way it is. as Tico Vandervelde in the Williams Eastward Chill Blast Bentley has retained 5th place. So that fading car of 149, Statsenko, has fallen back. That's 2 positions lost, as that pit stop has just about made it back inside the top 5. That pit stop I thought was going to doom them hasn't done, and now I hear problems for the 149.
Yeah, the 149 is struggling with the tire pressures, perhaps as well, because it dropped, from sun in the sky to complete darkness very quickly. Some teams maybe have not anticipated how quickly the track is going to cool off, so the pressures might be too low, and these Pirelli tires really do like to be kept in their operating window. They drop too low and the grip just disappears. So I think that's what has befallen the 149, is pressure issues, and they're just trying to make it to the end of the race now. But the 5, who pitted up much later, could judge it a lot better.
I mean, it's a very good point, really, if you think about it. When the 149 pitted for the final time of the race, the sun was technically still out. We were in that twilight phase of day turning into evening, but even still, that was a long, long time ago. And could the drivers that came in a little bit later than that be, like you said, on sort of a run? Keep in mind, Vandervelde is only 1.8 behind Tunisia. I wonder if Tunisia's having a little bit of that issue as well.
Possibly be, because the 51 also came in a little bit earlier, still when there was some sun in the sky. And as he says, maybe teams have not, a lot of teams might not have done a run into the dark, might not have realized how dynamic the track might have been, because this is the first time that we are racing here. So it'll be once again a note where they need to write it down in the notes that necessarily, right, as soon as sun goes down at Indianapolis, track cools off very, very rapidly.
There's also a fight going on for P2 in the silver class. Smollier and Martin Grady between the 900 and the 23 respectively. Those cars have been fighting for P2 all day long, basically, or at least the second half of the race since we joined the box, and that's going to go down to the end of the race as well, as Tunisia, pictured here, continues to try and outrun Tico Vandervelde, and only just about getting it done. 1.6 seconds. It was 1.8 in the last sector time. Quite curious if that gap will continue to come down. In addition to that, the race for the win is still on, still hovering around that 1 second mark. Mateus is trying to keep it as close as possible. Murphy is trying to leg it out as much as possible. The unstoppable force, a movable object here.
Yeah, very much so, and like you said, I thought that they might the 66 might catch the G2 Esports BMW a little bit faster, but it appears not. 11 minutes left on the clock, and still the gap has kind of stabilized out. But looking at this train that's running down all the way on the front straight, Eamon Murphy's really got it all to play for.
I will say, Murphy, as much as it's good that the G2 car is quick enough to stay out in front right where they are, it worries you, because they're one mistake away, or if they have to pass the car, the G2 car, they have a car right in front of them as well. If they have to make a pass on that car, that's going to slow both of them down. We talked about that very early on. I heard Paul and David talking about it. It's 0.6 a lap just going side by side for a little bit. It could be worse if you were stuck there. That's going to pull them back to Murphy, which is going to make Mateus have a run on him in the first place. Even though that car is hanging out there and absolutely doing nothing wrong, of course, running their race, as they are just about side by side in front of them, it worries you as the leader, because you know that if any bit of them slow down, you're going to be the one that's impacted the most, because you're the one racing for the lead. And it is an unenviable position Murphy's in.
Yeah, well, 0.6 a lap you can lose. Well, the gap is under that, it's 0.5, and even then, depending on where you end up trying to go side by side, at that track we've seen it where you have to pick a side, to go on, and that can very much completely undo your race, and it could be the wrong side, but you don't know that until you've already started the maneuver. We've seen some cars try to let lapped cars through and end up being overtaken themselves, and actually, as you can see, look, the G2 Esports car pulling off onto the right side of the straight, and there you go, tap of the brakes as well, just to let the number 10 by. So Triton Racing and Veloce roar through, but Now this is a battle for fourth, if we've ever seen one. David Tanitsa, the Scuderia Ferrari Velas esports team, has managed to get back at Tinko van der Velde in the 5.
Yep, this is the fight for fourth. We thought that we were going to have it, and certainly we will inside the final 10 minutes. I just want to go back to G2 Esports. That was an incredibly classy move late into a race. Did not want to be a part of that at all, and very favorable in the eyes of both the 66 and the 10 as this battle for fourth place. We thought it was done and dusted. We thought David Tanisa had the right strategy to get that done, but no. A very late pit stop for the Williams Esports Chill Blast team has done them an absolute treat here. They have ran down a several second gap into 10th now. Can Tanisa do anything to defend P4? And the question I have is, how hard do you defend P4 at this stage?
Well, I think considering the issues that the 51 has had today, and you've got 8 minutes left, which is barely a few laps, you know, they're going to have to defend that as hard as they can, really. They know where the Ferrari's good, and they will certainly know where a Bentley might struggle, considering they have been racing one now for a long time, not just the Williams car, but the number 10 of Triton. You know, it's going to have to come down to the wire if you still want it. But look at that, the Williams esports car looking down to the inside, trying to get just that little bit, where you look in the mirror and you have that one slight mistake and a slight bad line, and that will offset you. But it's not happening as the number 5 takes a big lunge there into sector 1.
Oh my goodness, that Bentley has so much more grip, and it's so plainly obvious down into every corner, gaining time. So much more happy on its set of Pirellis, you would have to think, at this stage of the race than the Ferrari in front. You know, some of you at home might have said, well, Jesse, of course they want to finish 4th instead of 5th. What I'm actually asking is, because the way the points work, 4th place is worth 21 points, 5th place is worth 18. What I was actually asking is, how much do you want those few extra more points? I don't know. That's the big dilemma. How much is 3 to 4 points worth to you? At this stage, you're going to fight them, but you're also not going to do anything that would cause you to lose any more time. You're not going to jeopardize the car or the team at this stage. Like you said, after the race that they've had, there's no sense in it, but I have a feeling Tanisa will defend this all the way to the wall on the front straight if he has to.
Very much so. I think it's like you said, it's going to be only a few more laps, really, and there you go. Comes down, wants to tuck down right onto the wall so that the Williams car can't do anything. Almost ends up rear-ending one of the Mercedes is there. And you see the Williams car, they look up to the inside. They're actually going to be alongside into turn 1. There's going to be contact between the 5 and the 51. The 51's still going to be on the inside. They just sneak their nose back in with a little bit of a touch, saying, nope, I am still ahead, and I'm going to move over. But yeah, almost a scary moment. But as you can see, the 51 is having to work hard. And what's happened to the 10?
Oh, the 10!
What's happened to Triton?
The 10's gone off. Triton Racing, something has gone wrong with Mateus's car. They were off deep into the grass, and that is all but ended it. The gap was coming out. It was 0.5 of a second, and it was 1.3 at the last sector time, and maybe a Hail Mary play, and it hasn't gone right for Triton Racing. They have a big old gap to 3rd place. Not a big deal, but that has effectively taken them out of the race for the win. 10.5 seconds the gap, a bridge too far, I fear, but the battle for P4 still rages on. A couple of contacts down into turn 1 and 2 the last time by for these two. What will it be for round 2?
Well, here we go, round 2. You see the Bentley still trying to size up a move. You're looking for the switcheroo. We might see the move like the 977 Porsche had. They're going to be too wide into the final section. The 51 is still ahead, just about. The Bentley is trying everything to throw the Scuderia Ferrari Velas esports team off their line. They need to be put off the line, and then the Bentley can power by, like you said, with the extra grip it's got, right down to the wall, and the Bentley is going to stay there. They're going to try and hold them narrow, but it's going to be into turn 1. Round the outside is the number 5, covered off by the 51. They are defending this to the end.
We talked about this. What are you willing to do? What are you willing to risk it late in the race? Are you willing to risk contact? Yes, the case is yes here. Tunisia and Van der Velde are going to lay it all on the line here. You got to be careful. The both of these teams, they don't want to take themselves out of a championship spot, both of which are going to be in really good standing moving forward. The 51, though, if I'm honest, has a little bit more to lose right about now. You got to be aware of that, but these two aren't really thinking about the points. They're thinking about the head-to-head. They're definitely racing each other hard. The second time asking, a little less contact than the first time, but same result. The Scuderia Ferrari Velis Esports Ferrari still out in front.
Still out in front, just about 4 minutes. They'll be looking at that and thinking, right, we've got potentially 3 laps depending where the leader is. It's it is under a 2-minute lap, so it's gonna be very tight. And as well, this is still a battle that's raging on in almost the same place. This is the battle for P2 in the silver class.
Well, they're still going at it here, and they've sort of separated just a little bit there for the time being, but I don't know what happened whenever we came on board with them, though. They were certainly looked like they were off the track there a little bit.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of a scuffling and argy-bargy around, but the 923 of Somalia and Martin Grady as well. So that's P2 in silver. That's a potential once the pro cars that separate them potentially have their own fight as well. Everything's coming together right at the end, Jesse. It's all gone completely crazy. But the 51, they've managed to fend off the Williams Esports car for this go around, and it appears that the Ferrari can hold its own in the middle of the sector, but where the Bentley comes back into its own is that sector, is the final sector, and coming into sector 1. If you don't defend the Bentley there, they will pass you.
This is a dangerous situation for Alexander Smolyar and the S&P Racing Esports car, because they are in a dangerous spot. They got the 41 of Ognjer Radikov in that Bentley right behind them, and that was a meaty block that Smolyar put on at the end of the pit straight. And, I don't know if Ognjer Radikov is going to allow that to happen. Whitehead right behind them, and a further 1 second behind them is Grady. That was P3 in the silver class. Like we said, something happened down into the front straight chicane. Last time through, there was dirt flying everywhere, and the gap was definitely closer before that. We'll keep you posted if that heats back up for the moment. The 900 has a lot to lose. Surely has to be thinking about that, but doesn't really have any space to give to the pro cars in P2 in silver. In this battle, continuing, the lights are blazing. That is not what Tunisia wanted. Tunisia did not want the car to take the wall. That was the safety blanket that David Tunisia was using, but it doesn't matter. The number 5, oh no, it's going to be a big touch here, and they're going to set him back the right way, as that's not what Van der Velde had in store. But the 5 Bentley, the Williams Esports Chill Blast team, very nearly had a big contact with Scuderia Ferrari Velis Esports.
Like you said, David Tunisia was hoping that that car would be a bit of a block between them. Maybe just the safety blanket. Had to, at the very last moment, had to decide that no, they need to defend from the Bentley, and contact there coming into turn 1. Now you've got to hope. What has that done damage-wise to both these cars? Obviously, they were picked up a little bit, being hit on the rear and the sides. With as the clock ticks down, it's under a minute to go. The white flag is surely going to be waved soon, and for David Tunisia, the 51, they've got to hold on potentially 1 or 2 more laps, but it is getting harder and harder by the minute as the Williams Chill Blast Esports car wants to get by. They want that P4.
Well, I wonder if we'll know actually what happens here between the two of them. There's been a couple of rather hard contacts between them. And, it's not a boxing match. I can't tell you who is ahead on the scorecard, but I just worry that maybe they've taken it a little bit too far. I mean, you could hardly really blame them, but even still, look at that run. The Williams Esports Chill Blast Bentley has gotten off the final turn, and I wonder if maybe that was the move. I don't know if it was. Final lap of the race, but look down over the bump and into the Ferrari as both cars go off the racetrack. They're going to give up a couple of positions. They don't care too much about that. Not under threat from anybody else. They've wrecked into turn 1, and they're still racing it out head to head.
It's basically, it was a carbon copy of the last time the Bentley tried to go super narrow. You see one of the AMGs just not wanting any part of this, is just completely getting out of the way. But yeah, completely over the curbs. Bentley could not steer, obviously, and straight into the side of the 51. And I wouldn't even be surprised, really, if race control have a quick perk up as well, as we're on the final lap. It's the 66 Veloce McLaren, the GT. They've taken the white flag. As I says, it was hotting up to be one, amazing battle with Triton Racing in the 10, but Triton Racing have ended up backwards in the final section. But even so, they have still pulled that gap down. I have no doubt that Bentley could have gone up here and got the lead had they found that one nick in the armor of Veloce. But it's been a day where they haven't led from lights to flag. Veloce have had to fight it, but it does look like the 66 McLaren is going to come down and take the checkered flag from the 8 hours of Indianapolis here at the SRO Esports. And for the people in front still racing, actually you can see some of them slowing down. I was going to say, there is still one more lap for the 51 Ferrari.
For a team that was off strategy almost immediately to a team that had the right strategy to win the race, McLaren Veloce GT wins it. Eamon Murphy behind the wheel at the end. Look at that. That's a happy man finally.
Gotta be an incredibly happy man, really. And we have a very quick last moment penalty for cars 10 and 22 on lap 291. Stop and go 10 to car 22 for causing a collision. That is the Rocket Sim Sport car.
That is a big penalty near the end of the race, deciding a couple of battles and positions there as everybody now is trying to filter through. And what an incredible race, ending in complete darkness tonight. And the highlight reel for this race is just basically going to be the 8-hour race, I think, personally. It's just been that kind of affair with cars everywhere. Who would have called it 7.5 hours ago that the 66 was on the right strategy to win this race? Everybody else in their own strategy, some cars having issues, but my goodness, what a finish. Ryan Mawson, as the cars come across the line here, I gotta ask you, what was the big takeaway from you seeing the very first 8-hour race here at Indianapolis? Biggest takeaway for you?
Biggest takeaway for me was just how great and how close the racing could be. When this track was first announced, I think a lot of people as well, me included, were actually, were sat thinking, look at the track and thinking, can you really have this kind of racing at Indianapolis? I know we race here in real life, but what's it going to be like in the sim? But there's just been some fantastic racing and some fantastic side-by-side moments, as there's still in the background that moment from the 55. I think that will go down in my book as, well, that's one way to have an accident and recover, is just completely whip the car around. But yeah, for that, it's just been how good the racing has been and how competitive, the field was with the balance of performance. Not one car really stood out as just being a car to run away from. They both had their strengths and weaknesses as the weather heated up and the weather cooled down.
I think Indianapolis Road Course is going to be a favorite for drivers and teams alike in the future. Endurance racing very much alive in Indianapolis, Indiana. And today, put it all on display here. And what a race we got treated to. The Mobileye IGTC Esports Series, their first race here, debut. What a show. Fireworks on the track, fireworks in the sky, and some very deserving winners, some elated winners, some drivers a bit dejected as well. And race control throughout this entire race was very much necessary, precursory the entire day long. There was a lot of thrills, spills, and chills in this one, but a lot of really great racing as well. Side by side, the move to go around the outside of turn one so you can beat them into two is going to go down in history as the move to make, I think.
Yeah, very much so, and it's just been a fantastic race really to watch, and I'm glad to have been a part of it. But I think, Jesse Lee, we might have some people who have just jumped out of their car or have been celebrating with their team for an interview.
we might do, and we'll see if we can get them in due time whenever we get them ready. Well, I got to say, though, just for me from this race, just some incredible stuff that happened today. Who would have known that one of the cars that did a 360 would end up still finishing inside the top 10, and one mistake from the 51 all day completely changed the complexion of the race. We could have probably had a three-way battle for the lead there at the end by my measure, but we did get a two-way fight. Still don't know what happened to the number 10 there at the end. Unknown what caused that spin, maybe pushing too hard. Wasn't indicated to me that there was ever any contact at all. What an incredible drive everybody did today. Well,
hello.
Hello, guys. Welcome in. And I just got to say, your first 8-hour race ever here at Indianapolis. Tell me, how are you feeling after that one?
Pretty good.
Yeah, I think we put in the hard work, and now we just reap the benefits of it. You know?
Let me ask you another question. You started outside the top 3 in your own class, but you ended up with the lead. When did you realize you had such a fast car at race pace?
Before the race, we knew with the practice we put in, we knew we had a very good car. We knew we had some good pace. Like, my quality in P10 wasn't really great. I knew I had the pace to go like on the front rows or even on the pole. But then on the race pace, it was just really tricky because we got taken out on lap 1. We lost lots and lots of time. But then we climbed up thanks to the strategy and the good pace of the car, and it paid off.
You guys were battling cars in the pro class all day. How did you manage that? Because at some points you were faster than some of the cars in the top 10 in the pro class. Sometimes you had to give up a little bit. As a team, how did you manage that?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of knowing like when to be aggressive or not. On some occasions, we just didn't have the need to push because we already had the nice cushion over the other silver cars, so we just could afford to wait a bit for the track to clear up with the different strategies, and then we could push with what we had in the car.
Well, you did a good job today, but you also did a good job round 1 of the championship. You finished P6. You got a maximum points today, really, of anybody in the race. So, that being considered, championship has to be on for Race Anywhere Sim Sport.
Absolutely.
It is definitely on. Yeah, go ahead, Maciej.
Yeah, I think we could be near the front now after this race. I think our main rivals right now is FFS. They got like P3 today and in Bathurst, so yeah, it's gonna be a nice fight to the end, hopefully.
Brilliant job, guys. Before we go, do you want to thank anybody, say anything to anybody out there?
Yeah, I think we can thank overall just Race Anywhere Sim Sport for all the, for giving us the chance to participate in the championship, and we are trying to represent them the best way. And on my side, I'm gonna put a personal thank to Marco and Matt. They our 2 engineers in the team, and they helped us massively tuning the car, and they gave their best, and we are pretty glad to give them the win they deserved.
Fantastic job, ladies and gentlemen. Your winners today, the 8 hours of Indianapolis Silver Class, the number 67 Race Anywhere Sim Sport, Caracas, Piffet, and Hyla. Congratulations, guys.
Thank
you.
Thank you so much.
I love that interview. I love how the smile lit up on their face, Ryan. Did you notice that when I started talking about the points championship and them being in the best position? They lit up. They love hearing that.
Well, you've got to be really, round 2 into the championship, and you're already in just such a strong position with what you know is a strong car, and from talking of that, a very strongly connected team is Race Anywhere Sim Sport. They seem to gel very well together, and obviously they gel well with that Ferrari. So yeah, it's definitely a car that I'm going to be watching for this Silver Class Championship.
They certainly put themselves on the map. They finished sixth, rather, in the first race, and they finished first today. And all you want to do is build upon your good finishes. And speaking of that, we have been joined by one Mr. George Boothby for Veloce Esports. Hello, George Boothby. Tell us about your race, the early pit stop, right? You got in there early, you were off sequence with everybody else, but in the end, somehow, that was the right strategy. Talk me through your day.
Well, what a day it's been. Hello, guys. Yeah, James did a really good quali. I think we could have had potential for pole, but it would have had to been like the spiciest lap. Like the grid was so close, so that made for a good start to the race. We had a good opening stint, and we tried the undercut strategy. So then we'd have fresher tires earlier, and we could maybe get ahead, at least on track position, and then hopefully our pace could keep us ahead. But unfortunately, the other guys kind of twigged onto that. So after, I think, the second stop, everyone else then undercut. So yeah, it was tough. So we had to do most of the overtaking on the track, and it was a really close fight between the Bentley and the Ferrari at the front. Like I think at one point we were in first, then we're in third, then we're in second. And I couldn't even keep up. Like, it was wild, and a few times we were a little bit off sync with who had the fresher tires, who had the least fuel. So I remember one stint the Ferrari just drove past me like I wasn't there, and then the next stint we closed back up to him. So it was a very interesting race. But yeah, it came down to it right at the end, the last 2 hours with the Bentley. We managed to catch up and overtake, and just held on. So. I think we all drove amazing, and Eamon just, like, the pressure he was under at the end there was unreal. So, absolute world-class drive from Eamon at the end there. Very proud of him. Very proud.
You came in fourth place in the championship. You guys were a contender in round number 1. You got it done today. Everybody else seemed to have some sort of issue. You guys, we slept on you. I'm going to be honest. You were in P2 for a while. You went back to P4 and 5. We didn't really think about it a lot. We were focused on the 10 and the 51. 66 comes into the fray, and you had the right strategy. What does it look like from the strategy point of the race? Did you ever waver or change it? Was it the same strategy throughout? You doubled down on it in the end, didn't change anything?
Yeah, we just doubled down on the strategy. We were thinking about maybe undercutting again a little bit, but it could only been by a lap or two because we did such a strong undercut at the start, because otherwise we wouldn't have been able to make it on the pit stops. So yeah, we just stuck to our guns, and I mean, at first, I think all of our team will agree, I don't think we had the pace of the Ferrari and the Bentley, but towards the end, as it got cooler, our tires started, it became a lot friendlier, and yeah, the pace came. So I think the fact we could hold on to them, they had battles and a few mistakes, and I think they messed up the pit stop a few times, stuff like that. Well, because they did that at the stage where they were quicker, it just let us sort of hold on and be in that zone. So at the end, we were in the position to make it happen, and we made it happen. So yeah, just shout out to the team. They drove amazing. Shout out to Veloce and Yas Heat as well, because I'm part of Yas Heat, which is a part of Veloce, but they wanted a driver, so they got me from Yas Heat, and I'm so happy to be driving, alongside someone like Baldwin and alongside Eamon. Amazing drivers. So yeah, just really happy to be here. Amazed we won. Shout out to all the dads out there as well, because I was told if you become a dad, you lose 3 or 4 attempts, but it hasn't happened yet. So I'm going to see how long that goes.
I love that, George. And, well, it looks like you and BS Plus competition are going to be top of the heap. Early days in the championship. Are you looking forward to the next round? You looking forward to the late game? You guys and BS Plus competition seem to be in the best shape.
Yeah, I mean, we're just going to keep doing what we're doing, If a win comes our way, we're going to go for it. If it's not looking like a win's on the cards, let's hope we're somewhere at the front. We're going for consistency over just sending it everywhere. We're thinking of this as a championship, so hopefully the next rounds go just as well. And yeah, we're really hoping for a good end to this season. And let's be honest, we're going for the win. We're hoping we can win this. So fingers crossed.
Absolutely love it. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners overall in the pro class today, the number 66 McLaren Veloce GT team. George Boothby with us. Thank you for coming and talking to us. Ladies and gentlemen, your champions of the 8 hours of Indianapolis.
Hey, thank you so much. Cheers. Have a good one, guys.
Absolutely. Shout out to dads, too. George Boothby there with that. Cannot agree more. Fantastic stuff all around today. Ryan Boston, your final thoughts on the day.
Well, what a crazy race it has been right from the start, and interesting to see that Veloce as well, the big picture racing there, very smart racing. So it's really going to be watching them throughout the season. As they said, consistency over just outright pace. But this season, so far, is really looking to hot up.
It certainly is, as we head into the middle part of the Mobileye Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series for 2022. The next race, Suzuka, the 27th of August. We can't wait to see you there. And, of course, a big thank you to all of our fantastic partners that make this race and all of our races possible. Mobileye, Fanatec, AWS Pirelli, AK Esports, SimGrid, HPD, Ferrari, BMW, AMG Motorsport, Lamborghini, The Real Race, SRO, of course, SRO Esports, and, of course, Competizione, of course. Fantastic stuff. Folks, I'm already heading to Japan. I can't wait to see you there. Fantastic race today. Several deserving winners. We'll see you next time. Have a good night.